let's fit with the same theme that I've been doing this week of wearing these things. If you haven't felt like you're watching a clown yet, you will. You will. Alright. There. I might as well like center this, right? There we go. It's a halo. Alright, so yeah. Hey everyone. Or whoever's here right now. Usually there's some people chatting beforehand. Today there weren't. I am going to show you what I did yesterday. And then we're going to figure out, yeah, I wanted to add this. There we go. Okay. So today, it's going to be more in-game stuff. In fact, let me check out what the today command currently says. Yeah, it's about Wednesday. So Friday. So the scripting UI is basically done. Adam is going to spend all day working on the in-game UI and the back end to support it. So what does this involve? This involves, what's this stuff? Yeah, let's make this, man, I have to keep resizing this window so that you guys can see the important parts. There we go. Okay, so yeah, it is eventually showing what bots are deployed, what bots are in your queue, and then managing your blueprints. So I think what we're going to get to next is the queuing system, assuming that that's figured out. So I think this is today. So we can say edit com today Friday. Or is it edit com exclamation point today? Does that work? Yeah. Okay. And then hi Nifty Nugget. And hey Cottrell. So let's see what we've got here. Left bar show all blueprints that you own. When you click an icon in the bar, allow users to drag hardware out of their loadout. Yeah, I guess that's done. There's no saving it though. When you click a blueprint icon and one is already selected, show the loadout and possibly the, yeah, that's done. In-game view blueprint needs to exist off the side of the screen. Like a what? Yeah, that's done. And that's done. So there are some things now that we have to do. Hey, Discord and Strike. And hey, Pettermaster. So we've got a few things. One is allow updating blueprints in a game. And this is the whole, is it just for this game or is it for all future games scenario that I need to figure out. For now, we may want to set, oh, darn it. Something I just thought of. If it's just for the current game, then we need to download our blueprints from the game server when we reconnect. That way we're in sync with what the game server has. I think this is going to make things pretty tedious. We should probably have like a blueprint class. Probably be a blueprint class that I can serialize and deserialize as I need to. Hey, Luculus. That way I can use it on the account server too. Okay, well there's allow updating blueprints in a game. So at first it's just allow you to remove hardware from it. So then allow you to drag hardware onto the blueprint. That's actually fine. We can do that from your inventory. Hey, Frozen Tux. Good morning, everybody. Or evening, whatever it happens to be for you. Okay, at some point, copy paste the messages from Jason and figure out what we're going to do with the UI. And the other thing we need to do is make it so that you can drag bots into the queue. The magic light necklace is back, yeah. I figured, so it's not really distracting for me. It does make me look like this is a joke of a stream, but what do I care, right? And that way, the people who do control the lights will actually be able to see what they're controlling. So there we go. Congrats, Jack HDTV. So when you click an icon on the bar, I guess that part's done. Make the left bar show all blueprints that you own. That part's done. Okay, so let's start to look at some of these messages. I'm going to copy paste them from here. So RE scrolling the blueprint selector. Jason said, let me see. I'm not going to show this stuff on screen because I don't know what's going to be confidential on this, so I'll just. So Jason said, that it would be paginated rather than scrolled, ideally with some overlap. E.g., if you have 8 blueprints, you see them as pages of A, B, C, D, E, and then D, E, F, G, H. Is that 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If not that, then a slight delay added for dragging blueprints out. Okay, so there's that. Whoops. What did I miss in chat? Can you do a light headband? That would take some more finesse. I think it show the channel issue and will draw people in, I think. Yeah. Nifty Nugget says, I'm happy my school finally has a real programming class with real computers. Nice. Nice. And hey, Jack. Hey, Alex. And oh, now there are 2 Alexes in chat. Oh, man. All right, well, Alex Proit says, you work standing. I do some of the time. So, yes, currently I am standing. In the future today, I will sit at some point. So I don't work 100% of the time standing. Okay, so I'm gonna paste all this stuff in here, and we'll read through it. I have not read through this stuff yet. So then he said, I'm gonna try to paste this in. So there's that. And we'll link the content about scripts. I'll put it here for whenever you're able to. Okay. So yeah, and he's typing out the 3rd point right now. Oh wait, is he? Maybe he's not. Well, he wrote the number 3. So whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Oh well, it doesn't really matter. Alright, so let's read through this. So we talked about 3 different models here. My original model, called the instance model, had no concept of saving a blueprint for the duration of the game, only for creating a one-off instance, modified or not, of a blueprint immediately or permanently updating the blueprint. It would work like this. A is focused on lasers and teleportation. I deploy a bot based on it. Change the game. Kind of like blueprint A should be useful for the next minute or 2. Also, I feel the need to fix this. Kind of like blueprint A would be useful for the next minute or 2. I edit blueprint A, replacing teleportation with healing, add a support script, and add 2 of them in my queue. Then I add 1 more, but also replacing lasers with missiles. So that's A prime prime. I could choose to permanently update the blueprint, but I do not. These bots are just temporary response. The new group of bots serves their intended purpose and dies off. Bots, but these are pure blueprint A, lasers, and teleportation. Huh. Okay, hey Jay. Yeah, Alex Perry says, can we look at the game? Yeah, so there's a video there. What I've been working on lately, I can show you what it is that I'm working on. And sure, Nifty Nugget. I also spent about maybe like half an hour yesterday working on just one of the remaining tasks that I had from Wednesday. So I didn't stream yesterday. So if I connect here, um, this was mostly done, I think, last week. So this is where you can edit a blueprint, and this process involves adding or removing hardware. So you can add something like artillery, I could put melee on, I can remove lasers and instead put missiles on it, let's say. So adding and removing that is pretty straightforward. You can also purchase hardware from here by clicking these plus buttons or minus buttons. And to see all the ones you have, you just change the filter up here from own to all. So there's that. One of the things we worked on definitely this week was getting scripts to be editable. So now when you click one of these scripts, here's a Blockly script that we have. So there's that. But let's say I wanted to assign a different one. I'm like, oh man, I just changed out lasers, so let's go find a script that works with that. So I might click into one that's got JavaScript in it. And maybe I say that, okay, this one's great. Let's click update on this. And now I'm using the JS code here, and I can update my bot. So cool, I've got my artillery, melee, missiles bot now. When I go to play a game, I will now see, what was that, the first slot? Yeah, artillery, melee, missiles. So here's the bot that I had, and if I wanted to be able to use this one, I could drag it onto the queue. So this will eventually be a queue down here. It's not functional. Hey, Remy. And then if you wanted to edit this in game, you can slide out another panel here. This will contain your inventory. I know it says loadout. I gotta change that word. Hardware loadout here. Yeah, that's supposed to say inventory here. Anyway, you'll be able to edit your bots in here, and then eventually the UI is going to look like this, where once you've put them into your queue, they'll just show up as kind of small icons on the left, and then once they're taken from your queue into the game, they'll show up as these larger icons where you can see health, and you can see what version of the script they're using and their name. So yeah. Alright. Anyway, that's the majority of what changed. And so this is what I was working on yesterday. And I finally got to the point where if you do edit this, you can remove these, but there's no saving it. So before it popped up an alert saying I never coded this. Hey, Maldian. And also clicking over here in the game area will bring you back into the game and will undo all the changes you made over here. So we could put a warning there or something in the future. I mean, a lot of this is like, how do people want to use this UI? This actually looks totally wrong. That's weird. Oh, it's not weird. Oh, darn it. I forgot about this. This bar is actually covering up the arena. That's intentional, though. So what I should have done here is instead of a background color of red, where's the background color? Come on, where's the background color? What? What? Oh, here it is. Yeah. So this is what it will look like in the future. That way you can see what's behind the arena too. Yeah, I was wondering, the reason I was even clued in that there was an error is I know there's padding around the arena, this gray area here, and I couldn't see it on the left side. So I thought something's wrong, but then when I zoomed out, I'm like, no, this is centered though. So yeah, it's this. So we're gonna have to make that transparent. In fact, I should very likely do that now. So we'll just search for red semicolon. It shouldn't appear very frequently in here. Blueprint selector, yeah, here. Let's just get rid of that. Okay. Yeah, I hope so, Nifty Nugget. And thanks. Yeah, okay, so now we have this transparent, and now when you click this, it says hardware inventory here. So really superficial changes, but we'll work on that. Okay. Okay, so let me see. Yeah, he hasn't finished typing out the rest of this. All right, so let's finish looking at this. So the model I've currently used to represent blueprints in the wireframes is really a standard document save model. Updates to any blueprint are assumed to remain in place throughout a game, though changes will be lost if you do not explicitly save, either during the game or on the game recap screen. I deploy a bot based on blueprint A, lasers and teleportation. A moment later, I see the metagame is changing and I need more support. So I swap. Oh, you know what? Something else I gotta write down. Sorry, this is a lot of like management of just what am I going to work on today. But I gotta write down. So I deploy a bot based on Blueprint A, teleportation and lasers. A moment later, I see the metagame's changing. I need more support, so I swap this for healing. Deploy a bot and close the panel. Blueprint A is now A star. I deploy a few more A star bots. A few minutes later, gameplay changed again. I need more aggression. I had a lasers, missiles, melee. Yeah. Okay, these missiles melee useful to me, but if I update the original, A will be overwritten. Instead, I duplicate A star into B, save as, and update the B description. Post game, I'll update his cosmetics to better match this new loadout. Yeah. So, I'm gonna sit down. My stomach's hurting a little bit. Just trying to rush my way through breakfast. I shouldn't do that. I deploy a few. Yeah, okay. Gameplay continues, and I've modified A few more times. So it's now A star, temporary tweaks. Suddenly I find myself in a situation where tried and true A would be useful. I restore A star back to A, as it was when the game started. After the game is over and scores are displayed, tabs for blueprints remain available. I should update. I can, otherwise. Yeah. Alright, and I'll wait for method number 3 to come in. Jason's currently typing it now. So I think in the meantime what we can do here, so will there be an iOS app? I hope so eventually. I don't think there will be at first. Also, I tried this out on an iPad yesterday. The only problem there really was with the UI, I mean other than the normal polish stuff of like this stuff isn't lining up or whatever, is that when you open up the keyboard, things just go berserk. And I gotta figure out how to stop that from happening. I'm not totally sure how it's gonna happen. Because part of it is, and this is what, like, this is good for a desktop UI, is when you're in the edit blueprint page, like if I click edit blueprint right now, the focus goes over into the name entry. So that's great. That's fine for a UI for a desktop, because now you just start typing in here, test, whatever, and it works. But on an iPad, when you click edit blueprint, because this has the focus, the keyboard pops up and now all of a sudden half your screen is being used. And so all of this condenses in, well, I can just show you actually. So half the screen's being used. So this turns into this UI now, which although it'll eventually be like, okay, right now it's like, wait, what? I can't really use this. I guess I'm just typing in here, but I need to close the keyboard every time I get there. So there's some polish stuff we're gonna have to do. So allow you to drag hardware onto the blueprint from your inventory. Yeah, I think we're gonna do this now. This will be, I think, the second out of 3 big reuses of code from the other components I have here. And then at some point, allow you to edit scripts from within a game. Alright, so if we go up to here, this is where the hardware inventory should go. And the last place that we used a hardware inventory was here in edit blueprint. So let's try to put these things close enough to each other. Actually, I might want this here. No. Yeah. So this is going to change. We have hardware loadout right now. We want hardware inventory. There's not going to be buy and sell in the game. So let's go take this, put it here. That looks fine. So yeah, there's hardware loadout. Let's take last name. All right, so let's get the hardware inventory. I'm sorry, guys. My stomach is killing me right now. I'll be back in a bit. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit. I should put BRB in this message, huh? All right. Sorry, the stream will continue today. I'll be back. Some music would be nice during breaks. Yeah, sorry about that, everyone. If that happens again, if my stomach starts hurting again, I'm just probably gonna take the stream down for a little bit. Number 000. Yeah, I made sure to take my phone and check the time. And I thought, well, if I don't feel better in 10 minutes, then too bad. I'm not gonna feel better. All right, let's get these back on. There. More or less a-okay. All right, and now we'll just run giveaways, and everyone will forget that anything ever happened. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to work on the hardware inventory and getting it over onto the screen. I also should have gotten a message while I was gone. No, Jason's still typing. Wow, must be a long message. All right, so hardware inventory needs a few things. Here it is. Buy item, sell item, get item template, and on close. So we really just need these two things. And the rest of these we won't pass in, which means we've got to modify hardware inventory to not take those things in. Well, we'll have to do that in a bit. Do the lights get warm? No. Hey, Boboken. And hey, Technical Freak. How many mimosas did you have today? No, so I had my normal like cereal for breakfast, and I had a protein bar. What did I eat last night? Oh, I had a bunch of tacos. It was taco night. So my wife and I made tacos, and I just kept saying, "Oh my God, this is the greatest decision ever." I'm like, "Congratulations, Adam, on coming up with this idea." And I ate 4 tacos, and I don't normally eat that many. So that's probably why my stomach hurts today. But man, it was delicious. What a way to go out. Wheatley. It's ridiculous. All right. Yeah, so get item template. We don't have this function in here. So instead of React, we're going to go to get item template, and we're going to put it into the game. Cool. Oh, it's already there. What's it doing there? Oh, it was already needed in the loadout. Okay, fine. So then we just need on close, which is what? Toggle hardware loadout? I think this is super easy to do. It's just a matter of doing it. So close hardware inventory. We'll say this is changed to hardware loadout. Toggle hardware loadout. I'll find this. Okay, so this is only gonna half work. This will be interesting, actually. How much do you pay for Botland to be hosted? So, Technical Freak, there are actually 3 different hosts right now for Botland. One is the website and the wiki and all of that stuff. This is on a shared host, and this is about $50 a year. So, if this ever got any normal amount of traffic, this would totally just crash. So for $50 a year, though, I think that's pretty cheap, and it's been mostly fine. Like sometimes you go to the wiki and it's super slow, but whatever, that's good enough for now. So there's one host. The other host right now is play.bot.land. That's running on Azure. This is technically free for me because I'm a member of BizSpark. And then there's another host for the new infrastructure, new UI. That's on AWS, and that costs. Well, because I'm on the free tier, it costs incredibly little right now, but eventually it's going to cost like hundreds of dollars. What kind of switches does this have? It's just a membrane keyboard. I actually, yesterday, because I had taken out my mechanical keyboard to show you guys on stream that one time, I tried it out yesterday, and it feels so different now that I've been using this keyboard for nearly a year. So it was a little disappointing almost. Also, I feel like my hands are cramped together when I'm typing on that keyboard. This one is pretty comfortable. I now appreciate it. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go over to here. We're going to connect. That already broke. So I'm probably trying to use a function that doesn't exist. Cannot read property bind of undefined. Yeah. No, really. So how to get item template. What? What failed here? What is it even trying to bind that it can't read? anonymous function. Yeah, this is very not helpful. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what's going on right now. Let's just diff the code and see. I only changed like 2 lines of code, right? Yeah, this doesn't count. This doesn't count. So I changed this, but I copy pasted that. That's fine, and that's fine. Right. Yeah, I added this stuff. A close hardware inventory. Did I name this wrong? No. Bring back the mechanical keyboard. Hey, Pickle. That video. I have that keyboard, and it feels like my hands are always cramped. Yeah, I'm not gonna go get my mechanical keyboard again for the stream because, like I said, it bothers enough people where I don't think I'm gonna have it on. Okay, so there's that code. That's it actually. That's the only code that really changed. So it's saying it can't read bind of a function that definitely exists. What is going on? No, it can't even be this, can it? Let's try logging in as Adam3. Excuse me. I use Firebase hosting, and you should check it out. My website is now hosted on it, firebase.com. Yeah, but like, is this cheaper than $50 a year? Is it free? I don't even, what is this? I don't want to read the announcement. See our new website. This is for apps, right? Yeah, I don't know. I just need a generic host for right now. Node.js. Oh yeah. Oh, for Botland, no. Botland's going to be hosted on AWS almost definitely, and that's definitely going to cost money no matter where I go with that. The actual site that I'm using, just if you go to just bot.land, this I don't mind hosting somewhere else, and eventually I'll have to because there's no way this shared host is going to support traffic. Okay, so if we connect there, okay, so it's definitely a bug in here. I just don't know how because the only thing that I'm calling bind on is this, and it 100% exists right there. So let's maybe just use this function instead. I can't imagine how this is going wrong though. So now he connects his Adam. What? What is happening? Oh, I know. Oh, never mind. Okay, this is coming from hardware inventory because I don't have a prop being passed in for on sell and on buy. Okay, let's just pass those things in for right now. So on sell and on buy, we'll make them all just close the page. All right, that was silly. That was really silly. I should have realized that was happening. Okay, so now this should load, and we should be able to see the hardware inventory, and ideally everything would just look good. So let's try it out. We hit edit. Oh man, look at that. This is amazing. All right, so can we just drag things on here? Can I put lasers level 1? It just works. Okay, so this is like the miracle of React right now, or I guess really anything where you make components and you just put them wherever you want. What's nice is all I did was drop in a hardware inventory component. I didn't have to write new functions. I didn't have to like lay things out or anything. It just works basically. A lot of this is going to have to change because there are certain things that don't make sense in a game context. So like switching between owned and all, that's not a thing. You only ever look at the items that you own when you're here. And so buying and selling, also not a thing. But cool. Cool. So let's go fix up some of those things. So we're not going to pass in an on buy and we're not going to pass in an on sell. And that way, when we get over to here, create hardware inv item, this part, yeah, I guess this needs to be able to not take in an on buy item and an on sell item, right? This dot props dot on buy on sell. Yeah, so these should only show up should we even have these. So I could put this here. But this isn't a great way of doing things, and I recognize that, but it's a way of at least getting this thing to work for right now. So let's try this. So there's on buy, and here's on sell. Okay, there. So now those won't show up at all. And then what else didn't I want to show up? I guess these things, the owned and all, because you're not allowed to sell. Okay, well, let's just refresh and make sure I did that correctly at least. So we connect, we click one of these things, we click edit. And so now we don't have plus and minus buttons here. Those are gone. So that's good. That was step number 1. And honestly, you don't really care about how many of these things you have. Whoop. Oh, that's a bug in Interact. That's not my fault. Okay, you don't really care about how many of these you have in the game, but eventually you might, so we'll just leave it there. So now you can customize your hardware in the game. I guess something that's a little bit strange is that when you do this outside of a game, you're dragging from the right, and when you do it inside of a game, you're dragging from the left. We could always change that, of course, so I'm not like terribly concerned. But nice. So yeah, text selection's going crazy all over the place here. You can click items and see details. Yep, that works. You can scroll between these things. Yep, that works. Nice. And we just need to stop you from being able to change this filter up here. So let's go turn those off. In edit blueprint, we'll say allow purchasing maybe. The only reason you have to click all items is no, actually, you know what? Maybe okay, this is a little bit weird, but if you don't own an item and you still want to see what it does, it might be helpful to have this here in the game. So the majority of the time, you're not going to click all. The only reason you would is to find out what an item does that's not being used in the arena right now. Hey, Japanese Spidercraft. But I don't know. That's a flimsy use case. We should just hide this. Whatever. So edit blueprint. If purchasing is allowed, then we know that we want to show those. So where is the owned button? Radio group. Here it is. So we don't even want to show these buttons. This.props.onBuyItem, and so we're just going to tab all this in and then put this here. Okay, so now we're only going to, so we're not going to show these here. So if I refresh the page, those should be totally gone. Let's see. Yeah, they're gone. But if I refresh this page, they should still be there in, yeah, over here. So you can still see them here. They still work. But when you're actually in the game, they stop showing up. So perfect. That's it. That was way easier than I thought it would be. Which really means that getting the scripting UI should also not be so bad. I hope. You never know with these things. But hey, pretty cool. So the problem right now is that, so I'm modifying the first blueprint. I have artillery and landmines. There's no way to press update. I just never coded it. So when you close this UI or actually even do that, yeah, it just reverts to whatever it used to be. So if I do this, close it, and then open it again, it's gone. But hey, we got this working, so I'm pretty happy with that. Allow you to drag hardware onto the blueprint from your inventory. So let's go to gulplint. It worked. Nice. Okay, so we're not going to check that in. We're not going to check either of those things in. This we're going to check in. This we're going to check in. This we're going to check in. Yeah, that's all fine. And this code was super easy, really. Got rid of that. That I'm also going to check in. Yeah, nice. So how many lines of code actually changed here? We added 17, but removed 15. So 2, 4, and 12. So what, 18? Yeah, 18 lines of code to get this thing in. Nice. So the hardware inventory, I'll say your hardware inventory, now shows up while in the game and you're editing a blueprint. I like it better stated that way. Okay, so commit that. Okay, now Jason just finished pasting his message in, so let's go get that. Okay, so the third and final model I'll call the modal model. It's currently in use in my wireframes for the script. If instance model assumes, what's instance model? Oh, the first one. Okay, so if instance model assumes each edit is not saved by default, and document model assumes edits are saved for the game by default, modal model assumes edits are saved permanently. Any change to a script requires an explicit update or cancel in order to exit. Updating a script once now will update it everywhere, in all games across all bots permanently. Canceling will revert to last save. This would be rather absolute and destructive, except that we're mitigating the destructiveness by maintaining a limited version history. In essence, the update and restore functionality is moved into your versioning panel, where every set of recent changes you make becomes available as a restore, and promote this version becomes update. Yep. This structure reflects the reality that editing scripts is by nature more experimental and more complex than editing loadouts. Wait, this is just about scripts? Oh, I see. Would script versions be saved per game or per sessions or indefinitely? This should be a factor in your decisions. Well, my initial thought was that scripts and blueprints should use the same model for saving. I actually really like this setup for each. The fact that we're introducing versioning to scripts but not blueprints means we're already treating them as separate concepts. And on a meta level, I kind of like the fact that the logic of an updated script is instantly and permanently altered. It feels right to me on a meta level that in botland, changes by default temporary. Okay. So what Jason's saying here is, or at least the proposed model is, when you're updating a blueprint in the game, it's by default just going to work for that game. And the reason why this makes sense on a botland level is, I can X out of that, right? Yeah. The reason why this makes sense on a botland level is you have some loadout of, let's say, I don't know, let's just say you've got lasers 3 on your bot. Okay, great. Now, someone else deploys a bot into the arena with Reflect. And Reflect is a pretty direct counter to lasers. So you say, okay, I got to change this, but it's really only for this match that I'm changing this. I'm going to switch from lasers into melee. When you hit update, you probably only want that to take effect for this particular match. However, there are times when you made just overall mistakes, basically. So for example, here, melee is on its own. I don't have anything else in the other slots, and there's no reason for that. Like, if I just put any of this, like regen level 3, bam, my bot is now immediately better. I didn't have to do anything different other than just drag another piece of hardware here. Same thing if I wanted to maybe, I don't know, move a little faster, I could put thrusters here. So now I don't need to modify my script for these changes, but these are changes that I probably want to save across all of my games in the future. So I guess, you know what would probably make the most sense, at least I think, is if any changes you make, yeah, when you press update here, you're making them just for the context of the game. And then at the very end of the game is when you can go through these and finally update them in the account server. And this is what Jason was showing on this last panel here. When you're in the match review section where you can see, did you win, did you lose, like what did you get by that? Maybe you can still chat with players in here. I don't know if that's going to be possible. That you could still click your loadouts here. So this bar is what you see over here. You can still click your loadouts. And at this point, there'd be like a save to account server button. I think that can work. Now, that was for blueprints, because blueprints are going to be just, you know, these hardware loadouts, or sorry, that was for hardware loadouts, really. And maybe what script is associated with them. 2 buttons, update for game, update permanently. So I don't mind doing that. And yeah, that's what we could have at some point. But basically, it's like the default for saving a blueprint in a game is going to be just save it for the sake of the game. And then when you're done with the game and you go back to the screen and you're like, wait, what? I changed lasers and artillery. Well, you should have committed at the end of the game, but regardless, then just reconfigure what you had at the end of the last game. I had melee, I had regen, and I had thrusters. There, done. Like, it's probably not going to be that difficult. Now, this is the kind of thing where we will take user feedback, and if enough people tell us, Adam, I made a change, but I forgot to save it, and now I forgot what my hardware loadout was, and I lost it forever, oh my god, then, yeah, we can make things more obvious at the end. But that was for blueprints. When you modify your scripts are always going to save to the account server, because it's very likely that you're either fixing a bug, like what if you did something like this, for example? So remember, in Blockly, any red blocks you see immediately stop your script execution because they're terminators. So when you have this script, all this is ever going to do is move right. It'll never even hit the code down here. It just exits immediately. And you're like, oh, that was a bug. Let's get rid of that. Well, you probably want that to be updated for all of your future scripts as well because you just fixed a bug. And even if you didn't fix a bug, even if you added something like, okay, artillery and melee, let's go make a change here and put lasers as well. Like, this is not something that you probably want just for the sake of that one game. So we will probably update this even on the account server. Hey, Digite, that sounds good. Congrats. So, all right, we'll go with this model, I think. So let me write this down. At least let me make sure I totally understand this too. So model I'm currently using is really standard document save. Wait, hang on. It started yesterday, but don't they swap out the sales every day? So there's going to be different stuff on sale today? Which I should really write myself a note to check that out. Check out Steam sale. Oh, wait a second. No, I understand what he was talking about here. Play a few more A-star bots. A few minutes later, gameplays change again. I need more aggression. I added A by swapping out and later deploy. Now contains missiles and melee. Useful to me, but if I update, the original A will be overwritten. There are a lot of, I think, tough things to do here. Also, yeah, what does it mean when you delete a blueprint this way? Yeah, I think there are a bunch of questions with this. So questions 1, can I delete a blueprint while in a game? If it just deletes it for the sake of the game, then how would I, I'll say for the duration of the game, then how would I accommodate this scenario? Hey, Hudson. Yeah, EJ did tell me yesterday. So how would I accommodate this scenario? So 1, you're at the maximum number of scripts, of blueprints, whatever. So 2, you delete one, you delete the least useful one for this particular game. 3, you create a new one for this particular game. 4, at the end of the game, you want to persist the one that you'd created. Oops. So the account server will think you're at the max and will prevent it. Yeah, I think we'll get to this point probably after we've gotten bot deploys to work. Okay. So allow you to edit scripts from within a game. Let's do that next, and then allow you to deploy bots into the queue. And maybe something else I should write up here is like show the timer and scores for the game. Yeah, that's probably pretty important. And Digite, you'll have to look that up. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but you should look it up. Allow you to add scripts from within a game. Okay, so let's see. And getting all this stuff to allow for updating blueprints in a game, and then allow updating scripts in a game. Yeah. So at the very least, I want to get these 3 things done today. I think it's doable. And afterward, getting these 2 things done is very important, but possibly not doable today. We'll find out. So allow you to edit scripts from within a game. Let's go take a look at the UI. So UI starts off and you're looking at this. So you click this bot and now you can see your script. Of course, you have to go to edit blueprint to even change this. But now this button changes to the typical like a script edit button and a script library button. So let's see what I have right now when you do this. You click this, you click edit. And then where is it supposed to show up? Oh, beneath the hardware loadout. Oh, I never did that. Oh, so the hardware loadout doesn't span the entire... It doesn't span the entire section here. It's just down until where you've got this information. So we got to put name, we got to put an icon, and the script name. So name, icon, and script name. So bot name, script name, and then over here is icon. And that would not be 2 icons, I just did 1 icon. It's a big block. So allowing you to edit the script, first thing we need to do is, man, I don't, okay. So I gotta put this here. Let's go do that. In-game UI. We have the hardware loadout, and then at the bottom of this, we're going to put, let's put the bot icon maybe. And just see how this looks, and maybe next to it we can put, like this should all be in its own div really. So there's going to be an image, there's going to be bot name and script name. I got that backend working now thanks to your help. Now just getting the information to the user. What's this? Oh, nice. Top word add up. Top word count 389. By the way, that's the sum of 2 perfect squares. 10 and 17. Have you shared why Botland will launch later than previously thought? No, I haven't yet. And yeah, I guess there's no real reason why I can't share it. Because, I mean, this is going to take some effect. The business structure of Xtonomus is changing a little bit. So it's mostly Ian's role. I think he'll be changing more from like business partner to game designer. So that changes the kind of the scope of things that we can handle between now and beta and now and launch. So that's it. That's the big change. Yeah. Hey, Daviani. Also, it's starting to look like your plans now. What was that? Oh, hey, cool. Jack. So a bunch of people could see some guy with lights around his neck. Are you saying that the UI is starting to look? Oh, I said sum of 2 perfect squares. I was just saying if you add these 2 numbers together, you get 389, which is the number you had in the picture for me. That's it. Okay, so let's try this out. Now we should have some stuff down here. It'll probably be styled incorrectly, and we'll take a look at that. So we just click this. Yeah, all right. But what's nice is that these slots take up whatever space they can have. So when you have the page look like this, for example, they'll still look okay. All right, so bot name, script name. Yeah, I could lay this out correctly. I think that's probably a good idea. Math of what face? So what I'd want here is either, and hey, I'm Toxic, thanks for following. What I want here is either a flex box or just inline block on here, display inline block. But then these things also need display inline block, and that won't work. So I guess it's, we could, you know what we should do? We should really do this the same way that this page does it, because this stuff's all already over here. What did I use for this? Flex? Display block. Yeah, so this had, this was a flex box. All right, well, let's do the same thing over here then. And yeah, the GUI. How do you know that off the top of your head? I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna change this. Let's make it use a flex box. So fine, class name equals styles dot, what should we call this? Like the hardware loadout, in-game loadout footer. In-game loadout footer. I think that's pretty reasonable. Free money for playing their game. I wonder what happens if you try to buy that. Would it cost 0? Because, yeah, weird. Okay, so in-game loadout footer. Let's go over to here. There's the in-game footer, but this is slightly different from that. So we're going to say that this has display flex. Yeah, I think that's it. Let's just put that on there. Okay, so now we have display flex there. So the image itself on this page, is this inside of its own div or no? Yes, it is. And then these are also in their own div entirely, and then from there they're in their own divs. Yeah. Okay, fine. So div class name equals styles dot in-game loadout footer image. I could just make image tags that are direct descendants of this be there, but I'm gonna make explicit classes for now, despite that this may be a bad idea. And then over here we'll say div class name equals styles dot in-game loadout footer. We'll say like names or something here. I don't know. Names. Yeah, sure. Okay, so we have image and names. Both of these things need to have flex auto and something else. What is it? I don't know. That's probably fine for now. Let's take a look. So all I wanted to do is get the image to the left of both of these things, and I think I've accomplished that. Let's take a look. Yeah, that works. Okay, good. So bot name is not going to be editable here. When you click edit, sure, we could let you change it, I guess. In fact, did we do that? When you click edit. Okay, well, there's no reason we couldn't make this editable. But then, yeah, the script, we got to make that into a button. Man, it feels good to drink water. Yeah, so when you click the script, it's going to bring you to the in-game script loadout. We don't have... Wait, yes we do. There it is. All right, so let's see how we're going to get this to work. So this needs to be a button for right now. So here's what we'll do. Allow you to edit scripts within the game. So allow you to edit the assigned script at first. Hey, Skynet. So for that to work, we go back to ingame.js. We need to figure out what it is the script, what the script is that you already have assigned to that bot. And this is where things might get to be a little annoying with refactoring all of this. So set editing bot hardware. We've got that. Get selected bay. When you click edit, set editing bay hardware. Yeah. We need to set the script that you're using too. And that needs to happen in the same way as when you go from the blueprints page. AJ Magna. So basically, when you click edit blueprint, whatever happens there needs to happen here as well, I think. So blueprint.js, edit blueprint. Oh, this takes place in some like weird location. change to edit blueprint. Transition into edit page is making new bay. Yeah, so here's where we did all this. So set the name. All right, whatever. That's easy enough. Set is making new bay. This will always be false once you're in a game. So we could do that actually here. As soon as you're in the game, this now becomes false. There goes my mouse. All right. Set is making new bay false. So soon, hey, red is a tortoise. As soon as you're in a game, you can no longer. No, actually, yes, you can. Right? Can you? I don't know. All right, I'll just get rid of this for right now. We'll go to edit, change to edit mode. So do this and do that. Hello, Jingle Bell Adam. Is your mic quieter than usual, or is it just me? I think everything should be the same here. Does everyone else think it's roughly the same audio level? Because I didn't really move this. So set is making new bay false. What else do we have here? Set editing script. Yes, we need to get the script on the bay that you're editing. Which we probably do that as soon as you've clicked this. Yeah, what am I doing? Just as soon as you click this. So this one. So how do we get the script? I guess we get the script ID from here. You might not have a script assigned. So let script equal null. I guess we'll do this. Think it's the same? Okay. Why did I even do this? There's definitely a selected bay here, right? Yeah. All right. And then with the script, assuming it exists, like, can you create a script from within a game? I guess you could. Nothing's stopping you from doing that. Man. I think refactoring this out might be helpful then, huh? Transition and edit blueprint page is making new bay. Because the UI transitions work largely the same as they did. It's what happens when you click these update buttons that they might work differently. Create and then edit, so false. Get selected bay. Do we have a function for that? Yeah, we do. This pulls it from the workbench state, which we may not be able to do in this case. Get selected bay. Yeah, you might be able to pass that in. The whole reason for that was so that, yeah, I should comment that. The whole reason this can even take an override ID as a parameter. This is what, a number? Is because set state won't affect React Redux immediately. Yeah. All right, and this returns an object. I haven't used Scala, red as a tortoise, so I can't comment about that. Yeah, so I'm debating right now of how much of this to refactor out so that I don't have to keep typing the same code out over and over. And I'm not sure yet how I feel about this. I think everything that happens here is generic, so I think we should be able to pull this out. Okay, if I were to do that, let's see what this function would look like. So there's the original. Here's the one we're going to change. And then we need something here of like, hey, Charlie. Welcome back. How was your vacation? So this will be transitioned into edit blueprint page. So is making new bay. Sure, we have that. And that is used in here somewhere. So we can copy paste all of this and try to figure out what this is going to look like. So selected bay equals this dot get selected bay. I think we could change this. We could either pass in the selected bay or have it get pulled in automatically. So in here we would call this dot props dot route dot this. So we at least take in is making new bay. We can get rid of all of this stuff for right now. But we might want to pass in the selected bay. I'm not sure. Oh, nice. And yeah, sure, Ultralight. Feel free to ask. Because we have this get selected bay, which pulls it from the workbench state. And so if we don't specify that, yeah, that's what should happen here. And that should work totally fine, except for if we use get selected bay anywhere else, which we do. Yeah, we use it in 2 places here. So we could have this be its own function that's passed in. I think that's fine. And Ilya, thanks for hosting me. Have I followed your stream? I'll write myself a note. Follow Ilya if I haven't already. Let me check my... Yeah. It's 1H10M9S. Alright. Yeah, so anyone who's new to the stream here, I'll link this in. Hey Zilly, how's it going? Yeah, so that video talks about what Botlands is all about, which is what I'm making. And then what I'm working on today is, in particular, the in-game UI. So, oh, and actually get rid of this purple background. I don't know why I still have that. Where is it? Game hardware block. This. Just delete that. And delete this too. We don't need either of those things. So yeah, what we're working on is getting the in-game UI to look more like the PDF for the in-game UI. So part of this is, in Botland, you write scripts. You should be able to edit your script from within the game. You can currently edit it outside of a game. That's totally fine. So I have my code here. I could edit it as JavaScript if I want. Like, that all works. But then once you're in the game, there's no way to do that any longer. Aw, Zilly. Zilly, you seemed a bit, I don't know, dejected at the end of your stream yesterday. I felt bad, but I also can commiserate. I mean, I've had streams where I ended and I'm like, oh, progress wasn't what I thought it was. I was sort of passively watching yesterday. Australic says, I'm writing my code like this in server.js, but when I start getting more API calls, it will be one large file and it'll be very cluttered. I'd like to separate my different API calls into separate files and folders. Use modular exports. I wasn't able to get it working. So right now, let's take a look. So, yeah, you could do this. You could do this in a bunch of different ways, I think. Here's a very basic way of splitting this into different files, just to give you kind of a node way of doing this. So here's your main file now, like server.js, right? So what you could do is something like this. You could have your new server.js, and let's just copy this function into it. So this specifies just your route, and then here you could say something like list users. So now we could say list users equals require dot slash list users, and then list users dot JS would look like this. Module.exports equals list users. So this is a really simple way of doing this. The problem here is that you'll probably want to use, for example, DB. So you could do this in any number of ways. You could pass this in here. So you could do something like list users dot bind null comma db, and then over here you can just have db be the first parameter, and there, now you're good. Like, you could make a class that has these functions and you pass it in. You could pass in a server class or whatever you want. So I'll put this online so you can take a look. As far as what pattern to use there, it's kind of up to you, but this will at least teach you the Node way of exporting and how you'd end up using it. And this should work. Now, what this will end up doing is it'll give you a server.js that looks like basically just what my function is here. So I have like get accounts goes to find account. The post accounts goes to activate account. Delete password goes to forgot password. But I happen to have all these things defined in the same file. So I want to split these things up too at some point. I would probably end up doing that. Then, of course, everywhere that you see the word this in any of these functions, it's like, okay, well, that's going to need the database wrapper and also validate bot name and get BL info and whatever else. So you could split things up that way. What I think is a little unusual about JavaScript, or at least for me, and maybe there's a better way to structure this, but imagine you had some gigantic class. So class, gigantic class, and there's a whole bunch of functions in here. So util function 1, util function 2, 3, and so forth. So you have util function n at the end there. So what you could do, and then you've got some like, real function, like this dot util function 1. It calls this plus this dot util function 2. And what I think is a little bit weird is if you kind of just took all of these things and split them out in their own file, but still as part of this class. I don't like having classes span multiple files. But then again, to split them up differently would mean to modularize this entire class. It could be difficult. Classes, etc. Oh, that's totally fine. You don't necessarily need classes to do any of this stuff. Plus, classes in ES6 are nothing different from just prototypal inheritance in ES5. So while you would type class in this, you could also have just done the same thing by doing this. Class, or function gigantic class, whatever. This is the constructor now. And then gigantic class dot prototype dot util function equals function. This is now util function 1. So it's no different from vanilla JS in this case, at least. And it's not supported by every browser yet. It's supported by Node at the very least. So yeah, if you open up a new, well, first of all, I'm on version 6.2.0, but I think this was added in 5 point something. But if you open up Node and you type class foo, it totally exists. There you go. There's your class. And you should be able to test that on your own machine right now. For how long has that term syntactical sugar been used? A pretty long time, I think. It didn't start with JavaScript, that's for sure. Anyway, what was I even doing here? So, yeah, get selected bay. This is something that pulls from the workbench state, except in the case of here, where we could potentially take this in. And why do we even do this? Because in the one place we use this is right here, because we're changing the selected bay. So I guess you could either pass in a bay ID or you could pass in the selected bay yourself. No, passing in the ID I think is better. So yeah, we'd make a get selected bay function. Or get bay by ID. If no ID is specified, gets the selected bay. Yeah, I think that's much better. So we could just say this is, wait. Yeah, this'll probably work. The ID. This needs to change. Workbench state. Subprops have workbench state. Selected bay equals selected bay ID. Or let me think about this. This. This is what we need to check essentially. So this is going to change into this, I think. Okay, so if that exists, then return it. Otherwise, return null. Yeah, nice, Etrelli. Good. Cool. Okay. So no ID is specified. Get the selected bay. All right, so here we have get selected bay. Cool. I guess that's fine. We could potentially take in the bay ID though that we want to get. Transition and edit blueprint. Yeah, so you could take this in. This would be like optional bay ID. All right, so workbench state. Hardware string equals is making new bay. Select a bay dot hardware. Looks good. So this has to correspond to something. Then script equals null. If not, making new one. Set bot config name selected bay. That's fine. This is fine. This is fine. Making new bay. That's fine. 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 And then here's where things get to be a little bit different. No prompt start out. Set editing script to new script. No. It's here that things get to be a little bit different. There. Perfect. Okay. So then this part has to go into here, and then this function is now dead simple. So we've extracted all of the complexity of that function into something that I can make common to more than one route. So now it's just a matter of doing things and then testing it all out. Hey, Mr. Cheap, how's it going? So let's run another giveaway. 2 giveaways. Okay, there. Nice. If I just do var new user equals require, that's it. I don't need to call it from the server file. No, you do. So, like, the way that requires in Node should work is that any requirements you have for this particular file, you put in this particular file. So let's say main.js is your entry point of the program, entry point of entire program. So you can't just say something like const, dep1 equals require dep1, const dep2 equals require dep2, and so on and so forth, unless they're needed by main. And then in server, use dep1 as though it exists. Bad practice. I don't even know if this is possible, to be honest. So if server relies on dep1, then you should explicitly state that you need that as a dependency. So you just take this down to here, and this is like best practice and probably also necessary just to use this thing. So yeah, in your server.js you would put that. Vloxen says, does anyone know if there's a way to have multiple files side by side open in this? Yeah, view layout columns. I have a shortcut set up for that, and then I can move things between these if I wanted to, but I don't ever end up really doing this. The other way you could do this, Vloxen, if you wanted to, is you could just always make 2 new windows and just drag a tab into its own window. And there, now you can have them side by side in different windows. There's one other thing I'll tell you briefly here. This is probably overkill, but you can always go to File and click New View into File. So now you have 2 views of the same file. When I go and modify one of these, it'll edit both of them at the same time. And that's kind of helpful if you're like, okay, I want this function to be at the bottom of the file, but I want to only take the parts that are meaningful. So I'm going to go take like, super props into here, and then that way you can see 2 in the same file, like I said. So now if I scroll down to here, we see that line of code I just changed. Do you use a linter? Yeah, I do. And which style guide do you recommend for JS? I could never recommend a style guide because the very word style is such that it should be kind of custom to you, right? So pick what you like best. Hey, Void Dreamer. How's it going? You still as busy as you were? Okay, let's get both of these functions into setup React. The one entity surrounded by mystery. Okay. So what does this really do? Transition into edit blueprint page. I think, so rename this function is what I'll say here for now. Adam has his bling, yeah. What do you think about Airbnb? So I'm fine with basically any of the style guides. I mostly just mutate whatever it is that I'm using to be something sort of like what I want. So I don't know if I follow one exactly. But I do have a linter set up at least. I don't see it getting any slower in the next few months. Oh man. That's crazy. Well, welcome back for now, Void Dreamer. So get selected bay is now just this, get bay by ID. But it's pulling from Redux. So this pulls from Redux, which means we need the Redux store. I don't even have that information here. And we also need, yeah, we're just going to need the Redux store basically, because that's how we can dispatch and fetch the state if we want. And this is going to need it too. Oh well, let's put that stuff there then. Okay, so get bay by ID, so we're going to have to pass that in. Good. Workbench state, this is not how this works at all. So now we need to do this dot get state dot workbench reducer, I think. Okay, cool. So that's all fine. So basically anywhere that we see this dot bound actions, this is going to have to change too. So we can just copy all of this stuff and instead change it to redux store dot dispatch that, and then this one is now incorrect. How did I just change this? This, right? No. This. No. So darn it. I forgot what I was doing. Okay, yeah, this. This needs to go down to here. Then anything that I just dispatched, we now need to take, whoops, that was wrong. We now need to take all of these and make sure that they're included up here. So let's do this, and then we'll use a nice feature of Sublime. Check this out. So we can take all of these lines and go to edit, permute, unique. And that way we only have the ones that are unique here. So there are no duplicates. DevOps continues? No, so it's UI. Do you Redux? Yeah, I do. All right, good. So next up, util. Do we have util? No, we don't. Okay, so let's go get util. So const util equals require botland util. All right, what else do we have? This dot props dot route. This does not even exist. Set editing script to new script. This is its own function that I have right here actually. So we can call just this way and say Redux store. All right, there we go. That's pretty good, right? I think. I don't know. All right, and then get bay from ID. So this dot props dot workbench state, we can't do that anymore. We got to do this. There. How long have you been working on UI? Since the beginning of June mostly. So this will mark the 3rd completed week of UI. And I can show it to you in a sec. This is probably going to take about another 5 or 10 minutes of refactoring before I can run the code again. So I'm going to finish this up. So this is now needed and this is now needed. So we need both of these functions. And the way that we're going to do this is by, let's do it this way. We'll say this dot bind null comma redux store. Is it called redux store? Yes. Okay, good. Okay, so we need to pass these into 2 different locations. One is the blueprints page where we have get selected bay and we also have transition and edit blueprint page. And in fact, that's actually all we're going to do at first so that we can test that out and make sure it's fully working and then move on. So we've got both of these functions, get bay by ID and transition into edit blueprints page. So let's go test this. So this was currently calling into these pages. This is going to have to change slightly, but not much. All we have to do is this. Done. Okay, so now we can delete all of this code, I think. So that's good. And then we have get selected bay is called from here. This is going to be this dot props dot route dot get selected bay. And now we can get rid of this function. So that is the power of refactoring, because now when we go to use this code in the other class, this should hopefully work. But let's test the first one and make sure that we're not going too far down a rabbit hole that's just going to break in the end. So we connected to Atom 2 and it broke. Okay, so that's why we tested this. What went wrong? Get selected bay is not a function. I beg to differ code. Oh, it's called get bay by ID. I don't beg to differ code. Get selected bay is now get bay by ID. Okay, so connect. It's still broken, but that's okay. We got one step closer, right? Get bay by ID is not a function. Okay, now I do beg to differ. Get bay by ID. Yeah. Oh, this is edit blueprint. I meant to put it in the blueprint page. Whoops, both of these are wrong. Okay, connect. Oh, cool. Okay, so let's try it out. So now if we hit edit over here, this should all work the way it did before. Looks like it. And if we click new, I think it works. Okay, not bad. Nice. Oh, that's not my fault. That's just the Interact.js. All right, cool. So let's put this now into the in-game UI. Although, how are we going to get into this? We need to make this into a button? No, we don't. No, we don't. We need to do this in here. Game UI, which means we need to pass this in here. So these two. And this goes into the game UI. Okay, so get bay by ID is going to be replaced. We only have this one. So this dot props dot route dot get bay by ID bay ID. Cool. And we can put this here. I'm gonna need to clean up all this code. Let's just comment all this out for right now. Okay, so back to this. Get selected bay can be just totally removed. And now here's where I left off. Let's go into this, and then this, and is making new bay. This is going to be an in-game, and we go to edit the hardware. Right here, all this stuff is what's going to be totally different. So we're just going to say is making new bay is false, and the bay ID that we have is the selected one, but it's not. Can we do this? Is making new bay optional bay ID? Yeah. All right, yeah, let's try this out. Okay, so then once we've done this, how do we get the script name? Oh. Do I want to do this? Edit blueprint.js. There's a script name here. Where does this come from? It comes from the footer. Create script on edit script, update, editing script. Editing script, here it is. Workbench state.editing script. So we'll have this information. So in game we need to put this there. So edit blueprint. Hey Sintonic, how you doing? Script name. Done. Oh, except for this. Create new script. It's probably going to be pretty important. But if you're at the max, yeah, we want to disable that. Okay, we'll want to refactor that out too. Let's just not worry about that for right now. Let's just get the script name and try that. So now we have script name. This .props.editing script, that can't be correct. Oh, it's not correct. Okay. That's this. Okay, so the script name would then go right here. And yeah, Void Dreamer, at some point you might be able to make them. Did I show you the art thing? This whole combined bot pieces? Is this broken now? Oh man. It looks like it is broken, which means someone might have changed Dropbox. Or my script just crashed. Server responded with a status of 404. Static assets placeholder, that's totally wrong. What? I haven't touched this code in forever. How did this just break? Oh man. That's too bad. Hard to program when it's nice outside. Yeah. We'll just go outside and don't program. So let's try this. I'm gonna, whoops. Man, come on. Connect as Atom. Okay, so check it out. We got this code in here. I don't know why I got rid of a background color here. We want a background color. We just don't want it to be purple. Also, it looks like it's slightly transparent. So let's try to get this approximate color. I know it's going to be a little bit screwed up, but 30, 93, 148. So let's go take that. So wherever I got rid of purple, we got to go change that. Where is that? Was it in here? Yeah, there it was. Background color, RGB 30, 93, 148. Yeah, so it's this blue color. It's, I don't know, we'll figure out if that's good or not. But yeah, I realize it's unreadable there. Hey, Dirk. I haven't seen you in a while either. So we connect. We now have a background color behind this. So the script names are accurately reflected now. So this says JS code. This one says unnamed. And apparently all of these are unnamed, actually. Okay, well, I'm not very creative with my names, apparently. Okay, so now we got to make that into a button. And that button needs to be... it needs to bring you to the edit page. But there also needs to be the create new script way of doing things. So this code, I think, should not have to exist here. Is there chat in Botland? Yeah, you can. Yeah, so that's this dialogue right here. Clicking that doesn't work in the PDF. Yeah. So chat's already been coded, thankfully. I just haven't hooked it up to the UI. So it's right here. Testaroni. This is what it looks like in the current UI. In the new UI, it's going to look a little bit different, but yeah, it'll be there. Okay, so JS code, like I said, needs to be a button, and we don't want to have to come up with this script name more than once. Disable creation button. Like what we could do, wait a second, why does this even hook up to the, yeah, okay, what we could do here is pass in all this information. On edit script. Oh, it's a props thing. Why do we even get the script ID then? Oh, if it doesn't exist. Okay, fine. This should just be passed into us, I think. Yeah, we should just get a name and we should get whether this ID is defined. Why are all the Motormouth mods not Jibber Jabby? Alright, also, no one else is going to change the lights on these. I'm going to change them. Let's go with red. There. Nice. Aspiraboo. Thanks for following. Your name reminds me of a very old game, Dragon Warrior Monsters. This was like a knockoff Pokemon. What was the name of the main character? Why would I even be reminded of this? Not main character, there was a monster in this. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I'd find it on this page. Or what the connection is to your username that made me think of this. Okay. Well, thanks for following. Welcome to the channel. Okay, so what I'm considering right now is replacing all of this code. Because of the flashbacks. So what if I instead just had this dot props dot script button text? Well, script button text, I guess, because this could say create name or not. So there would be that. And then what if I also had a this dot props dot is script creation allowed? Yeah, I think that's better because script ID is otherwise unused. Script name is just for the sake of this, and is creation allowed? Yeah, I think we should do this. This would make a whole lot more sense, which means it's something at a much higher level needs to come up with what this is. So props editing script. So what passes this in? It's edit blueprint. An angry perm. Thank you too for following. So yeah, edit blueprint would pass it into the footer in this case. Then the footer would just display it. Okay, so let's do this. This is a really cheap way of doing this. We can just say this dot props dot script button text. What was the other one? Is script creation allowed? Not this dot props dot is script creation allowed. So if it's not allowed, then we do want it disabled. Yeah, so that makes sense. Okay. All right, cool. And by the way, new followers, you'll get a whisper from BotLad. You can use that whisper. There's a link in it. You can control these lights that I'm wearing. That's why I'm wearing lights. What specialization did you go for in college? So I don't know if we had specializations. I don't know. I took a bunch of different classes. I don't know if I took a lot of one of the kind of class. So I took like a graphics class, I took a networking class, an AI class, an operating systems one. Yeah. But I don't think I did enough of any of them to have it count as a concentration is what I think they were called. Frogger says, hold on, we can control the lights. Yeah. So whoever you see doing that right now is, let's see. Yeah, that's an angry perm right now. So you can see color lights orange, max brightness, color lights pink. What was the main thing oh, that was computer science. Yeah. Maybe that's what you were asking. Computer science is what I majored in. And I might have had a minor. I think I did. I'm pretty sure I minored in Arabic, which is weird because I don't consider myself to really know Arabic now. And Jay Bloodthorn, thanks for following. Okay, so now we have this here. We need to pass these into here. So like I said, the cheapo way of doing this is by just putting all of this. And we can say that this is called the same thing as this was, which is script button text. So we put that there, and then is script creation allowed is originally going to be true, and here we can set it to false if you're at the maximum. So now we just pass these things in, and it should be dead simple. So in edit footer, we say this equals this, and this equals, whoops, I copy pasted the wrong thing. Hey Fade. Nice chains, man. You also had to learn about hardware, also a bunch of math and physics, right? Yes. So there was a computer architecture class for hardware, and math and physics was calculus, linear algebra, and physics was actually optional. You could either take biology, chemistry, or physics. I think I ended up taking chemistry, and I think it's because I didn't care about any of them, and chemistry was the easiest. And when I say didn't care, I meant like it wasn't a main thing for me. Not that I think the fields are bunk or something like that. Okay, so I tested the wrong thing right now. I got to test it over here. So when we connect this to Atom 2, so first of all, when we go to Edit Blueprint, this button is grayed out and shouldn't be. Oh, wait, yes, it should be. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, wow. Okay. But unfortunately, the rest of this is totally broken. That is questionable. Yeah, no errors there. Would you need to be good at math to go to university? I can't tell if this is a joke question or not at this point, but no, you don't have to be. envision that. I trust you not to be a huge troll. Depends on the university, doesn't it? Well, it depends on the university, depends on the major, depends on what you consider to be bad at math. I mean, some people are like, they just say that they're bad at math, but then when it comes down to the class, they do fine. And I think there's some stigma around being good at math and science. You don't typically see that in this channel because you're watching someone program. You're watching someone wear pink and orange lights on their neck. Okay, so what's wrong here? This dot props dot editing script. That's what's wrong. This is never defined because it's not this way. Actually, what's going on here? Edit blueprint footer. Does it even use editing script? It doesn't. So we can stop passing this in, and then editing script can change to this. Yeah. Okay. Let's try that out now. Okay, so now we have an empty script here that we can go into and change this. So I'll call this Blockly because it's clearly not empty. And now if I want to delete the unnamed script, let's try that out. So I delete this, and now we can create a new script here. And we can click it from either one of these places. So I can go to new script here, we can cancel out of that, or I can click new script here, and we can cancel out of that. Okay, so that's totally working. We're happy with that. And yeah, what EJ said is correct. So where I had come from, my high school did AP classes, and depending on your score from that was essentially your placement test. And I think AP classes are like you get a 1 to a 5, and I don't remember which one's best, 1 or 5. But if you got the sort of average or the lower two numbers, then you were placed in the first math class, and like a 4 got you into the second one, and a 5 might have gotten you into the third one. I don't know. Okay, so this is good, but all I've done is move this one class up the hierarchy. I want to move it one class up again. That way it's mostly generic here. And Kukuriku it is for now. Like I said, ever since moving, I wanted you guys to be able to see the lights that you're controlling. So I think wearing them makes them the most upfront. If I find a better layout for these, I won't have to wear them anymore. Till then, like I said, just clowning around. So how do we move this up one more level? Well, we have workbench state for editing script. I guess we could put get script name. Not necessary. Get script button text. Let me think about this. So we have this code. Let's just get rid of all of that. So we have this code. I could say something like this.props.route.get script button text for the script that you're editing at the time. And this.props.route. Is at max script, or is script creation allowed? We could just use those two things. It would work totally fine. Yeah. Gotta blow out the camera as much as possible, right? Yeah. The thing is, if I wasn't using this camera, this particular one, and I instead used this one, then it wouldn't throw off the white balance so much. But the camera that you do see for my face cam is an older one, and the white balancing is much worse. So when you do change the lights, it's more obvious. It's so bright you should wear sunglasses. Whoops. Wait, what? What did I call it? Is it programmer? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay, let's make these two functions now. So we're going to put these up into setup React. Okay, so we'll say function. What does your new setup look like? I mean, the setup itself is largely the same as what it was at the last place. If you're talking about desk setup and everything. I have my standing desk, I've got my 2 monitors, 2 cameras on the monitors, a microphone in between, and then everything else you can see, of course, my keyboard, my mouse. Is that a legit page? No, I'm pretty sure EJ just did inspect element. I really hope he didn't go update Urban Dictionary to include a picture of me. I, I think that would be crossing many lines. Although I probably wouldn't have it taken down. Okay, so we're going to copy paste all this stuff out of here. I'm going to put this into setup React. So function, what do I call these things? Get script button text, and then is script creation allowed? Get script button text is not worth, oh yes it is. Function, all right, so we got to pass in Redux store into both of these things. Function is script creation allowed. So we can paste this in here. So get script button text is going to be this. At max scripts is going to be here. If at max scripts, so we just return whether or not you're, so it's allowed when you're not at the maximum number of scripts. So this is a pretty simple function. This one in particular is script creation allowed equals this Redux store. And then if it's not allowed, wait, we don't care about this. What am I doing? Yeah, this doesn't matter. Just get rid of this. Nice. Okay, not bad. And we don't have Lodash here, do we? No, we don't. So let's go get Lodash. Oh man. That day when I was wearing I showed my wife the VOD afterward. I found the part where I put on sunglasses and then everybody's reaction in chat to it. She got a kick out of it. I wore them for, I think, what, 14 minutes? So get script button text. Yeah, so all this stuff is fine except for this right here. This needs to be pulled from the workbench state, which we might as well just get by doing this. So now we have workbench state. Let's get rid of this .props.workbench state. And we need this here too. That's it. We don't dispatch any actions, so this should be fine. So now we pass both of these things in. Let's paste them. And we're going to do this. This .bind null Redux store. These need to be passed into both the blueprints page. No, the edit blueprint page. Yeah, the edit blueprint page. So let's go put them there. Edit blueprint here. Okay, cool. And the in-game page. Okay. Next, edit blueprint needs to use that. So where we have this is script creation allowed, and this turns into this .props.route. Get? What is this? They're functions now. Where did the functions go? Yeah, they're just two functions. So we just call the functions, and we're done. Nice. Hey, Norman. And I just realized it was you who made that hack video. I always thought it was just some funny YouTube video. Oh man, that's too funny. Well, I guess part of what's funny is, no, I recorded it with a different microphone. I would have said, wouldn't I sound exactly the same in that video as I do here? But it was a slightly different mic, so I could sound different. You know, one day at my last job, it was April Fool's Day, and I recorded. So I worked at a game company. I'm not going to share about like what the company was or anything, but I made a video. It was just supposed to be an April Fool's joke, but I uploaded it to my own personal channel as an unlisted video, and everyone in the company who saw it, instead of being like, "Oh, ha, funny joke," they said, "We could tell it was you, Adam." I'm like, I wasn't trying to hide that fact. That's why I uploaded it to my personal channel. The point was the joke. So nobody commented on the joke. They all just said we knew it was you, and I thought, "What's this? I don't care if you know it's me." So with the hack video, like the joke isn't whether or not you know it's someone who knows what they're talking about. Hey, Pro Sam. Also, I spent like 2 hours on an April Fool's joke. I have a history of spending way too long on April Fool's jokes, apparently. And Boatland. Alright, so in the in-game one, we have script name here. This is no longer going to show up from this. we're going to just put this stuff here. In fact, I probably should have made these be their own thing, huh? Red as a tortoise. Yeah, and then I quit. That showed them. Man, those puns, I was coming up with them for like a week so that I could put as many as possible in that video. What are we looking at here? Are you talking about UI wise? Okay, so script, button, text, and then whether or not it's allowed to be edited. You gotta put that there. April Fools, that's a lie, it's a product. Yeah, I don't think so. Okay, so script, button, text. Is script creation allowed? So this should be a button at some point. I guess we can just do this. On click, it's got to do something. Have you all heard the news? Yeah, I'm sure everybody's heard the news on the internet by this point, but you can still share it if you want. So this goes into in-game. This is going to be a button now, which means it doesn't really need to be its own div. So is script creation allowed? And then this dot props dot on edit script. This doesn't exist. I gotta make this dot bind this. Yeah, and the bot name also needs to be pulled in at some point to do add bot name here. Oh, why is there so much HTML and JS? Oh, this is React. So this is a UI component that is reusable. So this is JSX that you see here, which is me defining HTML inside of JavaScript essentially. It's actually pretty nice to work with. So on edit script, we're gonna put this here. We're just gonna say window.alert never coded this. And we're gonna test this out because I possibly broke something. So first let's go try this. So edit, I broke this. This dot props dot route edit blueprint script button text. Oh, fine. I probably renamed it to get script button text or something like that. Yeah, I did. Okay, so script button text. No problem, Mr. Cheap. Yeah, this should have been get script button text, and that means that this one should have been too. No, Kukuraku, Boatland is not going to be a product. That was 100% an April Fool's Day joke. You will, no, yeah, it's not going to be a product. Okay, so this is broken. This button is showing nothing on it, and I don't know why. So let's go into edit blueprint. Get script button text. What is this returning? Get script button text. Oh, it never returned anything. Oh, return script button text. Yeah, that's pretty important. Okay, that's working now. And if you're at the maximum, so if we make a new script and we just save this, at max, create. Oh, that's broken now. Drat. What did this used to have here? You can tell by that's the issue. Okay. So is script creation allowed is only, it's really, is this button supposed to be disabled? Yeah, this isn't really whether it's allowed or not. It's if you don't have a script selected and you're at the maximum. So return, so it's allowed if you have a script or you're not at the max. Wait, no, darn it. What is this? Or you're not at the max? I can't come up with what this is. So you can do it if there's a script ID, yeah. Or if you're not at the max. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, good. So, or not at max scripts. All right, so then this is not, is script creation allowed? This is like, can you click the button? Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to put for this. Let's go back at the find results and take a look. Where does this exist? Props. Yeah, good. Okay. Yeah, all this is fine. So we're just going to rename this all over the code base to is script edit enabled? I don't know. Whatever. Let's just do that. All right, let me close out of a million of these things that I have open. There. All right, let's try that out now. So now that I'm at the maximum number of scripts, that button should be, oh man, I already broke this. Workbench state. This. There. Kappa land. $1 million idea. Alright, so at max. Yeah, cool. So this is working. So if I go make a new blueprint, this is disabled. Great. If I delete a script, delete, then now it's enabled. Good. Okay, so that's all working. Now we go into the in-game UI, and we should see basically the same thing. So JS code is not enabled. Great, that's broken. But why? Why you do this? Go to ingame.js. And whether or not this is enabled comes from here. What is going on? Okay, I guess we need to break into the code here. Okay, so script button text, I don't really care what that is. But then this is going to be false somehow. How is it false? This is null. What? How did... Crowport, I can't help you there. Sorry. When you select a blueprint, we call this the Bay ID. How does this work then? Transition into edit blueprint page. Here, script.id. This apparently doesn't exist. Yeah, right here. This is broken. Okay, let's put a breakpoint there. So we can close out of that. What we care about is setup React transition right here. So when I click a new one of these, this should get hit. Okay, it does. And now the script ID should be set. How is it not? So not making a new bay. So get the script ID 7. Script ID 7 exists. And in there its ID is set. Yes, all of that's correct. Set editing script to new script. Otherwise dispatch set editing script. And this is set to 7, correct? Hello, is this correct? Yes, 7. What? So then I go into this and is this enabled? This is somehow not set to 7. No, it's set to 7 now. What? What happened? So now this is editable? No. Okay. I traced that through everything and somehow came to the wrong conclusion there. Let's try that again. Yeah, script ID is 7. So is script edit enabled? Return util.exist script ID. So this is going to return true, right? There's nothing else this can return. True. Okay. Do I just not use this again? April Antil, yeah, sure. There you go. Is script edit enabled? Oh, whoops, this should have just been a not. Oh, man. Okay, so this was working the whole time. At least I hope it was working the whole time. It is possible that it's broken still. Let's just mute the breakpoints for now and go take a look. Yeah, it is broken. Darn it. I know what's going on. Also, these all say create new script on them. This one has unnamed though. So what's happening? Wait, no, that time it worked. What? I refresh the page, I hit connect, I click one of these things. Is that enabled? It is enabled. Oh, maybe I just thought that was disabled that whole time. No, it's definitely enabled. Yeah. Okay, so then there is no problem here. All right, so if I go to click this button, I don't know what's going to happen. Oh yeah, I never coded this. That's what's going to happen. All right, I think we should check in what I did so far and then make it so that you can edit scripts. Allow you to choose scripts with the script library dropdown. At some point, I need to hook all of this up. Debugging with Atom. Yeah, well, if I look at this, it looks disabled to me right now. But I guess the only real difference between disabled and not disabled is that the text color is a little bit lighter. It's gray when it's disabled. And it's just hard for me to see that. Crowport. Here's what I see from Crowport. Hi, and then there was a question here. And then 1101, Crowport. Wait, lights. I didn't notice this in the last 5 minutes. Then Bobo, thanks for hosting me. So Crowport, I don't necessarily host raves, but when I do have people over and I'm like, oh, let me change the lights, people get annoyed pretty quickly. They're like, I can't see anyone in blue light, Adam. And I say, but I spent so much money on these bulbs. I just want to get the value out of them. They don't care. They're not sympathetic. Okay. Why is this taking so long? 8 seconds. Underscore is defined but never used. Util is defined but never used. Cool. All right. So everything's linting. We just need to clean up the code. This shouldn't take too terribly long. Although after that, I definitely need to get more water. I've been thirsty for like half an hour now, just staring at my water cup. What a cruel boss I have. All right, read, render. So I think this was good. We took a lot of the logic here outside of these components, because really the UI shouldn't have to know about this. It should just do what it's told to do. But it's a lot of boilerplate to do that, so I usually just make it one way and then refactor it later. This stuff's fine. In fact, one of the things I'm gonna do, I just gotta remember to change this. Let's see, transition into edit. Yeah, fine. I should rename that on it. I've never coded this. Okay, good. So yeah, that's the part that I think I want to change. No, I don't care. Quit programming, host rave parties. I don't know if there's a lot of money to be made in that. Not like I'm just in programming for the money, but I need to subsist. I think this is fine. Do add bot name here. Yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, looks good, looks good, looks good. I need to comment all of setup React. So that's the part that I need to go through and look at. These things are all fine. That's fine, and that's fine. So let's go comment setup React. Okay. So let's start with this. So rename this function. What does this actually do? This sets the editing script that you have and also prepare editing blueprint maybe? Let me think of this. Prepare editing blueprint. What else would it do? Like set blueprint details. I think that's pretty good. Set blueprint details. Yeah, I like that. Let's go with that one. So where is this used in the code base? Okay. That one doesn't need to be renamed. We can rename this one though. So there. Then this too. Set blueprint details. Okay, good. Then of course this one. Okay, good. Then this one. Alright, and this one. Okay, I think we're good. Nice workflow you got. Thanks. Always good to get positive feedback. Really always good to get any feedback. If someone dislikes what I'm doing somewhere or thinks I could do it better, you should let me know that too. Of course, I give the same disclaimer I give anywhere else, which is that I might not change things based on it, but it's still sometimes good to know. So updates, what does this do? Bot config name, I don't know how to say this in a great way, but updates the details needed when you edit a blueprint. And I'll just say e.g. the name of the blueprint, the script details associated with the blueprint, etc. So this should be called so that when you transition into an edit view, all of the information will have already been set. So this is the store. What have I been writing for this? I guess just store. Is making new bay is a boolean. I don't know why it capitalizes these things. So is making new bay. If true, you're creating a bay instead of editing an existing one. An optional bay ID is number. So if undefined, you will set the blueprint details to reflect the selected bay, which is pulled from workbench reducers state. Yeah, Atom is a text editor. It's probably what I'd switch to after Sublime. But I haven't given it another shot since the first time I tried it. So get script button text. So blueprints have scripts assigned. Blueprints can have scripts assigned, and when they do, the text of the button to edit them will just be the name of the blueprint. However, when they don't have a script assigned, what are we going to give it? Create new script. We'll have some default text returned by this function. Okay, so the reason editing script isn't always defined is because of how React Redux works. Alright, I don't really care about that. Yeah, I don't think I care about this. Okay, cool. So this is related to get script button text. If you don't have a script and you're at the maximum number of scripts, then the button should be disabled so that you can't create a new one. We don't allow writing the word we in comments. What do you guys do instead? I've always done that. You just say, like, what would this comment say at your code or at your company? Would you just say like differentiate between unnamed scripts and non-existent scripts? Or would you say just need to? Do you cut out the pronoun or? Yeah, I'm just curious how you'd write your function or your comments otherwise. I just think it makes it nicer to write it as an English sentence as opposed to terse code comment. All right, this is related to this. Then the abundance results. Yeah, okay. So store, and it's of course a boolean. I need an in-app code or markdown editor to use Ace or CodeMirror. I'm using CodeMirror. What's nice about CodeMirror, they've done a lot of interesting work. I was just showing a friend this last night, actually. So if you go to their key bindings thing, they actually let you use multiple cursors here, I'm pretty sure. Wait, do they have that? Upcase at cursor. But anyway, if you look at this stuff like scroll line down, scroll line up, you can actually move lines around. Select next to currency. Yeah, so I can have multiple cursors here and modify all of them at once in a web editor. Like, I think that's pretty impressive. Ace might do the exact same thing, I don't know, but I think CodeMirror has been pretty good. So yeah. The implementation of join lines. Yeah, it seems to work. It's crazy. I would not ever want to make something like this. Because if you look at any individual element here, the way that syntax highlighting works, which isn't very different from a regular text editor actually, is that you put some theme around each token. So you need to parse whatever syntax they have here and then apply a class to all of these. There's like millions and millions of spans. It's just crazy. And I wouldn't want to do that. So I'm glad that there are libraries that exist for this. Alright, so this pulls from our Redux store. Whoops. So gets a bay by its ID. If undefined, this will get the selected bay. Okay. Wait, what's this? Yeah, okay, fine. Like if I want to write, we need to know which object has the correct ID, it would be something like find which object. Yeah, that's fine. You make it more imperative. What are you making? I'm making a game called Botland, which I shall link in when I'm done stretching. Okay. And what I'm working on today is the UI for the game, which actually, now that I think about this, one of the other things I'm going to need to change here is the comment around maybe this function. Where is it? Set blueprint details. Yeah, here. So that the state of the edit blueprint page doesn't get overwritten every time you transition back to it. We'll set the state in Redux here. Okay, fine. All right, so let's take a look. Is this working? So I connect, I'm in a game, I can click this, it doesn't do anything, but I can't click create new script. That doesn't work. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, so we're getting this UI one step closer to being totally functional. Oh, yeah, it's Azula Turk. And Goggles, thanks for following. Okay, so we can check this in. Let's just lint it one more time. Did anybody see that you can change color of links on Botland? This is not over. Alright, so let's see what we did here. Refactored. Oh, let me look through the code actually, because I might not have just done this. Although I think I did. Yeah. Refactored a bunch of code from blueprints and edit blueprints so that the in-game page could use it too. This is mostly around, I think it's around scripts. Wait, that's Azula Turk, you weren't already following me? Huh. Well, thank you. You've been in the channel for a while though, haven't you? Oh, 1 hour. Weird. I feel like you've been here for longer. Aw, cuckoo. Yeah, you, you probably should just get to work, but it's okay to take a break every once in a while. So we refactored a bunch of codes with the in-game user too. This is mostly around blueprints and scripts. I don't think any functionality changed here. Well, any significant functionality. Let's write that. Right. Yeah, I think that's it. So this is where if you look at the lines added and removed, we added a ton of it to this file, which is setup.react.js, and I got to remove a lot from my UI files. So this is edit blueprint footer, blueprints, and in-game. While in-game actually also had a lot of additional. What is that actually? Why did I add 25 lines? Oh, right, because I added in elements that didn't exist before. So yeah, I did mostly remove code from UI components here. Taking a break from doing nothing. Taking a break from... Oh, I gotta get water. Talk about taking a break. Okay, hang on. I'll be right back, because otherwise you're gonna see a very dehydrated Adam on stream. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Put these back on my neck. So these are a little warm, which is kind of nice. At least in the morning, it's kind of nice because I'm not super hot in the morning. But then, yeah, afterward, it gets to be pretty bad. All right, there. Okay, cool. So what's up next? So we haven't actually put in the UI when you click this. I think that's the next part. So allow you to edit the assigned script. Yeah, so when you click this, we're going to go to a UI that looks like... Where is that UI? Here. We're going to go to this UI. This might be tough. What keyboard is that? Okay, let's take a look. So this is going to be more refactoring work and whatever else. Let's see. We have script edit the container. And this is what we're going to need over here too. Oh man, there's a ton of code in here. What do we have? Bot have a command page? It does, but I had to cut out. So before, you used to be able to type commands and it would tell you every single command. So there'd be like, today, points, time. Well, the problem is this list was so long that almost all viewers would find at least one or two commands that they'd never seen before, and then they just spam chat afterward. So I took that out, and now the wiki mostly contains the ones that you might use, and not every single one of them. Yeah, yesterday I think was the first day I had Zilly's stream open, and I was doing some coding myself. I find it, for me, it's a little bit distracting because you want to go and look over at your screen and see like, oh, what are they doing now? What is it they're working on? What's the problem they're trying to solve? And so it's a little distracting. I don't think I'll do it very frequently. No problem, Jack. Yeah, so this is, I think, going to be pretty tough to do. So the script editor that we have right now is here. So this is what contains what? Everything, right? Yeah, we have the bot icon. We have all of this. And then there's the actual script edit component, which has a million different functions here. It's not going to be fun to refactor this. And what did I want to get done today? This stuff. Yeah, so above, goal for Friday. End of day. Oh, let's say it that way. Okay. Yeah, this won't be fun. Blockly state.xml text. Blockly state. Oh, I know what that is. Ugh. All right, well, this is where a while ago I took a picture of this screen and I took a picture of the other screen that looked like it. It was this one. And I put them side by side so that we could figure out what exactly is different about them. Because if I can extract out one common component, that would be pretty great. I don't think I can make it just one because like this header shows up in a totally different location each time, but that part should be okay. In fact, do we have a header for that? Script library dropdown. No, this would have been that header, I think. Or all of this. I don't know. I want to get this to be functional. And I might as well take a picture of the UI that I currently have. Let's do that. That way I can see everything all at once. We can just shrink the browser page actually, because there's no reason for this to take up as much space as it does. There. So we'll paste this in here. So this is what I have now. So that's basically everything. Okay, so let's see. We want all of this to make it over to the new one. So that needs to be refactored into its own component. And then that top bar we'll just probably ignore for right now. Yeah, because in-game. I'll write this over here. So this is game UI. This is like the blueprints UI. And this is the current one that I have. Oh, and no, EJ, I know that. The way that I made this originally is I said, okay, I know that I'm going to be doing this later, but I don't want to have to put everything into React and Redux and all of that. There's too much boilerplate code. So I figured I'll save it until I'm actually doing the refactoring. So I knew that I'd get to this point. I knew I wasn't going to keep it the way that it was. And I am going to make this more modular. But I'm just trying to figure out what parts do I want. So for now, I think what we'll work on is like this section here. We'll turn that into its own component. It's already its own component, right? What is script edit the component? Yeah, we have a header. What's in here? Is that anything with Blockly? User chose code style. Yep. So the header is this. So this part here. Your code background should be black or customizable. Yeah, those are the kinds of things I'm not gonna actually change yet. And then should they eventually be customizable, then great. So this part here is the header. So this is header. And then what's the next part that we have here? Script content. So this is script. God, why do I even do this? All right, and then this is the script edit footer. Okay. And we should probably just put this here, script edit header. So those three things we're going to want. So we basically, the big part of this is that we want this component to just exist in the new thing. That's what we're going to do next. So tomorrow night is default, and no, Monica is going to be default. I wonder what it would take to make the Blockly background black. It's probably not difficult. Oh wait, I already did that once. Yeah, it's easy to do. But then changing the blocks so that they're brighter. Where's the canvas? Man, where is the canvas? Okay, I think it's under here somewhere. Yeah. Here it is. Blockly workspace. Can I just say background color black? Or gray or something? Red? That clearly doesn't work. Where is the rest of this? Yeah, there we go. So I could just say something like, there. Now you could have a gray background if you want. The thing is, I don't know how that's going to affect the visibility of all the different scripts you could have. I don't think it's too bad. Yeah, everything's still readable. So giving you a background color difference at some point, sure. But we're not going to do that at first, I think. Okay. So yeah, that's what I'm going to work on for the goal for right now. Get the script edit. Get this script edit component to be in game. Yeah, okay. All right, let's do it. So we have the container here. We're going to take a script edit component. So let's go include that. And this. Wait, will this just be here? This is only going to be there if we have it selected. It might be. No, it's not going to be a different page. That's for sure. All right. Well, yeah. So script edit component. Do we even need the ref here? Yes, so that we can get JavaScript from it. Okay. Yeah, we're going to need to make a lot of new functions here. So let's figure out where we can put this. So when you press the edit button, we're going to need to change these two panels into the script edit. We're probably not going to have animations for this particular thing. We could in the future though. But for right now, it's what? Oh, they're always rendered. It's just, is this thing visible on top of it? Hey, Andorn. Oh, nice. Transcode options today. Neat. Hardware loadout, hardware inventory. We want this to be positioned in the same place, and I guess we just set its visibility differently. But this is where we run into, do I use absolute positioning here? Because I want these to be at the same place that the other one was. Or we could slide it in from even farther away. Yeah, we could do that. That would work. Yeah, let's try that out. Will it work? We want this to show up over everything else. So I guess we put this here. It's going to be super weird though. All right, let's just put a div with a style inline saying background color. No, let's just give it a class name, fine. Styles dot in-game script edit. Is this even used here? Or not that one? No, I don't care about that. What I cared about was this one, in-game hardware block. It is. Okay, cool. So let's do the same thing over here. In-game script edit block. I'm going to put that here. Okay, now none of this exists. And we're probably going to run into a bunch of errors here too. So I guess for now we'll just say blockly XML equals null. On prettify code equals just a function that does nothing. On convert to, actually let's just make all of these functions that do nothing. That one is editing with blockly. I guess we'll set that to true. On update blockly workspace. Window height. We actually have this, don't we? This dot state dot game area height. Is creating script. We'll say is false. On create or update is just an empty function. And on cancel is again an empty function. Okay, so now we have the basics of a script edit component. I broke this game? What do you mean? Are you on play.bot.land right now? Yeah, you are. I don't know what I broke this game is supposed to mean, but let me just deploy a script. Hey, Swine. I'm wearing those LED light strips that I had. Because after moving, I didn't have a place to put them in my new setup, so I'm just wearing them. Okay, let's try this out. There's no way this is going to look good or anything, but we'll see what the problems are as I go through this. So if I click this, oh yeah, I never coded that. Oh, fine. Show edit on that. Show edit on blueprint icon. Show update on blueprint icon. I guess we want show update. And then the style would be show in-game script edit. Now, here's where things are going to get kind of difficult, I think. Show in-game script edit is just a translate, right? Yeah. But we're going to totally... No, this won't work. Like, we want this to be shifted to 0, which is just nothing, I guess. But we want the... how do I do this? I guess I want the script edit component to have some kind of update thing on this. Let is script edit component showing equals false. And then over here we can set this to true. And then if this is true, we can give it a certain class name. Where the wall meets the ceiling. Yeah, but then I gotta mount those on the wall. I don't know if I want to do that yet. Oh, I see. Proliental, like every one of your messages had a kappa, so I wasn't sure if you were serious or not. But yeah, you press B to open up Blockly, and then you can start deploying bots. If you want to kill your own bots off, you can hit Control K, or you can type /kill into chat. Oh, hey, Swine is also online. Okay, well anyway, let's deploy an artillery missiles regen bot with the RD artillery script, and we'll have this move right and up. I'll deploy these. So there we go. These should annihilate your bots because they'll never get within the cardinal directions that you happen to be shooting in. So I should go unscathed here. Yeah, except for when your bots spawn right next to mine. Because I love Kappa, it's not always troll. Okay. Well, as long as you realize your message will be interpreted differently. Nice. They are smart. Go away from them. If I wanted the best strategy to counter your bots, I would make mine move in such a way that they're not cardinally aligned with you. And I'd put reflect on them too. But yeah, for now my score is going to greatly exceed your score. KDR 3 and 0.3. Alright, we're done looking at that though. Okay, so the script editor component is showing. What I've got to do there is have this thing appear. I don't know how this is going to work. Let's just put this here. We'll refresh the page and we'll figure out how this is going to work. So connect. We hit JS code. Never coded this, darn it. We need to have script editor showing. So on edit script, never coded this. Let's just do this. Paste this down here. Okay, let's check it out. Are there some sort of kamikaze bots? No, I think we have something like that planned, but it probably won't be there at launch. We're going to launch with just a subset of all the hardware that we designed, partially because it takes time to make these things, but also because we need to balance just a set of hardware and launch with that. So imagine that there will be about probably 30 pieces of hardware at launch. No, maybe more than that. I don't know, maybe 50. But you got things like lasers, missiles, you've got variations on some of these things, so like vampiric lasers or, I don't know, rapid fire missiles. You got hardware like EMP, teleport, landmines, reclaim dash star. Type harvesting in chat to find out what this is. What else do we have? Like artillery, cloaking, shield, reflect. We're gonna add in healing. There's gonna be a whole bunch of different stuff. Oh, the game ended 55-20. Swine is the MVP with 0 kills, 0 deaths. Alright, I'm gonna leave the game there. Okay, so when I hit edit here, what happens? It stops showing that stuff. And now what it should show is the... actually, going into React here is probably the best idea. Let's check it out. So what we want to see is where is the script edit component? It's like way off screen, right? Show an elements pane. Yeah, here. So we need to just give this a transform translate x of a very large number, 100%. Apparently that's not enough. Oh, there it is. Oh man. Okay, how are we gonna do this then? Because this is like way off the side and the percentage is based on the wrong thing. Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna do this. How or where do you save all values from those hardware? I guess a lot of those are constants. How or where do you save all values from those? Kropor, are you asking just from a coding perspective of like where do I put them? Also, I think what we're gonna have to do here is make the inventory block have a width of much larger than what it has right now. Yeah, so in-game slider content. So we're gonna just copy paste all that stuff. And let's say the width of this is 66.6%. So it's always gonna be way off the screen. I don't know if it should slide in or not. That's probably not a great idea. In fact, where do we even have that transform? In-game sliding sections. Okay, fine. Well, then this will slide in from the middle of nowhere. And then once it's actually in, yeah, we're going to need to do something different here. All right, let's just take a look. And it's going to go. Okay, so we click this. And then again, we have to go find this thing in our DOM. Where is it? Game content. Script edit block. Yeah, this. So we, again, put a transform translate x. If we say, well, if we say 66.6%, where does that go? Nowhere. Well, it's not visible at least. So what do we have to make this so that it's visible? Oh, and then that component needs to be, darn it, this won't work. Oh, and that's on 66% of the page, is it? Maybe it is. No, it's not. Do you use special text files, Excel tables or something? So all the hardware constants are stored in just a single file. So it's basically just JSON. So I say, okay, lasers are going to do 300 damage or 200 damage at level 1 and 300 damage at level 2. So that's where this stuff is stored for right now. Man, I don't want to... This is going to be really annoying to figure out, I think. Yeah, it will be. Because what needs to happen is I've got to have the script content take up this space here. I guess we could just absolutely position it. Let's test this out instead of, man, this will be pretty difficult. So where does this exist? Script edit block here. So if we get rid of this translate, shows up there. We need the toolbox to be themed correctly too, though. Darn it. Also, this has... Its width is set to 33%. Why? How did that happen? Width should be higher than that. Let's just change it manually over here. So we'll say 66.6%. Did that do anything? No. Because of how the resizing the window works, huh? Yeah, now it'll take up 66% of the page. Okay, so now the width is correct. the part that's not correct is the height. Yeah, display flex direction column. Flex should also be auto, and it's not. Oh, maybe we can just put flex auto on this then. No, that doesn't work. Man, and then the other issue I'm going to have is this, the background content that you see right there. I guess we could just hide it and show the new one. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should get rid of all this other garbage that I have around here. Left of negative 66%. Yeah, we need to just hide that other content. So sliding it to be closed wouldn't work, would it? Man. This changing your lights is working when you're offline. Only if I leave my bot online. So yeah, there have been times when I forget to turn my bot off and I'm just sitting in my room and then my lights turn blue or something and it turns out it was a viewer changing it. Okay, how am I going to do this? So I have the hardware inventory and the div around that. I guess one of the things that we can do is say something like display. Let's come up with a display for that. I'm going to just kind of hack this together. Display equals is script component showing what visible, otherwise hidden. So we'll set the display on these things here. Display. So now the inventory and hardware loadout shouldn't even show up then. So connect, click this, press this button. That broke everything. We can't. Oh man. So I can't turn your lights on at 2 a.m.? No, you can't turn them on anyway. The UI only lets you change the brightness, so you can't turn them off or on. And even if you could, I don't sleep in this room. I sleep in the other room, so no one would notice. So yeah, when we're showing those scripts, I guess we want to have this here still. I'm just going to keep butchering everything until we finally figure out what works here. So okay, that's fine. These things should be hidden now, and they're not. Script component is showing. So display visible. This shouldn't be visible at all. Oh, it's visibility, visible or hidden, not display. Okay, let's get rid of that. So visibility, display. Let's do that. Hey, Earlies. Just make all the lights in your house changeable. Okay, that is totally wrong. Is script edit component showing? Oh, these were swapped. Hidden or visible that way. Okay, good. Okay, so that part's right, that part's right. Now we go to edit a script. And that's where things break down a bit. Yeah, and then that too. I think this is going to be tough. Because that's really weird, right? When you click the script and then you click away and it hides the UI. I guess I need to make another class for this. But also, I clearly just need this to take up the right amount of the page. So let's go figure that part out. So where is this? Here. In-game script edit block. So what's the width here? Somehow this is still set to the wrong thing. Script edit block. Where is that? Oh, whoops, I was changing the width on the wrong thing. Oh, this entire thing was incorrect. Oh no. No. That's bad. Okay, we gotta revert part of this file. So that part's okay. This part's totally wrong. And that part's okay. Okay, good. That should be fine. All right. So as mentioned before, this shouldn't be showing up yet, but it is. And it's in the correct location at least. If I hit edit, then that other stuff goes away. Yeah, so we just need it to be the right size now. How do we do that? Does this have flex auto on it? Is that all we need to do here? Let's put it on this, flex auto. Diogen, thanks for following. We're getting closer. That's for sure. But yet I can't figure out. Okay, how did I set the height over here for this thing? Because this is the same component, but yet somehow... Oh, I did it dynamically, I think. Did I, or did I use flexboxes? No, I used flexboxes. Flex auto. Script edit component has flex auto and flex direction column. What about over here? Script edit component has flex auto, flex direction column. Okay, so they have the same theming. Let's take a look at what else could be different here. Maybe the other ones don't have display flex? I don't know. Oh, the parent div. What's this? Flex auto, flex direction column, display flex. No, this is right. Oh, man. It's gotta be... It's gotta be themed however this thing is. This has a height on it. I think we just need to do that because this is absolutely positioned. Game script edit block position absolute. Okay, yeah, that's the issue. We just need to do that. So we got to set the height on that correctly. So there's a div above this with a visibility and a class name. Yeah, so we just got to do the same thing here. And we just get rid of the visibility part. And I think this will work. Connect. Click this. Okay, now we hit JS code. I can't press that because the height of this is taking up the whole page. Is that why? I shall get this. Okay, so we'll make display and display 1 or display 2, and then this display 2 will be set here. Visibility display 2. Okay, there. So now that'll be hidden, so there's no way for us to click it. So when we press JS code, this slides in, and now the issue is that this isn't taking up the full page. Why? Why? Oh, now it is. Oh, what? It has to be mounted when we do this? Maybe that's why? Because, yeah, this looks fine, more or less. No, less. Oh, man. Oh, this is so annoying. Yeah, so there are a bunch of problems right here, and the fact that that never goes away. Oh man, how did that even happen? Yeah, now I can't even see the toolbox. Okay, there it is. But then yeah, it doesn't go away. Clicking this doesn't hide it. Not good, not good. A lot of problems here. So the toolbox doesn't go away. when, let's mark this as a bug. The toolbox doesn't go away when you hide the blueprint selector. The Blockly workspace is not sized correctly. I'll say the Blockly workspace's height is not sized correctly when you first enter the page. Let's take a look at that. I just hit connect, I click one of these things, and I click JS code. Yeah, so the height is wrong. But when you resize the page, it sets it to the correct height. So it's mostly just an error with the initial height. Yeah, that looks like it. I mean, there's some padding issues here, but ignoring the padding issues for now. Is it because I have a resize function that I'm just not doing anything with? Window height equals this dot state dot game area height. No, so I don't think it's any of that. The script edit component here doesn't have any handlers whatsoever. There's a window height in here and script content. So it's script content that either has the wrong height or wasn't themed correctly exactly. Where do we even make use of height in here? We don't. Script content is just totally oblivious to it, so we should probably remove this from here. Which means we don't need to pass this in anymore at all. So script edit container doesn't need to do that. Which means this one doesn't either. Hey Devo. Just add position absolute somewhere. No, I got to take a look at what the height of this is by default. Let's take a look. So we click this, we click this. Now the height of this is wrong. We need some easy way of navigating back to that. So let's make this div have an ID of the stupidly sized div. Now I can just find it easily. Then over here, now that it exists in the page, we can just get it by doing document.getElementById, the stupidly sized div. Cool. So now we can always get back to this thing pretty quickly. Now, what's wrong? The div has the right height, so that part's fine. Now, where is the code content? Here it is. And that has the right height. So it's the Blockly component that doesn't. The SVG has the wrong height. Okay, so what is in charge of setting that? Is there a resize handler? Here it is. Toolbox div max height. Is the toolbox correct? The toolbox isn't even on the screen, so that's totally wrong. Bug, the Blockly toolbox doesn't even show up at first. So when I resize this, does it show the toolbox all of a sudden? Yes, and it resizes this. So both of these bugs, the height and this, are solved by, so resize bug. I need to resize the window for the Blockly components to be the correct size. But after the Blockly component mounts, it calls the resize handler, does it not? Yeah, it does. What? How could this fail? Well, what does resize handler do? Blockly toolbox div. Set the max height of that. So what, is this just not working? Let's put a breakpoint in here and take a look. Connect, click that, click that. Oh, it was mounted a long time ago. Okay, that's why. I know why. Okay. Yeah. So the problem is that the component is mounted but invisible. So what we need to do is, instead of making it invisible, we need to translate it like so far off the screen that you just can't see it. But then there are going to be problems with that too. Oh man. I don't know. All right, well then let's cut out the visibility part of this. Let's say that this is always visible. So display2 equals visible. And then, so now it's going to show up over this content no matter what. That's going to be a tiny bit of a problem. Yeah, because now we can't click this. So what we need to do is get that div and make sure that it appears like way off the screen. Oh, this is the wrong window. So reveal this. So this div has a left of negative 66.6. So what if we set this to just something way farther, negative 170 or something, and then we hit JS code. Okay, so that'll kind of work. We just set this to a really large number. Let's figure out what it's supposed to be because it's not 170. So when I set this to negative 66.6, that's correct. So then getting it off the screen is setting it to double that. Yes. So we can say that this is negative 66.6 times 2. And then when it's on the screen, we set it to just 66.6, right? Or negative? Darn it, I already forgot the number. What works here? Yeah, that's perfect. So we just set the left to negative 66.6, and I think we're fine. That's because of where all of that shows up. Why you didn't make that as a pop-up? It's how the animation of this page works. I'm gonna just try this at least. If it works, then great. So we need a certain class on here. Show in-game inventory. Okay, show in-game script edit, and that's on the sliding section. Yeah, this is gonna be pretty weird, I think. All right, well, let's test it. Hit connect. Try this out. Hit JS code. Oh, it just totally disappears. Can we do that maybe? Connect. Click this. Click this. Okay. What happened with our content here? It's there somewhere. Oh, the left is still set incorrectly. So we need to set the left to a different thing or transform this differently. I don't know. Let's just make a different class. .test class. We're going to put this here, and we're going to say that this is a translate x of, I don't know, it doesn't matter. 66 is a good place to start. And then in here we'll say let, where are our classes? In script edit block. Script classes equals styles.inScript edit block. Yeah. If is script edit component showing. All right, let's try that out. Okay, and now we can just change the style on this class and we should be fine. So it doesn't matter what we get as a value here, we should end up with a fix. Where is the class? I don't see test class on here. Huh. Is test class on here? Script content, script edit component. Hey clowns. Yeah, weird. This didn't end up with the test class. If script edit component is showing script class, oh right, I know why. That's a silly mistake. Okay, that'll fix that problem. And then like I said, we'll have an answer no matter what. Yeah, so this is now off the screen, but not as far off the screen as it was. So the test class should be on the thing just beneath this. Or is it on this one? Test class, there it is. So we just increase the number here. Whoa. This is some weird number though. I think because I put this on the wrong class entirely. I think we gotta get rid of this. What am I doing? Script edit block. What does this have? A left of negative 133.2. It should always have that class, and then if it's showing it something different, hey fade. So maybe we don't want to change the transform necessarily. Maybe what we want to do is change the left on this. Alright, I screwed this up enough at this point. Yeah, so it disappeared. And now we change the left. On this thing. Undefined. Huh. I think I know what happened here. Alright, let's try that out. Now this shouldn't be just some totally undefined class. Oh, please don't be. Why can I not find this? Here it is. Okay, so we just had left of 0. What happens here? It gets overwritten by that. So we need to make this more specific, I guess. And either way, left of 0 is not correct. How do you get this to show on the screen? Where is this logo? Whoa, there it is. Okay. So this should be negative 66.6%. And it can't be overwritten by this thing, which pushes it super far off the screen, I guess. I don't know why I'm worrying about the positioning of this thing so much. It really shouldn't matter. And either way, I keep screwing it up. This is frustrating. So what have I done this time? Is it just crossed off there? I don't even see this. Yeah, this is wrong. It should just be this. And then that would look perfect, right? Yes, it would. So that I can't update this is a result of it being not as specific as it should be. So if I just change this from here, where is this? In-game script edit block. Yeah, if I just put this 1 second, it'll work, right? Then now we're good. Did I fix it? Oh, goody. And that actually doesn't look too bad either. Well, not totally. When it closes, it looks really weird, but whatever, we can fix that later. Okay, so here's this. Now we can see a bunch of red that we shouldn't be able to see. And the reason why is because of how resize works. So what we need to do now is not cut out the display on this thing, which I thought I already did. Display to equals visible. Yeah, it should always be visible. Are the songs on your private channel created by yourself? Only if they say that they're original. Otherwise, no. They were made by somebody else. But why, Fade? Which one are you talking about? So that's why Adam moved. What? Because of Weedly? So all we need to do is resize this once, and then what? Yeah, that thing still isn't closed, so that's a problem. But then yeah, everything looks correct after that, and you can just start using this thing, which is where I'd like to be. I didn't expect it to take this long to just get to this point, and it's not working. So the big question is why? Why, when this is off screen, is it not sized correctly? So if I hit this button here, then yeah, the toolbox is somewhere and it's all wrong. And then as soon as I resize this, even by a pixel, everything snaps back to where it should be. And usually I would expect this to be based on visibility of components. But the visibility we have here is that this thing is always visible. It's the other ones that aren't necessarily visible, and we might run into issues there. But visibility, let's just always say it's visible. That's already the case. I don't get what else it could do here. What is it about this that would... Do I still have a debugger statement in here? No. I gotta figure out when this component mounts, because it's clearly not when I expect it to be. We tried turning it off and on again. Hey again, Tag Patrol. Because I have problems finding them on YouTube? No, okay. What I was getting at is, if you go to like YouTube Adam13531, if it says original in it, then yes, it's mine. If it's someone else, then if it doesn't say original in the title, then it's somebody else's, and you should be able to find 100 videos on YouTube of it. Okay, so this thing never got hit. I find that, it didn't get hit because I had breakpoints muted. Oh man. Adne says, do you plan on developing games and porting them to Android and iOS? So yeah, that'll probably happen with this game at some point, and not at first. At first, I expect, hopefully, that this website is made well enough where you can just play the game on your iPad through the site for a little while until we have an app, and that'll be kind of a stopgap measure. So here, component didn't mount is called when I expect it to be called, and then we call the resize handler down here. Let's go down to this. This calls into here. We get the Blockly toolbox, which should exist. It does. And then we set the max height, which is the injectives parent elements client height, which is 424. That part's not correct. How did that fail? Where's the injective? Reveal. You can't do that. You gotta evaluate it first. So now we can reveal this Blockly injective, and this exists where exactly? In script content Blockly component. This is in the right place. Maybe I'm just getting the height wrong. Parent element.client height. Something in here is not correct. This is 424, but what it should be is apparently 500. Then again, it looks like none of these heights have changed. No, they're all 500. Is that the correct height to make these? Is this 500 pixels? Because that seems like it's more than 500. Yeah, it's 700 something. I don't know. Hey, Playing Risky. Are the songs free to use for music production? No one's going to make money off it, just for practice. What do you mean, Fade? Free to use for music production? Because I haven't been... I don't know. I guess the first question I have to ask is, do I care? And then the second thing I'd have to do is, like, give you a license to the music. Because, yeah. You'll have to tell me more, Fade. Adne says, I'm just curious, since I'm a starter game developer myself, trying a 3D, 3JS game set in space, but unfortunately mobile devices having a RAM memory lower than 2 gigabytes getting really low FPS. And that's RAM related for you? I would have expected that to be more just the capabilities of the device. I guess it all depends on what you're trying to do. But yeah, Adne, I haven't worked with 3JS. Well, I was just trying to understand what this height was getting set to, Kukuruku. I am going to just test a bunch of random stuff in a bit. This height is 758 pixels though. So I think that's the height that I should be getting from when this mounts. But it's not the case. And the only way that it could probably be the case is if I if I got the right parent of this. So parent element dot client height. We can just keep going up this chain until we find the right one. So that's not it. What about this? Parent element dot client height. That's not it. That's not it. That's definitely not it. And now we've gone too far, I think. Yeah. Weird. How can nothing in this have the right height? Oh, okay, wait, what's that? I keep going to the wrong thing. This dot state dot game area height. I think I finally realized it. This thing is set to 500 by default. Oh no. Okay, that's where that's coming from. All right. Well, problem solved. Well, problem figured out. Now we need to come up with a solution for it. So the real problem is that when the component mounts, it pulls the height from this dot state dot game area height, which is 500. After that, it never gets updated. Now that's another weird part that I have to figure out. Okay, so let me go use the bathroom first. Then we're gonna come back and hopefully make some progress on this thing. I'll be right back. Stuck in the mountains? Got one solution. If you're thirsty, EJ's on the right track. You know Bootstrap does all this for you. Alright, so yeah. I figured out the problem. Now let's try to figure out the solution. So the component mounts, I guess after that, we're never hitting the resize handler for this. That's the weird part, right? Oh, no, it's because this isn't an absolute. The inject div was absolute. So that'll never get a resize. Or is it the window resize? This needs to be set correctly when it's first started. All right, yeah, how do we figure out the game area height? Because wherever that happens is just, this is wrong. Wait, how do we figure out the game area height? What did I call this thing? I'm in the wrong component. Why do I keep doing that? Okay, let's just close all these things. I keep clicking them for no reason. So game area height is set in the resize handler here. And when the component mounts, we call this. Okay, good. So it's game area client height. But then it never updates the component down here. So script edit component used to take that in. Now it doesn't. I wonder if I broke it when I did that. Did it used to do that? Let me take a look. So script edit. There should be script content somewhere. I don't see that. But here, script edit component, we passed in a window height. Then script edit here, we passed it in a script content. Oh, and script content just never used it. So I could do is I could pass that in again. I don't know why. And then if that changes, excuse me, I could re-render. I could just call resize handler maybe. Or I always use that as the height that I want. Yeah, that might be a better idea. Okay, let's try it. I'm out of options, so let's just do this, right? So window height, this dot props dot window height. That was passed in from here. This dot props dot window size state dot height. Oh no, that's bad. Script out of the container. No, wait, that part's fine, right? The issue is in here. We need to pass it in here too. So we say window height equals this dot state dot game area height. So it shouldn't be called window height from now on. Right, did I do this change over there too? Okay, so now script out of the component should have window height, good, okay. And then script content, we just have to make this be based on the right thing. So we pass in window height here too. Window height equals this dot props dot window height. This is my channel words. You should probably cut out uninteresting words like but, can, all, out, or all these. Things like kappa, points, atom, these are what I consider interesting words. Because yeah, plain old English words will probably always make it to the top of most lists. Yeah. That was the perfect image. If only Urban Dictionary could have that image now, huh? So we have window height in here. Let's go into Blockly. And now instead of this, the resize handler, I basically need to change the style of this thing to be based on the max height. So let's just duplicate this. Oh, we can't do that. But this is only after the component mounted. I don't know if I like this. I also don't think this is the best way to do things. But we basically say toolbox div 0. So if, do we have util here? No, of course not. Fine. Let's just get Lodash. So if underscore dot is array toolbox div, then get the first element of it, and then if not is nil, oh, okay, see you, Digite. 11 Kazoo says Adam points chat, Ben has minutes, hours. Oh, and the Kappa and PogChamp, don't forget about those. Top most used words. Okay, so if it's not nil, then we'll go use this code up here. I don't even know if this is correct, but we'll see, and I hope it'll work. So this dot props dot window height plus px. Yeah, it's people typing following. Right. Or follow age, whatever. Okay, is this gonna work? Does it look good? No. Now why? Maybe because we're not rendering a new component here. Is this even being called? Let's put a breakpoint here. So, oh, that got called because I'm in the game. But then when I click this, it doesn't get called? No, it does. And what is the height set to? 798. So what? This doesn't work? Oh, because it takes it out of the DOM? No, what? HTML collection? What is that? No. Toolbox divs. Darn it, that's all I wanted to hear. If size toolbox divs greater than 0. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so maybe that'll fix this then. Please work. No. This just hates me. So now when we click this, this gets hit again. Okay, great. We have the right prop. Okay, good. So what about this? Cool. So we should set the style of this thing correctly. So its client height right now is 424. I guess it's still 424. It's because I'm doing this in the wrong place. I'm pretty sure I am doing this in the wrong place. Component did mount. Should component update. Component will update. Invoked immediately before rendering when new props or state being received. Before an update occurs. And then component did update. Invoked immediately after the component's updates are flushed to the DOM. So component did update is perhaps the best time. Yeah. Let's do that. And let's put this here. And hopefully that works. In fact, I could just call the resize handler at this point, but let's try this out. It's still broken. Times like this, I don't like working with the UI. Other times things go much more smoothly. Yeah, as soon as I resize this window, everything looks totally fine. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Let's put a breakpoint here. I really should just do this through Chrome and not through the code. So yeah, here 798. But then what? Does this thing get hit? Resize handler. We might want to just get rid of that code. Okay, so that's fine. That isn't needed at all. This is going to break everything. Okay, let's try again. So we click that. All right, we're good so far. Then we click this, and we have the same thing happen, right? 798, so that's fine. Yeah, I'm cool with that. And that's it. And that's all we had to do before. How is calling the resize handler any different at this point? All the resize handler is going to do is set the max height to just this value instead of whatever it was. So yeah, as soon as I drag this window, it's going to break in, and we'll see, I guess this again, 798. But then this new one up here, this is 722. Is that even correct? Then this is called again. We set it back to 798. I am so confused. That gets called. What's the final size of this thing? 722. So 798 isn't even right. Yeah, so this isn't unnecessary. So this is not even the right style for this. Since window height is 798 and we want 722 since we subtract header and footer. However, whenever that does change, we want this to happen. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. Like, why will this code not work? I'm going to just get rid of all the breakpoints. There. Hire a UI artist. What do you do if you just can't find a way to fix the bug? So I try to find some way to work around it if I can't fix it. So there are sometimes hacky solutions, which I've had to apply before. So if you look at this code, this is another case where I could not figure out how to fix a certain bug. So I worked around it. This doesn't really fix the bug, but it fixes the symptom. And then life just moves on. And if there's ever a problem, then you gotta fix it some way. But right now, I don't know why. Every time I click this, I'm reminded of Linkin Park lyrics. Huh. I wonder how to fix this. And I wonder what's even different here between these two code calls. When I call resize handler from the event, yeah, let's just do that. And maybe let's make sure that this exists before doing this. Nah, let's just do this. This dot resize handler. Return. Okay, cool. You can't fix the bug, just say it's a feature, yeah. Okay, so let's try one other thing, because this is very, very difficult. We're going to say global.aaa equals this, and then we're going to just call that ourselves. So it's currently wrong. We type aaa.resize handler, and it's still wrong. But somehow, oh, you know what that means? That means that the client height is wrong when we start doing this, right? What is the client height of that? aaa.refs.injective.client height is 722. I don't understand this. This height is correct. As soon as I call into the resize handler, everything works. You know what then? That means that it can't be the resize handler that's actually fixing things. So if I were to just return from this, then something else is in charge of fixing this code. I just don't know what. Okay, let's try that out. So we connect, we click this, it's going to be broken still, but as soon as we resize the page, it's fixed. Yeah, so something else is fixing this. What is this? And how? How? Why would that happen? Okay, let's always show this on screen and find out what's going on, because this is absolutely ridiculous. So we're going to put this here no matter what. Yeah, so it's already the wrong height. And I don't know. This isn't even based on the number 500 though, which is what I have it set to by default. But yeah, as soon as I resize the page, it just fixes it. Well, alright, there are a bunch of different resize handlers. Window.star resize. We have one in here, update window dimensions. This pushes this to Redux. Yeah, set window size. Okay, so that's fine. We have Blockly itself listening. We have the in-game stuff listening. But why? Oh, this changes game area height, which I guess is past the Blockly. We could just not do that. It has a style too. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. The issue is that resizing the window is calling resize handler, but even if I comment that out, it's something else about the DOM that's getting us the correct height. one's this? Cosmetics matter. Okay, yeah. So we have very few resize handlers. Something is making this change. I guess we could put a breakpoint on this thing and find out when it comes into view, or the height of this when that changes. Because if I resize this down, oh, now the height's not changing on that. Okay, guys, I gotta go put that resize handler back into play. Let's see if that works. Yeah, so you can see this. Oh, it doesn't ever shrink though. Oh no, I think I know what's doing this. I think it's the display block that I have on it. But that was the fix to another super annoying bug. Oh, this is going to be so annoying. So annoying to fix if that's the case. But then I'll just... I don't know what I'll do. I'll have to figure this out. So let's go to that SVG element. Just never resizing back down. It doesn't even exist here, does it? Script content. Yeah, this SVG has display block. If we just get rid of that, what happens? Nothing. Okay. Huh. I guess because of... we don't care about components at update. So this one isn't shrinking. This one probably would. If I go back into this, let's just go to edit and then edit. And now if I expand it, it's fine. If I shrink it, is it fine? Yeah, it is fine. No, it's not. But I probably just broke that. Oh man, how did I do this? This is entirely commented out. So this function is pointless. And that's it. That's all I changed. So maybe this was already a bug beforehand and I just never noticed it. I guess that's possible. Oh, this would be so annoying. Yeah, I can't think of where else this would even come from. So this was probably always a bug. I just never noticed it. Right, yeah, you can drag this off screen. Let's try it in Firefox. Man, I gotta reinstall Firefox at some point. I'm pretty sick of that error message. So we connect as Atom2. Hit edit, we go to Blockly. So we can only drag this within this area. That's totally fine. When we expand the page, it's still fine, still restricted to that area. But then when I contract the page, that's when we can scroll down the bottom of it. Yeah. I never got that working, did I? Okay, well, we know it's not exclusive to Chrome. So this was already a bug beforehand. Can you open the site in IE? Holy cow, I don't care about this stuff. Okay, so we can't even log in on IE. That's pretty weird, right? Yeah, that didn't change. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Are we getting an error showing here? Okay, well, who cares? Who cares about this? That's good. Let's take a look at Edge. I wonder if that's any different. I think that's because the polyfill that I had for post and patch are broken. Or who knows? I don't care. I'm going to look at it at some point. I guess I'll just write that on the to-do list. So the game is totally broken in IE/edge. And then there's another bug here. Bug shrinking the Blockly canvas makes it so that you can drag blocks outside the max height. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We go to edit, we click this, we try shrinking this, and now what I've got to figure out is how can I possibly set the height of this such that it's correct. So yeah, we got to go find the height of that SVG. It never gets resized. So the height is 346. As we shrink it, it doesn't shrink, but as we grow it, it does grow. Overflow hidden display block. SVG attributes. Can we just set it to something lower? Can I just say height 200px? Yeah, I can. There's no problem with that. So I guess it's just changing the SVG that's in there, which is right underneath the Blockly inject div. So we should probably do that, huh? SVG equals toolbox div. Let's just put a debugger here. You're not welcome here. Why don't you use Bootstrap? I haven't ever used Bootstrap, so I don't know enough about it, and I'm probably just not going to start right now. So toolbox div dot children. We should have an SVG in here. We don't. What? Is it the injective? This dot refs dot injective? Yeah, this dot children. So this has one child, and it's the SVG. Okay, so let's do that. So const injective children equals this dot refs dot injective dot children. Const SVG DOM element equals this dot equals that, and then we want to set the height of this to be probably the height of that. Yeah, great, cool. So let's do that. SVG DOM element dot style height equals this same thing. Okay, that might have fixed this bug. So let's try. If we expand the size of this, it goes up. Cool. Now we try shrinking it. Oh, okay. So we can at least fix one of the bugs, except for that. This has probably a minimum height set on it, so I'm probably not going to be too concerned about that particular part of this. Right? Let's try this. If I refresh the page from here, what does it look like? So I drag this down to... Oh, what? Oh, no, that's always supposed to be the case. The point that's not supposed to be the case is this should never go where the update button is. So there's this clear boundary. But if it showed up in this area, then we'd have a problem. So as I shrink this, yeah, it's always now locked to the size of that. It does slightly change where this thing is positioned, but that's okay. All right, so that's at least fixed, the SVG DOM element bit. Now, the other thing that we need to fix here, so this can be fixed by just setting the height on the SVG element. All right, so now to fix the other bug, we've got to we just got to resize the browser. But we need to figure out what it is that resizing the browser is doing that I can't just do through code. Let's do this really fast. There. That'll make me feel slightly better. Okay. So yeah, what is it about resizing this that makes this work? Like, oh, it just sounds like it should be so easy. All I want to do is, at this point, I guess, just simulate doing this. Boop. And then there, everything is fixed. It looks great. You can use this UI. You can probably resize this afterward. You actually can resize it, yeah. Cool. Of course, there's probably a minimum height I should set for that. Maybe GitHub issues can help. This isn't necessarily an issue for any of the code that I'm using. Like, it's not a Blockly thing necessarily. In Red as a Tortoise, it's probably, if I just had to estimate, like 30,000 lines of code and like 7,000 lines of comment or something like that. That's just a guess, though. So yeah, the issue here is that this would probably happen with any set of divs. I don't think it has to do with Blockly in particular. And I don't know why resizing it causes it to take up this remaining space. Like, I have my own resize handlers. I guess that's the best place to start. I should just put breakpoints in there and see if something in here is fixing it somehow. So what if I got rid of this one, for example? Update window dimensions. I just disabled this. So in here, I could say something like, if global.bbb equals true, then return. So there, let's try that out. So when this starts out, I'm now going to disable that. So bbb equals true. And now when I resize the page, it won't do anything, but it still gets fixed. Okay, so it's clearly not this handler that's causing this to happen. So we can get rid of that one. Now, what other ones do we have? We have the Blockly resize. And then we have in-game resize. So it's just those three. So this way too, I can do this. We can go to resize handler and just do the same thing here. There we go. There are a lot of issues in there, definitely. Workspace doesn't redraw properly anymore after the latest updates. Whoa, what? What? You just do this? Window.dispatch event, new event resize. We could probably do that, and that might trick this thing into working. Let me take a look at this. So I'm going to do the same thing I just did before. I'm going to set this to true, and then we're going to try resizing the page. Oh, that's the answer. How is that the answer? So it is this resize handler that's getting this to work. But how? Log fake quitting. I just want to make sure that's not happening by default. So the first time we enter this, it doesn't say fake quitting. Okay, good. And then I set this to true, and then it does say it. Yeah, it does. Oh, so it's something from this function that's fixing this, but I just don't know what. Right, and then as soon as I set this to false, now resizing fixes this. Okay, so apparently it is my code that's fixing this. How am I doing this? What is this sorcery? Blockly.js, I have a resize handler. We set a breakpoint right here, and I go take a look at the code when I resize the window, and something in here is going to fix this. So what is it? It's got to be this, because this is the only thing I actually do here, is setting the style on this thing. But it should have already been set. That's a part I don't understand. So if I take a look at what this is before I set it, it's 424 pixels. And after I set it, it's going to be like, what? What is this number? Oops. I didn't mean to do that. It's going to be 573. And then that's it. So basically I run this line and then everything works totally fine. Or is it because it's doing something else here? It's probably causing this thing to re-render. Is it? It is causing a re-render. What I don't understand is when I call this same function, it doesn't do anything. And Red as a Tortoise, I don't know if there will be Easter eggs or not. I think the internet ruined Easter eggs, which is why I'm probably not going to be adding many. Also, when would I put them in? Like, you guys watch me code the game. So what I don't understand is when I call into that function manually, it doesn't do anything special. So if I just say AAA.resizeHandler, it doesn't fix anything. Oh, it's not a function. What? AAA is an interact. What? Oh, this shouldn't have been left in the code. Oh, darn it. This would have helped me debug this so much sooner. Can't believe this. So this would have fixed it. So if I just call this function now. Alright. Alright, stay calm, Adam. What does this mean? Also, this didn't totally fix it, but at least now I'm calling a real function. And what, resizing the page now does work? Yeah. Super weird. I don't understand. So it's a combination of multiple things? I guess so. Well, there's one more resize handler. We can go take a look at this. Not that one. This one. The in-game resize handler. So this comes from here, goes to here. So we could say something like if this.bbb return. So if we turn that one off, do we end up with a problem here? BBB equals true. We resize. No. So this can be done entirely with the resize handler I have. And then I guess a re-render on top of that. So it looks like the fix is either to trigger a fake resize on the window, or to call resize handler and then re-render the component. I did this.bbb, not global.bbb. Thank you, Maldian. I'm like not even paying attention anymore. I really should be. Let's try that. Yeah, okay, so now we should see a message print out about... Okay. Well, at the very least, it works once when you do that. Then every time you update this, it's not going to change the style of those. Okay, so we probably do need to trigger both of these at once. Let me try just doing this, because I think this is the easier way to fix this. If we just do that, yeah, the code just lays itself out correctly. Okay, so what if we put that in as soon as we click edit code? So I go to ingame.js and I go to edit script and I just trigger a fake resize event. Let's do that. So now everything should just be fixed. Not really. But I think if we did like set timeout, and I'm definitely not keeping this in. This is very hacky. But if I have it after 500 milliseconds that we resize the window, yeah. So that ends up looking correct. So I need to figure out why we can't just do this immediately. And why, I don't know. So I need to resize and then re-render. So let's go into Blockly. We'll save this as like debug Blockly. And then the other place we have is in-game. Debug in-game. Okay. I want to test out both of these things. I just got to understand what this issue is. So debug in-game dot resize handler, and then debug Blockly dot resize handler. Something's wrong. Re-rendering it isn't enough to fix this, is it? But that is calling into the render function, right? Yeah, it is. I just don't understand. Nothing else is triggering. I guess it has to be something that uses Blockly. So I guess it's script content, which again has props on window height. Yeah, I guess. What have I done? This. Is this the issue? If I put this here. So now it'll re-render that whole tree. This is super weird. Now there's one other thing I have to do here, and that's the main component here. I don't know what's going on. Debug main.update window dimensions. What if I click that? So debug main.update window dimensions. No, none of this works. The part that I can't reconcile here, even after all this testing, was dispatching a resize window event, which you can see here, causes all of this to look totally fine. But no other combination of the things that are done when you resize something will actually fix this. It's only when it's a full resize event. I wonder why though. I don't know. Okay, well, let's try Kukuruku's suggestion, which is in ingame.js, where we had that set timeout code. We can just do this instead, process.nextTick. And I don't think this is enough to fix this, but let's try it, see what happens. So I log in, I click this, I click JS code. Yeah, so there has to be a delay that is more than just one tick. Like if I set this to 20 milliseconds, for example, I have a feeling something must not exist in the DOM when I do this, and then at that point it's too late. So yeah, 20 milliseconds isn't long enough. 200 milliseconds apparently would be long enough. Yeah, but then it's visible to the user. But why is any of this happening? You're not using the window client size anywhere? I'm using it, just not in the computation for Blockly, but I'm sort of indirectly using it for that, I guess. And even then, that's... So, okay, here's what I learned. 100 is not enough, and 200 is visible to the user. 100 ms is not enough. 200 ms is fine, but is visible to the user. So maybe like this can't happen while it's off the screen, but then again, why can't I call some manual function here? Get this to work. Why did that not... What happened here? Yeah, 150 is not enough either. This basically has to be fully transitioned in. Maybe that's the issue. Oh man, 200 milliseconds. You know what? That's the transition time I have on this thing. What if I got rid of that? So this 0.2 seconds, this, what if I just got rid of the transition and then set this to be like 10 milliseconds? Is this somehow transition based? It is? What? What does that mean? That means I could just do this immediately then, right? Because now there are no transitions? Hey Kwa, how's it going? No, you can't do it immediately. But you might be able to do it on next tick or something like that. Just let this flush out. Yeah, that works now. So this is still hacky, but this is somehow based on animation time. So we need to dispatch a resize event after animation is completely done. I don't know why we even need to wait. Why would we? Resize this. What's going on? There's like 3 things that are happening, and that's it. So one of them is this. This is getting hit. And we set the parent element's client height here. Well, we don't do that actually. Maybe the size is calculated once the transition start and not once it ends. I don't know right now. How's your day been? It's been okay. So there was a nice success earlier today when I made it so that you can drag items onto here just like you could before, and that took 18 lines of code basically. So not very many. Although you couldn't update this anyway. Then I tried getting the script editor to work, and that's where I've been all day. Hey, Spiritman. So what I need to figure out is how is animation having an impact, and how should I be resizing this stuff, and why is manually calling the resize handler not working? So this needs to be once the animation is complete. So why can't I just call the resize handler manually? Like, what's going on? Is this related to this thing? Maybe now that I took out the transition, maybe this will work. Well, Maldian, I'd like to figure out how to get this to work without even having animations in play. And then after that, let's try to figure out the rest. So I'll cut this part out. This is the hack to fix this. Now I could say, now I could do this. So this will look wrong, but then I call debug blockly dot resize handler. Yeah, so that expands that section. It doesn't lay anything else out. Oh, you know what it could be? It could be that Blockly is listening for the resize event. That has to be it. I just realized. It has to be that. I can't think of any other solution or any other conclusion to come to. I mean, let's just look for resize. Core bubble resize group. Where do they have their event? Here it is. That's in their demo though. They must have it in. All right, let's just search JavaScript code. I wanted to search for it with the quotes. Apparently that was a bad idea. Demo. They have it in their demo all over the place. What? Where's... Add event listener. Let's just search for that. Demo. I don't care about any of the demos. Core utils. Mouse up. So they have some wrapper function for adding an event listener. So we got to look at what they call here. Blockly.bind event. So I guess what we're looking for is bind event on resize. SVG resize. I would need to call that, I guess, but man, I don't know. Where do they even mouse down, mouse up, touch map? Does Blockly somehow use the window height? I'm not really sure what's going wrong at this point. I think it's that I need to resize the SVG when this happens. There's an SVG resize with the workspace, so let's just call this. I don't really even know what this does, but I don't have any other bright ideas right now. So blockly.svg resize this .workspace. Let's go try it. Right, Maldian. I agree with that, but I think I need to do that at a certain time based on an animation. I think that's the weird part. So, okay, yeah, that is what I needed to do. I need to call my resize handler, but also resize the SVG at the same time. And let's make sure that it looks correct in here. So I connect as Atom 2 now. I do this and then this. And then if I were to resize this page however much I want, well, now I can drag things outside of this canvas. That's probably not a great idea. No, wait, that's always fine, is it? Where does this start? Just at the upper left? Oh yeah, you can't scroll this out of bounds. That's right. So when I make this bigger, still can't scroll it out of bounds. I guess the bounds have changed at this point. So I make it smaller. What's this issue? Fire UI event? What does Fire UI event do? What is that? Blockly.fire UI event. This is apparently not even code in their code base any longer. What? Where does this exist? This was a year ago, so it should... Weird. They might have just renamed it. So well, let's take a look at what SVG resize does. I have a feeling this just modifies bounds on the workspace essentially. But let's find the function. Here it is. Yeah, so it figures out the width and the height based on the div that we're in. Call this when the view actually changes sizes. Oh, we can call resize SVG contents too if we want. Okay, yeah, I guess we could do both of these. I don't really know whether this is necessary. Let's try it out. So now if I go into this again, so now resizing the window, yeah, I don't totally know how this happens. I guess no matter what now, we'll only be able to scroll within those bounds. That's, yeah, that's kind of working, right? I think that's mostly good. All right, well, that fixed a different bug than I was really hoping for, I think. Yeah, I think this is more or less fine. If I want to add something in here like pre-made scripts, Ultra Killer, I can do this and now zoom out if I need to or resize the window. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That part looks good. Let's get the in-game stuff working. So I'm going to connect. We're going to see that this thing is broken by default. We're going to try calling the resize handler ourselves, or just dispatch an event basically that'll trigger it. It's weird that Blockly even needs any of this in order to work. Or we could call this every time an update. We could just do this maybe. Will that work? That did work. Okay. So problem solved? I guess, right? I think that's it. There were like 2 pieces of information I needed in order to figure this out. And I guess now I have them. Right, it looks like this stuff's working just fine. Yeah, scrolling around these boundaries is fine. I can zoom out, I can zoom in. I can resize the height of this thing. Yeah, looks good. Okay. Well, that was basically 1 line of code. Why am I not happy with this then? I guess it's because it's all right here. This is heavy-handed. We don't need to resize every single time we update. But without this code, and let's make 100% sure that this code is actually doing this. So I'm going to comment this out. We're going to go in, and it should be buggy. And if it's buggy, then we know that we fixed it by doing that. Yeah, so this is wrong, and then resizing the browser fixes everything. Great, whatever. So, but without this code, we won't have the toolbox and canvas at the right size the first time we view this in-game. Now, every time afterward when we view it in-game, even if we had this off, everything should be totally fine. So let's go take a look at that. Again, this will be the buggy way. Then we fix it once, and then from then on out, it should be totally fine. Oh no, that's stuck there. That's a different bug. Excuse me. Hey, Smooth Dog. Yeah, I don't have the Adam Pride thing yet. I should take a look at that this weekend maybe. So these bugs have been fixed by what was very basic. So I can, it's just that I wasn't manually resizing the Blockly SVG. So that stuff came from these with this code. Alright, the toolbox doesn't go away when you hide the blueprint selector, so I'm pretty sure that's still an issue. And I think I know what to do there, so I hide. Oh no, it does go away now. What? Okay, let's put the transition back on and see if this is actually working completely. This whole thing was just super weird. So, okay, now we got a transition. Let's take a look. So that slides out fine. That slides out. Now we hit JS code. That's cool. And then, yeah, the only weird thing, and this is a little artifact that I have, is when you press JS code, you're going to switch to this. That's totally fine. But then when you click away from this, it's going to change all the content back to what it used to show and then hide itself. So it's made much more obvious if I make the time on this, let's say 5 seconds, not 45 seconds, that'd be ridiculous. So now this slides out really slowly. I shouldn't have made it 5 seconds. Okay, now we hit JS code. It finishes sliding out really slowly. The whole point of this is just to show you this, which is when I click this, it switches back to this content first. Can I click these then? Whoa, I can. Okay. Well, whatever. All right, so let's set that back to 0.2. And I'll write that this is fixed. The toolbox doesn't go away. That's apparently fixed now. Good job, Adam. And then, and I'll write that over here too. So where did I write this thing? This also fixes the bug where the toolbox still exists after closing the blueprint selected. Alright, so the only remaining bug is when closing out of the script editor in-game, the 0.2 second transition shows the hardware stuff instead of the script editor. But other than that, this is pretty good. Let's take a look at what we did. Connect. So I can click this. I can edit. I can change whatever I want here to put on new hardware, Melee, let's say. And then as soon as I say, okay, let's go modify my code that I have, then it would start to show up here. We don't actually have any of that. We don't actually have any of that plugged in. I should also wear a light bulb somehow. That way, whenever I solve something, I can change the color of that. Alright, well. So we just need to check this in. So this is a bug that I'm pretty much just going to leave as is. This is fixed, this is fixed, this is fixed. So the rest of this, let's put this up at the top. The rest of this is get the script edit to be functional. So provide all of its props correctly. So I have a question that I wanted to ask just anybody. Does anyone in chat own a Nest thermostat? My question is this. So, question. I don't know how best to phrase this. But basically, like, when you sleep at night, does the Nest do a good job of keeping the room temperature consistent? That's my only real question. Because right now, I have my thermostat. I don't change it during the middle of the night. But it gets really, really cold. Maybe, yeah, I don't know. And I've run into this problem with basically every thermostat I've used that was built into whatever apartment I lived in. Anyway, it doesn't sound like people have it in chat, so that's fine. Just ask someone who actually owns it in real life. What is Nest? It's like a smart thermostat, so it's Wi-Fi connected, and it's supposed to save you money on your energy bill because it does a better job than, I don't know what, but okay. So get the script edit to be functional. I think I'm going to do this part and then go eat lunch. Nest is a thing by birds. Very eloquently stated. So we connect. We're going to... Oh, now this is broken? Seriously? Is this because of the transition that I just put in? Oh, God. I'm so sick of this. So if I cut this out completely, then everything works totally fine. What is going on here? Yeah. It's when there's a transition that all of a sudden this breaks. So yeah, there is still a bug. Bug when there's a transition on the div that contains the script edit component. The toolbox doesn't end up showing. Where is it? Does it even exist in the DOM right now? It must. But who knows where. Blockly toolbox div. Where is this thing? Left is negative 559. So I'm guessing we should just increase this until it shows up in view. Oh, there it is. Welcome to the party. And why does that happen? I guess because this is... Oh, I think I know why. This is inject. Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Yeah. So the way we need to fix this. So yeah, here's the issue. The issue is that the toolbox div is injected into the DOM once when it's needed. And it's positioned based on the inject element. But then it's never repositioned after the transition is done. So how do we fix this? Well, there might be a blockly function to reposition the toolbox. Let's just look at toolbox. Adam, you don't get crazy working by yourself every day? So if I was just totally alone and not streaming, yes, I would 100% go crazy. Like, I know that about myself now. I tried that one summer. It wasn't a personal project. It was a nightmare. So I think Twitch has helped me out a lot in that sense. Yeah. Anonymous says, it's funny to see how coding UI is harder than backend. Yeah, it's these little issues with this. And in the back end, you'd run into these same problems where it's like, okay, I could code this the best way, or I could code this in a way that just works. Well, with UI, when you code it in a way that just works, then you end up with these tiny issues of like, wait, there's an entire column of 1 pixel white space. And it's just so obvious that you have to fix it. Okay, so I know the issue. I wanted to figure out, is there a way to have this position the toolbox? Toolbox position. What updates this? Set position. Is this... Okay, well, maybe I can just call this function then. We'll have to take a look in a sec. Fly out position. Yeah, I think we just got to call that. Okay, yeah, well, let's do that. So let's see if we can do it very easily. And if resizing the page will fix it. Okay, good. So at the worst case scenario, we could just do that once the animation's done. It'll look a little bit weird. But for now, here's what I think we can do. Debug blockly dot workspace dot toolbox. We're not supposed to call this, apparently. There. That works. Okay, so let's just call that. But again, we need to call this after the transition's done. And Zanetsky, thanks for following. Hey, Surfing Ninjas. So in the resize handler, after we're done with all this stuff, we can say this dot workspace dot toolbox dot position. And I'll say this is needed because of how injecting works with animation. And I'll clarify that in a bit, but let's make sure that this is going to be correct. So we got to refresh the page, connect, press this button, hit JS code. So that doesn't work. We just need this to run afterward, or we can possibly make a toolbox animation alongside this thing. Probably not a good idea. Hey, slimy alligator. Am I worried about them becoming sentient? So a call to this will fix it, but we need to do that after the transition is done. Okay, so I think we need to do what it was Maldian was telling us earlier, which is this. What we have? Web events transition. Hey, long. Transition event is fired when a CSS transition is completed. In the case where a transition is removed before completion, and the event will not fire. Okay. So we need to set this. Add transition. Okay. So in the in-game UI, this is the kind of thing where, like, I might have gotten this entire UI done without animations and then just thought, oh, I'll just add them in afterward. And then I run into problems like this that takes half a day to solve. Still super annoying, but here's what we can do. And this is going to be, we're going to just totally hack this for right now. So what we want is we want to know when, what is it? The script edit components content has finished moving. What gets this class? This test class, I guess? Is this what has a transition on it? No, it just changes the left. But that's okay. We just need to know where this goes. It's here. We don't have a ref for this. So I guess let's say ref equals testeroni. And then we can say this refs.testeroni.add event. This, what's that false for? What is that false for? Properties. What? Oh, bubbled. Whether the event normally bubbles or not. Okay, false is fine for that. So then, after it's done transitioning, what we want to do is we want to call debug blockly.workspace.toolbox.position. So this is hacky, it's super hacky, but let's try it out. Connect, click, click. It's not there. I wonder if this got hit. Let's take a look. So we're gonna open this up. And does it get hit? Nope. No, it does not. Yeah, well, I can't figure out exactly what's happening right now. What is transitioning here? It's this entire div. At least it should be. And this isn't getting hit. This is where we add that class. And it's only when we're showing this. Yeah. Huh. I don't know. Maybe I put this on the wrong thing. Or maybe I need to do this beforehand. Maybe add it earlier in the life cycle. Yeah. I'm just not sure where. Or maybe no. Oh, you're saying add it, oh, and like component did mount or something, and then figure things out based on that, huh? Yeah, that's potentially gonna work. No, darn it. Why not? This should exist. Maybe it's because it's not transitioning. Yeah, the stupidly sized div. Here it is. Which is now correctly sized. But that's what we're giving the transition on. I don't know. And it should be this that's transitioning. In fact, if I put something like style, transition here. Let's go to in-game where's the transition element on this? Yeah, so if I put a transition of a really long time on this, 2 seconds, let's say, then we should know that it's that thing that's what's moving. Let's take a look. Oh, it's not. So I am just doing this on the wrong div. What is causing these to slide? Sliding section, in-game page. What has that transition on it? In-game sliding sections. Oh, this is on the wrong div then. Yeah, it should have been here. Okay, so fine. Ref equals sliding div. Yeah, okay, that was all wrong. Let's get rid of that. plus to do, I need to remove this listener. There. This should work. Hey, Esku. Okay, cool. We're fine with that. Let's close out of that because I don't care about it. Click this. Okay, now it's getting hit. Okay, so yeah. And then we need to fix the hack that's inside of there. So this should work once I open up everything, right? Yeah, there. And then you can close it, yeah. Okay, this is like the hackiest of hacks. I need to get a ref to my Blockly component, which already would have been needed. And then call a repositioned, or like finished animating function or something. It's just so bad. So bad. Okay, well that's all the bugs. So yeah. What is that? Oh man. You see that? What is that thing? Darn it. Alright, let's set the transition to 2 seconds so that I have enough time to click that. Right, I'm guessing that's the toolbox showing up or something. No, what is that? What is that glitchy area right there? Oh, it's there until I move the mouse cursor over this. What? Yeah, what? This has nothing to do with animations. Can I pause this? There, what is this? No, stop it. I just want to click that thing. It's nothing. What's causing that thing to show up? Like it's a rendering artifact. It's not actually a DOM element. Why it exists neither here nor there. Yeah, and if I hide this entire div, I bet it's coming from this div, right? So if I set visibility hidden, yeah, it's gone. If I do, oh, now it's fixed. So yeah, it's not a DOM element. I think it's just an artifact. Flexbox artifact. Hey, Rug. Visual artifact with flexbox due to non-integral view dimensions. Oh. Okay, we're gonna ignore that. We're gonna totally ignore that because I do not care one bit about that right now. So if I just resize the window a little bit, it wouldn't happen. Yeah, now it's gone. So it's only when the window's at this particular... No, wait, what? It's not there anymore. I don't know. I don't know how that even happened to begin with. We're just gonna ignore it. No, man. Yeah. I'm just gonna add this to my Flexbox notes that I have. So Flexbox, bug reports here. Actually, I'll just write, all right, troubleshooting. Bug reports here. Let's put this in red. There. Okay. Okay, so gotta fix all the hacks that I did, and then I gotta make this thing functional. So let's see. If I can fix the hacks, and I can check in the code, I can fix everything, and it takes me, let's say, 2 hours. That would leave 1 hour to do the other stuff that I wanted to do here. Yeah, I think once we get done with that, we're gonna just say show the timer and scores, then allow you to put bots into the queue. I don't know. I don't think that's gonna work. Oh, well, that would leave all of next week for the rest of the in-game UI, which is very little at that point. There's chat. Yeah, you know what? We can get chat working. Show chat. Then at some point we got to do the leaderboards. We got to do the post match review stuff. Oh, buff selecting. Yeah, which I don't think we're finished on yet. All right, anyway, and then all the queue stuff. So we'd have a week for all of that. I think that's doable. But for now, I'm going to go get lunch. Man, when I get back, I'll be back for probably about 3 hours. So I'm not done for today, just taking a lunch break. Then I'll write here where I left off. I'll check in the code as is. Well, I'll check in the code with the hacks fixed, but without script edit being functional. There's enough cleanup where that should be its own commit. That's GDD. All right. So the game design doc I've never shown on stream. The game design doc is like 45 pages of stuff. If that's what you mean by GDD. If there's some other thing you're talking about, then I don't know what you're referring to. Also, hey, Cryer. All right, so yeah, we'll do that when I get back from lunch. So thank you all for watching so far. Like I said, I will be back right after eating. And it won't take me the full 45 minutes, I hope. What is this? Yeah, always use Chrome. What? Did that pop up because I opened Edge earlier? Man, Microsoft. Oh, what's the PDF? This thing? Oh, this is the UI design doc. So this shows us like everything that we have in the UI, going to the store, going to blueprints, editing stuff, clicking any of these buttons over here. So yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go get lunch. Gonna just strangle myself as I try to get out of these lights. Okay, maybe we'll take them off a different way. All right, there we go. Okay, catch you all after lunch. See ya. All right, I'm back. Try not to scare anybody. Don't want to raise my voice. All right. Let me don these again. Just throw the rest of this onto my keyboard. Okay, so we got to clean up after the hacks. Hey, noob. Alright, so there's a lot of stuff left to fix up here. Let's take a look. Yeah, good, we got rid of that. So debug Blockly, we're going to have to get rid of that. We got to get rid of the part where I'm using it in the code. Yeah, so there's a way to get the Blockly component that we have. And I did this from the last place this was used, which was, I believe, the script edit container. There was a get Blockly. Yeah, this. So get JavaScript from Blockly component. So we're going to write a get Blockly component. So get Blockly component. And then in blockly.js itself, we're going to put a reposition. So there's a toolbox.position here. That's interesting. Yeah, this. I got back fast? Yeah. So there were a few days last week, I think, where I had to spend more time cooking lunch. But like I said, we made tacos last night, so I just heated up the stuff, ate some tacos, and came back. Took 25 minutes. Well, I also brushed my teeth and, like, watched a little bit of Twitch. Hey, stream watcher. Okay, so get Blockly component is here. Return Blockly component. Then in here, we're going to say this dot get Blockly component dot reposition toolbox, or like finished animating position. So we put this in the Blockly component under finished animating position, and we just say this. Okay, cool. Okay. So see Blockly, see the comments for finished animating position for why this is needed. Okay, so get Blockly component. Yeah. Okay, so let's go write the comment for that. We shouldn't need debug Blockly anymore, so we can get rid of that. Finished animating position. This is needed because of how CSS transforms. No, I'll say this is needed because the Blockly toolbox is injected in a different place in the DOM from the canvas element. So if you want to use CSS transitions to animate the entrance of the canvas, you can't just assume that the toolbox will get the same animation. Instead, call this function once the animation is complete, and the toolbox will be positioned such that so that it's where you expect it to be. So in the future, hey Kadoku, yeah, today's okay. I think I got stuck on some really, there were like 6 bugs all at once, and they had to do with animating in this, well, basically having this thing work. So it's not bad. There's still one bug that's outstanding, and that's that when I close this, instead of seeing the script content, you'll see the hardware flash for like a tenth of a second. So I can fix that later, but given that it only takes a tenth of a second, I'm not too concerned. The other thing that I did get done today, though, is now you can use your inventory and drag any pieces that you happen to own onto your hardware. So there's still no real functionality in this UI, and you still can't play the game yet. So in that sense, today has been a wash so far. Were those code helpers on the left? Were those code helpers? These things? So this is the same UI that shows up when you're not in a game. So when you're not in a game and you go to edit a script, you can still see the same UI that you see over here. It's identical. Well, if I click the same thing, it'd be identical. So in the future, we may want to investigate whether we could just apply the same CSS transitions to the toolbox, but I imagine it's not worth it. Hey, Remy. Okay, so that's done. Excuse me. So component did update. I already wrote this is heavy-handed, so fine. We should really perhaps only do this if we were told that the window height changed. Right, like I'm guessing we still do need this. We don't need to resize every single time we update, but without this code, we won't have the toolbox and canvas at the right size the first time we view this in game. So we connect, we click this, we click this. Yeah, so the size is wrong. But yeah, well, whatever. I'll just keep this as is for now. That's fine. And I will also say this. This is potentially a bit hacky. We're calling what is supposed to be... Oh, wait a second. Is there a get toolbox function? If there's a get toolbox function, we don't have a problem here. But there's no way to check now that I made this no longer... Yeah. Fine. There's one way we can do this, and that's in render, I guess. We put this here, then we just get this to change somehow. How do we do that? There we go. Now we say BBB equals this. And actually, no, we don't even have to do that. We can just say this.workspace. Is there a get toolbox? No. Is there any way to get the toolbox here? Seriously? Do they not want you getting this? Get all blocks, get top blocks, parent. No. They don't have any of that there. Well, yeah, unfortunately, there's no way to do this. Update toolbox? What does this do? Does this call resize at any point? Have you ever had that you're stuck on something for hours and randomly realize when away from a computer how to solve it? Yeah. Also, this happened to me the other day with something that wasn't computer related. I thought this was kind of interesting. Well, I might have told you guys this story. This was probably more like 2 months ago. But we had this candle, and when you light the candle, there's an LED light that goes on in the base of the candle that starts changing colors. So I wondered how this worked because the LED only turns on when you light the candle. And it struck me when I was about to fall asleep that night. I finally realized how it worked because I tried a couple of things. I took my cell phone flashlight and I shined it onto the candle because I thought, oh, maybe it's light activated, and that didn't work. And then as I was about to fall asleep, I'm like, oh, it must be infrared because fire emits infrared light, and my cell phone camera wouldn't. So I took a TV remote and pointed it at the candle and turned the volume up button, and it turned on the light. So I'm like, oh, that's cool. So yeah, I definitely believe in the power of stepping away from a problem. When I'll be in charge, every comment will have to have at least one we/u/I. Yeah, that's my style guide right now. I don't think we should do this, but I think you should. So here's the deal. I'll just write out your comment. It's potentially a bit hacky. We're calling what's supposed to be... Wait, what was it? Wait, did I have an idea here? Update toolbox. Oh yeah, that was right. I wanted to check to see what this does. Does this call resize at all? Parse language tree toolbox. Should populate, add color, flyout.show. I don't know if any of this resizes it, so we're calling what's supposed to be a private variable. There may be a supported way of doing this, but I didn't really bother looking into it. Hey Adam, want to hear a riddle? Sure. So I've been stuck on making spells for a mini RPG. Couldn't figure out how to make an instance of the spell and move it to the target. After 2 hours I deleted the progress. I could give you some general tips for that. I mean, if your spell is probably, you've got a class somewhere or some data that represents how it works, you need to make an instance of it and then have it be tracked by something else in your code. Oh, yeah, Ramy, whenever that happens, you should make a new branch in your source control. And that way you can revert back to whatever you want. Hey, Porphoria. Okay. So inject div children, get the SVG DOM element. So without this, we wouldn't be able to shrink the canvas size. Actually, this might not be necessary. Let me take a look. What if I just don't do that, but I do these two things? Maybe that's enough to get this to work. Hi, Pixel Dev. I don't think I've seen you in here before. Well, welcome. So what did I break? Because clearly this isn't working. Account validity 403 forbidden. What? Does this mean I'm trying to log in with an invalid account? Okay, this is actually pretty interesting because I think that's correct. And I think the reason why, and we go to use botland, select star from users. Let's get, I don't want all of that. Let's get star from users, but just /g. Okay, so my Atom account right here. Where is the creation date? Here it is. 6/21 at, look at that. Wait, what? 9:06. Yeah. Okay, that's right. So let's do current time in GUTC. So I bet this is going to say, yeah, so it's 9:10. And I had made this in 9:07. So exactly 3 days and 3 minutes ago, my account was created. After 3 days, my account expires. So what I have to do is I have to say update users, set account status equals 5. And now I'll be able to log in. It didn't give me any warnings though, so clearly that's something I'm gonna have to add to my list somewhere. Bug, if your account is invalid, i.e. 3 days have passed and you haven't activated it, then you don't see any errors when you try to log in. There are 2 magicians and a deck of cards without jokers. A dude from the audience selects whatever 5 cards he wants and hands them to Magician A. A looks at the cards and arranges them in any order he wants and then shows 4 cards to Magician B. Magician B guesses the 5th card correctly. How did they do that? Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like a trick question to me. Oh, I guess you're saying they can do this 100% of the time with whatever system they came up with. So what system did they come up with? If you, yeah, anyway, I had to come up with some way of arranging the cards such that you'd be able to tell exactly what it is. So you'd have to encode information. Like, I wonder if there's a way where if you said, I don't know. Yeah, you have to have some way of, I guess, sorting the cards that you hand between the 2 magicians such that it can reveal to you 2 pieces of information. suit and number. And suit is what? There are 4 suits, and there are what? How many numbers? 2 through 10. And then ace, jack, queen, king. So there's what, 13? So let's see, that's 2 bits for suit and 8. So 3, 4 bits for number. I was gonna say, if you could just order things, you come up with a partial order. I don't know. Anyway, I bet it has something to do with how you sort them when you hand the cards to the next person. But that'd be like very difficult to come up with. Because you have what, 4 cards? And how many different partial orders can you come up with there? 4, choose 4. Yeah, I'd have to think about it. Alright, so components at update. I think I'm done with this class, and I think I'm checking in mostly comments here. There's like 6 lines of code. I don't know if Lodash is needed. Script content. Yeah, this is not necessary. We don't need window height in here. I can just get rid of this. So let's remove it. Script content is going to be gone. Great. In game, we don't need the window height passed in. Although a lot of this is going to be wrong. Yeah, we need to fix up in game. So let's not check in that or that. We don't need that anymore. This is fine. Well, Kukuruku, I didn't... I guess what I was thinking of is I don't necessarily need to come up with how you could sort things. I just want to see if that was possible to do. Because if you have 4 cards, you can arrange them in... You come up with a partial order, and then you come up with all the different orderings you can have. So you've got, whatever, this many times, what, 3? So you have 18. That doesn't tell you enough to be able to get the cards, I guess. Anyway. Blockley. No, that's done. In game is the part I still need to look at. I'm just going to cut out the other big things from here. Let's see, that and probably that. Yeah. Okay, so it's just in game I've got to go look at. Let's take a look at the changes. So that's fine. That's going to get removed. Cool. Get Blockley component. Gets a reference directly to how does this work? Our Blockley element. See the comments for finish animating position. Good. Okay, here 169. We need to get rid of all of that. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and then all of this. Oh, I don't want to have to fix this. Excuse me. Yeah. Well, I'm going to have to. We can get rid of the ID here. That's not needed. The visibility, I guess this thing should always be visible because we don't have any problems with it anymore. So we do this, we click this, we go over to JS code. Wait, right? Does that work? Does that work? I think it does. We hit edit here and then click this. We're just positioning that automatically. So yeah, this thing can always be visible. It is kind of a weird way of doing things. And because it shows up over everything else, the other things don't need to hide. So if I were to give this no background color, where is the background color? It's always so hard to find the right element with a background color here. Gotcha. Huh. No, the other thing doesn't exist anymore. I wonder how that happened. Oh, I made them invisible. That's right. That is correct. But it shouldn't be necessary, I think. Well, it would be if we want opacity on this. if we want it so that when you're here editing a script, where is that UI? I don't even see that UI. Here it is. Yeah, if we want this to be slightly transparent, like you see up there, then we do need to hide the things behind it. Hey, wooden unicorn. Need a total order? I don't think partial is enough, but even a total order is easy to make on a set of cards. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm probably not going to devote any more thought to that. Okay, I'm going to copy paste all of this before I break everything, because it's very likely that I break everything. Is script component showing 179? So here, what is this used for? There, then we figure out the display. Display 2 is never even used, so let's get rid of that. And these are needed because if I just set this to always be visible, then we're going to break the background. Whoops, there we go. Let's take a look. So now if I change the background of this so that there isn't one, yeah, then the script component now shows up beneath it, but it's not interactable. Okay. We hide the hardware related sections when the script is open so that transparency on the script editor would work. So we'll say visibility of hardware section. Yeah, hardware sections. Okay, and then script classes, we have this, and then test class. Test class is not what we should be calling this ever. And script classes is used for this. Script edit class. I don't think the trick is something you need a video for. It's something you just need an explanation for. It's not a magic trick. It's a math trick. Okay, background color red. We don't want that. We don't need that. So what we can say, hang on, let me keep coughing. What is this? Seeing in what fashion he shows the card to his assistant might give a clue, though. No, so, okay, how I imagine it works, like I said, I think it's a sorting related thing. Like, Magician A just rearranges the cards and then hands them to Magician B, and Magician B reads the encoding of the sort order and says, okay, it's the Ace of Clubs. And I can help you all on the internet in all of your endeavors. Remember the letters D, capital Q, W. Those are the 3 letters that begin the Rickroll URL. So if you just remember those 3, you won't get Rickrolled. And that's better Twitch TV that shows you, Remy. Okay, so this is going to be when this thing is showing. So instead of test class, let's call this something like show in-game script edit. Wait a second, this is already the case though. Styles on this. OC. That's only needed because I show in-game script edit. This is needed. I don't understand what this is all about. Whatever. Yeah, whatever. We're gonna add this here somehow. No, fine. I don't know. Translate in-game script edit. I'm just gonna call this because I don't know. It's a better name than test class, that's for sure. What happened there? There. Okay. All right. What else? What else can we fix here? Show update on selected blueprint. Show that. Yeah. This should probably be done in such a way that I don't need this here. Yeah, we can do it this way. Let visibility of hardware sections equals visible. And then in this particular case, we can set it to hidden. And then I guess the rest of this is fine. We can get rid of this and put this here. And then put this up here. There. Okay, so that should be slightly cleaner. Now we have a bunch of dummy functions there. And a script edit component is indeed needed. Okay, so let's just test this out, and I think we should be good. Actually, I also need to link this, don't I? So here we go. Connect. We can click these things, delete, add, cool. JS code, we click this. Resizing the page works. We can move around the canvas, sure. We can press these buttons and they do nothing. That's expected. And then we can close this. Yep. Yeah, looks pretty good. Pressing update does nothing, yeah. Yeah, and Doran, the way to look at this is the only information you can pass that's deterministic is like positioning of the cards. So for example, if you picture a card to look like this, and then you get past two cards and they're structured like this, then you could get more information based on the sort of encoding you have there too. And so you overlap the cards in such a way like that the direction they are matters. So the one on bottom tells you something, its orientation tells you something, and I don't know, yeah. You basically have to come up with a system that lets you encode all the different cards. So we have underscore is defined but never used, and SVG DOM element is never used. Oh, I was testing this. I wanted to see if this is needed, and I never finished testing it. So this is still wrong. No, Kukuruku, I'm not necessarily saying it's orientation based. I'm just saying the only things you have to go off of that are deterministic are things that you can... Anyway, it doesn't matter. Okay, so let's take a look. So the canvas height being correct, I think it is now good. Yeah, right? So we don't need this particular code. I think I want to leave it in just in case I end up needing it. No, it's these things that matter. Yeah. So we don't need this, which means we don't need this. Actually, I want that comment. There. Times size when you shrink the window. So by the way, this structure of a problem is very similar to if you guys are ever doing a sort of computer science interview. So let's say you're interviewing at a company like Google or Microsoft. They'll ask you questions where you might not have ever heard the particular problem before, but you should still be able to reason enough about it based on what information you have. So for example, you might, there's tons of these interview questions online, but you might get something like, given a random number generator that always generates either 0 or 1, how would you I don't know, form a number out of that or something. And so I haven't given you a real problem, I'm just making this up right now. But you have a random number generator that generates either 0 or 1. And so you probably think immediately, okay, 0 or 1 is binary basically. So if I want to form numbers out of that, I can just start appending the zeros and ones together and then parse what this thing is. And I end up with my number, and like, there we go. So in this same case with the cards, you have to think, okay, how can I get determinism out of a random problem? And order is one of those ways. Sorting. but like I said, I haven't actually solved the problem or anything. So added the script edit to the in-game UI. It isn't functional, but there were enough bugs that I had to work around just to get it to show up correctly that I want to check this in before making it functional. EJ. Yeah. So in the end, what did I do here? Like 4 or 5 lines of code basically to fix all those bugs, and then the rest of this is now fine. Yeah, that's pretty much the case. Well, it looks good. I'm happy about that. I don't have to struggle too much more with this. That joke should have never been made on the internet. All right, can we resize this too? Yep. And can we switch between these things? Yeah. And can I switch between 2 different Blockly scripts? 1, 2, and yes, good. Okay, cool. Now I believe there was a to-do that I had somewhere about removing a listener. I didn't have that in the code though. Also, what happened here? What's going on? Why is this like opening a ton of files? Oh no, this is my mouse going wrong. No, it's gonna freeze my computer. I can't click anything. I gotta unplug the mouse. Oh god. Okay, it should stop now. Oh man, what is going on? Yeah, this is almost certainly gonna freeze my computer or something. Oh god. Oh, there we go. Okay, now I can plug in my mouse again. Look how many windows opened up just then. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna plug in the mouse. Hopefully this doesn't keep happening. Okay, it was much harder to plug in than it was to unplug. Alright, so let's just go to close all windows. Boop. There. That was ridiculous. That was absolutely ridiculous. Sometimes this mouse just turns on me. Okay. So all I wanted to do was go look at the code to see if I had any outstanding event listeners that I'd forgotten to remove. That's it. That's all I wanted to do. This, I do. Right here. Whew, it's a good thing I remembered. I've never had that sticky thing happen to my mouse. If I recall correctly, you're using a different setting than I'm using. I'm using the onboard memory. Are you using the other one? Because with onboard memory, it's happened like all the time to me. Ever since I got the mouse. EJ, that is pretty good. Yeah, so add event listener. So I should bind this event listener that I have here. Let's call it something like Blockly finished CSS transition. So we want to add and remove this. So let's bind this particular thing. Bound Blockly transition end handler. So we're going to add this here in wherever that thing is. Here it is. Add transition end. and then we're going to remove it in component will unmount. There. Now let's test that out. Yeah, EJ, I imagine that's a difference between your mouse being fine and mine not being fine. And the entire reason why I want onboard memory is so I can do things like this. Whoop, hang on. If I have a whole bunch of lines of code, let's say I had this here, whatever, and I wanted to delete a bunch of them, like I could just hold down a key on my mouse and I could start deleting them. Whereas if you're using the whatever this icon is, then it can simulate it, but it's not the same as the OS doing it. Deity says, what's your average viewer count? What's the highest number of viewers you've ever had? So a lot of that information is on Twinge here. And so the average viewer count as of summer has been 49, I think. Yeah, it's been 49. But over the course of the entire time streaming, it's been probably, what, like 40-ish? 41-ish? And the highest number of viewers I've ever gotten, I think, was like 115. And it's usually when I get hosted by somebody. How to delete line after in Sublime? I don't ever do that, so I don't know. All I ever do is delete the line that I'm on. If you're talking about how do I delete from here to the end of the line, Control-Shift-Delete will do that, and so will Control-KK, I believe. Yeah. Always remember to turn off the hacked computer. Okay, so we're going to test this. We're going to go back into here. We got to make sure this component unmounts. Oh, it'll never unmount, so we can't test it. Or, no, we can't. Yeah, there's no way to do this. The only way to get this component to unmount is to switch back to the main page. There might be a way I could do this. Debug main dot. Darn it, what is this called? Oh, blueprints. React router history. This is the only way I think we can test this. Did it work? It worked. You're already in the queue. What? No, you're not. That's weird. Okay, well anyway, I think this is working fine now. So we can check this in. Whew. Alright, that was like 3 hours worth of stuff going into a very small commit. Alright, so next up is get this script edit to be functional. So provide all the props correctly. So we can close out of all of this stuff now. I probably don't need this anymore. I should really just save it because I don't know if I'm going to need it. Just say ingame.js. There. Alright, I don't care about that. I don't want that. I don't want that. I can save that. Alright, good. So we go back to ingame.js. Where I have this script edit component, I'm now passing in a bunch of just nonsense. I need to pass in real stuff, and that'll involve a lot of refactoring from the container script edit. Which source control did you use before? Since you're saying check this in. What? I've always been using Git for this stuff, if that's what you're asking, and it was almost always being pushed to Bitbucket. I think at one point I might have had a private Git server that I was running. Okay, so we'll remake a script edit over here. So blockly XML, this.props.blockly_state.xml text. This should be easy enough to use. So we can just put that there. Let's try it out. Oh, I don't know. I started on something called RCS, and then I tried SVN, and then I tried Git, and then I tried Mercurial. So I don't know where check-in comes from. But even though Git uses the terminology commit, I still just say check-in. But yeah, good catch, Kukuruku. Okay, so do we not have the Blockly state here? Of course not. And getting it here is perhaps not a great idea, but let's get it. So, do any of these have Blockly? No, they don't. So editing this does nothing, right? Yeah, it doesn't. I can't do that. I just can't do that. Okay, so then we need to connect over here because I know for sure I have a Blockly script here. So here's what we'll do. We'll assign this to botlad, and then we'll assign a JavaScript one to this one. Which one of these is JavaScript? Let's just name this one JavaScript. JavaScript. And we'll give this code. Sure. Okay, cool. So now we hit the play button. We enter a game. And when I click this, we should see... No, we don't. Okay, that's too bad. Why didn't that work, though? This.props.blockly state.xml text. Oh, because I never told it to show Blockly. No, what? Why didn't that work? Did I not refresh this page? Oh, I must not have refreshed. Yeah, I think that was the issue. Yep, there's my code, guys. It's just in a white font on a white background. Oh, man. All right, what's going wrong here? So if I go to the script edit component, this is not done any differently. Props.blocklystate. Okay, well, we can go into the render function for Blockly, or maybe just in-games render function. Remove this. There. Okay, so how do we get this to update its render? There we go. So this .props.workbench state .blockly reducer, no, Blockly state .xml text. It exists, but it's set to nothing. What browser am I on? Yeah, this one. What? What's the... Man, something's messed up here. Script edit component. This shows up on edit. Well, this is its own entire container. So then something needs to set this. Set Blockly workspace XML. Yeah, here. So this must not be getting called. I expect this to be getting called in setup React. Oh, it is. Set editing script to new script. Is that it? That is it. Okay, well, that answers that question. I'm not doing this correctly somewhere. Selected script from dropdown. Updated Blockly workspace. Edit blueprint. Change to edit script. This is what should do it. Was that huge const file auto-generated? No. I made this. Why are you not using enums? For what exactly? For these? Yeah, I could do that. In fact, I should be doing that. No, actually, it doesn't really matter. These all get exported the same way. I guess it would make my imports easier. Yeah, I could do that. So I'll say switch from defining each action in Redux as its own constant and instead use a single object for them. This would reduce a lot of the definition code, but would also make importing them much easier. Wait, no, it wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't really gain a whole lot by doing this, I think. Well, from the producer file. Okay, so we need to do the same thing here in change to edit script. So get the script that you're editing and then set everything about it. So in the in-game UI, this should be done every time you select a new blueprint. Set blueprint details. Where else is this called from? Edit script, set blueprint details. It's called from blueprints.js. This is what when you click the edit button on a script. So here it's as though you were always editing it. Alright, in blueprint I guess it doesn't matter. Especially because it could be a new blueprint. But in here it probably would. We could do something like this. I use string cons for Redux actions, but for other enums I use a package called enum. Huh. This is pretty nice. I never really thought of using something like this. But I just use straight up objects. Yeah. Well, I'll hold off on that. Consider using the enum package. This is probably not the kind of thing I'm going to do for a while. But in here, I'm debating on whether I should put this into blueprint details. I feel like this should. Name the script details associated with it. Yeah, I probably should. So we get the script that we have. We actually already have it up there. However, it might not exist. Is making new bay. So if... Wait, what? It has to exist, right? No, it doesn't. Oh. Until that exists. Okay, good. Yeah, so this is what we're going to do. Let's try this out and then get rid of all of this. And hopefully this doesn't break anything. So now our code should be working the way that I expect. Let's try it. So I click, oh, it already broke. Okay, fine. Why though? Oh, we're right. I just copy pasted code without thinking about this. This should be redux store dot dispatch. There. All right. So close. Someone give me an idea for a simple game. I want to make something for practice. Why not? Why don't you recreate Kirby Block Ball? That was a fun game. So wait, where are the levels I'm thinking of? Yeah, here. So what was cool about this? It's basically a breakout clone, but you had multiple paddles. So if you pressed right, it would move both of these paddles to the right, and if you pressed up, it would move both of these paddles up. And so there were levels with blocks everywhere, and it was pretty cool. You should try making this. And I think this is a pretty easy single-player game to make. I think if you tried making a multiplayer or a network or something, it could be a lot harder. But this is like, it's Breakout with a little twist. And if you wanted to, you could probably look up all the sprites that were used in the actual Kirby game and just rip those. Not that that'd be something you could distribute afterward. World of Warcraft. Alright, so why is this broken? Why does this thing hate me? go back into Blockly or in-game.js and look at the render function. Okay, there. So now this breaks in, and I want to get this dot sys.props dot blockly state dot xml text. This is set. So for this to just be wrong, yeah, I don't know what's going on. Because we should get this exact same thing set here, and it is. Yeah, so maybe this is rendering the wrong details, or it doesn't know how to update itself or something. Because there's nothing here. In fact, I wonder if I just put something on here. Does it? Nope, it doesn't. Strange. Just all says, anyone know how to display a PDF file from form data object? I don't. Yeah, there are no blocks here. Which would be... Oh, wait a second. It's because this thing already existed when it began? Oh, darn it. Yeah, I know what this is. This is that hack I've got to do. Process.nextTick. Oh, man. This thing. Okay, so if we do this from here, this won't even work. Yeah, this won't work. We need to get this directly from the store. This won't work. Okay, well, let's just set this to true for right now, just to see if my hunch is correct. It's not. Weird. Whatever that is, no. No, I know. This is... Okay, so this was here because my Blockly component is not like a good React component or anything like that. So when you change the XML text that's underlying the Blockly component, it doesn't just update the canvas for you because it doesn't use the XML text to render the canvas. It's... Man. But yet, that doesn't work anyway. Oh, wait, I know why that doesn't work. Okay, so this would work, but I need to fix the other parts of this. So for example, on prettify code, okay, let's get some of this stuff. So on prettify code, I'm just gonna type in all these parameters. This dot prettify code dot bind this. What does this do? This dot props dot route set code input code. I don't really want to duplicate this, but let's do this for now. So refactor prettify code. It's duplicated right now. So we're gonna go to ingame.js. Prettify code. We'll just put this here. That means that we need to get the prettify code function passed in. So here it is. We go down to game and we put this here. So there, that's good. And now on prettify is going to be the same that we had here. Okay, done. So there's what? 2 properties done out of the, there are 7 left. So on convert to JavaScript, what do we have there? Convert Blockly to JavaScript.bind this. JS code equals get JavaScript from Blockly, then prettify it and set it. This is not needed. We just won't use this yet. On user switch code silo, that's needed. And Alessio, thanks for following. I'm not using this, and I don't know how this works exactly. So I don't think this existed back when I was trying to use Blockly originally. And I wonder, like, is this even good? Do they have a lot of issues? Or any people using this? What is this? React Blockly component? Wait, what? Syntonic, are you not following me before this? NPM search undefined. What? How do you... What? npm.js. Does this not exist in there? It does. How many downloads does it get? Yeah, 110 in the last month. So probably not a whole lot of people are using this. Although I probably should look at it to see what they did. They have the component render based on XML text. I doubt they even do this. Let's take a look. Supports an XML did change prop, so other components can easily consume the XML generated by the editor. really? No, that's easy enough. Generates the toolbox XML. Automatically notifies Blockly when it's been updated. How did they do that? Yeah, they did this correctly. But how? Blockly editor, Blockly workspace. So the editor, they have initial XML, and they make a Blockly workspace out of that with initial XML, and then they use this oops. What did I even just do? What was that? Activates the file finder. What? I didn't know this was a thing. Oh, GitHub. Okay, so this .state.xml. Import from XML. That's in component did mount. And anytime this changes, add change listener. Huh. Is it just you working on this game? No, I'm the only one developing it though. What is add change listener? That's if the workspace changes? I don't think they render different things based on... Wow. Well, on user switch code style. This user switched code style. Oh, so this one's at least super easy. This outbound actions set is editing with Blockly. Okay, well we can put this up here, and then we can use this down here. Is editing with Blockly is supposed to start off like that. On update Blockly workspace. So actually, does this even matter? Yeah, I guess so. On update Blockly workspace. So this is when you change it. It should, yeah. Other simple functions. I can put these anywhere. Where will the game be available? It'll be available online for free. Well, free to play, I guess I should say. Because you can spend money in the game, you just don't have to. And I'll talk about that just briefly here. Actually, there you go. Right now, if you wanted to play the game, you technically could. It's just a very, very old version of the game from like 4 or 5 months ago that's on the old infrastructure. So this is live. If you were to connect, yeah, I'm the only person in the game right now, but I can go deploy bots. Let's just deploy something basic here. Ultra Killer. Looks good. Cool. So there, I can deploy bots. Other people could join the game. They could play against me or be on my team. But I'm not going to give you a URL for that. If you find it, then great, you can use it. I mean, the URL is not important. It's how you sign up for an account that's important. And there's details right on my channel, but I don't advise trying it out right now. Okay, so what I do is creating script equals false, on creator update, on cancel. So we don't have any of that information, and yet this doesn't matter. It's still not going to work. Why is this not displaying? Kadoku, well, that would be excellent. I don't think that's going to happen. Okay, so let's see. I already had a breakpoint, which I have apparently now removed. But if I go to the render function and put this back here, the one thing I do know is that this had the Blockly text correct. Yes, there it all is. So then I eventually... Oh, right. Yeah, this is the problem. So bug changing Blockly XML after the component has already been mounted. Doesn't work. I need to use my process.next tick hack. it's pre-beta. Okay, and the reason it won't work is because I can't change to JavaScript right here. No, I can. What? Oh, there it goes. Okay, yeah. So now we've got to do the process.nextTick hack that I had. And I don't like this hack. But let's try it out. Ah, problem solved. There we go. It's a little bit too far to the side, but that's okay. Should probably resize that afterward. Yeah, so this is super hacky. We are, I guess, going to have to refactor this as well. Really just going to have to refactor all of this. But hey, you can now do most of the things you could do in the other form of this. So we just need to fix these last few. On convert to JavaScript. What does this do? Yeah, fine. Let's just refactor it all. I might as well just do it from the beginning. So the issue, these have adhesive on the back of them, and the tape that's covering them is starting to come off. This is like sticking to my shirt. Oh well. Wrap these around my neck. Cool desk. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so we'll start with prettify code. Props.route.prettify code. Then set code input code. Okay, yeah, we're gonna change this because it can be passed in as something from setup React. Prettify code. It's the main instance. So we need a Redux store. I guess we need the main instance here too. So how is this going to work? These two things? So we get main instances prettify code. And then what do we get passed in here? I guess code, right? Otherwise there's no way this can work. Yeah, code. Oh, there it is. So this .props.code input state, that's not how this is going to work. We've got to go get the code input state. So let's do this the same way I did things here. We'll call this code input state. Code input reducer? Is that what I call this thing? Yeah. So we take the code input state's code, and then finally we do a redux store dot dispatch set code input code. That's already been done up here too. All right, so then we just change this. So this is now going to be prettify code dot bind null redux store main instance. And then we can just call props.route.that. So we can delete this entirely. We can go back down to prettify code. On prettify code is this .props.route.prettify code. Done. What is main instance? Am I seeing some singleton? No. Main instance is where I just happen to define a bunch of other functions, which I really shouldn't have. They're utility functions. I'm going to refactor this at some point. I just haven't yet. And there's not going to be any time to do these lower priority tasks until when I hire more developers at this point, really. That's it. Like, it's all contingent on Botland being successful enough to be worth fixing up the tech debt that I have. I don't think it's immense tech debt or something like that. I think this is just a couple of days of refactoring for one developer. So on Prettify code, this is done, and that means that we need to do the same thing over here. Prettify code. Oh, we don't have the convert though in there, do we? Yeah, so we gotta fix that up too. This dot props dot route dot prettify code. Okay, let's go try that out. So we join the game. We go into this code and we hit the prettify button and it works. Good, cool. Okay, so what? We're 1 for 9. That's 11%. On convert to JavaScript. Let's go work on this one. So convert Blockly to convert Blockly to JavaScript. So we get the JS code from the Blockly component. We very, very likely need to pass this in. So we'll get the JS code, and then what do we do? Prettified code equals route.prettify code. Validated. Is anything with Blockly false? So convert Blockly to JavaScript and switch to Blockly is what this is doing. I'm not going to name a function that long though. But whatever, let's rewrite this function where it belongs. The whoops library is the best library. Okay. So function convert Blockly to JavaScript. So we actually get the JS code from Blockly. So this is not going to be a conversion function any longer. What is this better named as? Because we actually pass in the JS code here. We can't get this. We could pass in a Blockly component, I guess, and then call get code from it, but it seems like a bad idea. Does it seem like a bad idea? I think it does. What does this function do? Because this is defined in both places. But how we get this could change. Script edit component, script content, Blockly component. Yeah. Yeah, that's too bad. Okay, so we get the JS code. Then what do? We prettify the code, which means we need main instance here. So redux store main instance. Stop props dot route dot validate JS code. Is that here? Is code valid? Yep. Okay, so we change this to if main instance is code valid, prettified code. Then we do this. There, great. Done. So that's the whole function. Now, since this is no longer really doing any conversion, I guess what this is really saying is like switch to JS view with code to JS view from Blockly. Yeah, there. That's the best thing I can come up with. So this was done from here on convert to JavaScript. And that, hey P3D, how you doing? Redux store main instance. So edit blueprint. This isn't even the right place to put this. It's script edit. So switch to JS view from Blockly is now how this is going to work. So we do this, and then we call this .props.route.that with the JS code. And we're done. So that's it. And then this would unfortunately have to exist in both places. So we put that there, and then we also put it here. So on convert to JavaScript is what I just did. Yeah. So we get that function. And we put that in this class. Okay, so let's take a look. Does this even work? So we have this code and we hit convert to JS and it fails immediately. So get JavaScript from Blockly component. Oh, we're missing that function. Right, so this is actually not so hard to do. I can do it this way. I can say const Blockly component equals this dot get Blockly component, and then const JS code equals Blockly component dot get code. That should work. Okay, so now when we, let's say we just delete a whole bunch of this, we just have if will artillery hit fire artillery, we hit convert, and it breaks again, which is exactly what I expected because I forgot to put this over there. Done. Have you ever used D3? I think so. I used a graphing library for one thing. I didn't do it on stream though, but it was actually for Botland. Okay, now this is working. That's totally great. The cancel and update buttons don't work. Yeah, we'll fix those. So there, we're done with 2 of these now. How many characters is this? 129. Imagine calling this function if you said something like, alright, so we're going to call this.props.route.that with some arguments here. So one of the arguments is Blockly COVID no spaces. Then there's going to be, it would get ridiculous pretty fast. Alright, so that's working. Next thing up here is on user switch code style. So is this something I can extract out of here? Bound action set is editing with Blockly is Blockly. There's no reason for this to exist here, but there isn't a big enough reason I think to move this out of here yet. I guess the big reason is that it's duplicated. But user switch code style takes in is Blockly and then set is editing. Yeah. Okay, we'll refactor this out. So fine. Setup React. We'll make a quick function here. Function user switch code style is Blockly. We also need the Redux store here. And all this is going to do is this, which gets changed into Redux store.dispatch. There. Set editing with Blockly already exists. So now user switch code style is what we want here. Okay, now we can delete this, and user switch code style can be changed to this.props.route. Good, that goes here too. Good, and this is user switched code style. Yeah, fine. Alright, and then we put this into edit script as well. Cool. Alright, so now you should be able to switch from JavaScript to Blockly just like you could before. This is pretty slow work right now. That looks hard to type on the keyboard. It's not that bad. The mouse is a little bit harder to type on. Although I can do it. I can change code. I can type the letter K. I can delete the letter K or make it keep and then delete all of that. in case you're wondering, because it doesn't usually show up in the camera, but I have this mouse with a bunch of buttons on the side. It's pretty helpful. Okay, next up we have is editing with Blockly. This is actually not needed, so I guess that's done. Then on update Blockly workspace. Yep, cool. So let's copy paste all of this over to here. Set Blockly workspace XML. Yeah. Dispatch. Good, that exists. We need a Redux store. Cool. Okay, now we just use this. Updated Blockly workspace. Done. All right, next up is creating script. Wait, we should test this. So we connect here, we click edit, we change the workspace a bit, and then we go over to code and back here. Yeah, it works. Okay. All right. And then finally, is creating script is currently always set to false. I guess that was stored in the state here. So we set it based on whether or not this existed at the beginning. We just won't let you create scripts right now. I think that's fine. We probably need to let you in the future though. On creator update and on cancel. On cancel should be pretty easy, right? When you cancel out of this, it should bring you back to this view. So that, yeah, I think that's easy. I think we just do this. Where is it? It's whatever sets this to be true. Change to edit mode. Yeah, it's that. Okay, let's do that. So here we're gonna say there. So the only thing we're missing is create an update. Am I in the UK? It's streamer time. And no, I'm in northwestern US. So we click cancel, we go back to this screen. Yeah. Okay, not bad. And anytime we make modifications here and then come back, oh, they're deleted. Oh, doesn't that suck? Well, I didn't think about that. So that's a bug. We gotta fix that now. So on edit script, this sets the state, but it doesn't do anything more than that. So what we gotta do is set the script details. Not really blueprint details, but this would do it. So this will reset our script details. It also performs some other actions with respect to loading. No, we can't do this. We can't do this. Yeah, set blueprint details needs to be disconnected from this. Yeah, it's a bad idea. And this existed here before this. Kyle Katarn says that smile when something's wrong, gotta learn to do that. Well, I think you especially have to when you're streaming. When I let something get me down when I'm streaming, eventually it'll turn into me just rage quitting the stream. Oh, see you, Endorn. Thanks for joining. Hey, Deadbringer. So set blueprint details. This is where we're going to do something slightly different. Yeah, it was at the bottom of this stuff here. I just added this code and I should change this. So set script details. To be whatever the selected script is, I suppose. So let's Let's copy paste this down to here and then delete almost all of it. Yeah. There. Now I don't really need to type anything. No, Syntonic. I don't. I'll have to tell you about that at some point, probably in real life. I don't think it's worth sharing on the stream. But yeah. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. I'll tell you sometime. So set script details. Oh, whoops, I forgot that util.exist script. We need to go get the script. I should say that script selected bay. So I guess we do need a lot of this code. Hey, Snake Eyes. And Goggles, how much longer will I be streaming for? About 2 hours. Snake Eye says, get anything done today? Yeah, I'll show you in a sec. Let me do this first. So selected bay, workbench state. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. What do we do here? If not, is making new bay. Where does it even come from? Oh, you pass it in. Okay, so in this case, if the selected bay exists, get bay by ID. There's no bay ID here. Optional bay ID. Okay, so that part's fine. So if that exists, then get the script. And if that exists, okay, so now I have set script details, which we need to put into, at the very least, the in-game UI. Cool, and then in here, we do that. I'm not sure if this will work. Selected blueprint icon. When you click a particular icon, we want to set the script that you're using for that. But this will pick the wrong bay. Maybe we need to pass that in here. Otherwise, no, it's getting pulled directly from the store. So maybe this will work. Darn it, I don't know. I think I did this wrong. I think I need to do both of these here. Set blueprint details and set script details. That makes sense. Yep. Okay, that definitely makes sense. And now here we get the bay by ID based on what's in the store directly, so this should be fine. Okay, so finally, now what we can do is call this function down here, set script details. And I'm passing in false, although I don't think that matters. Or update script details, set script details based on selected bay, something like that. Let's try it out. So the bug that I had was I connected, I click this, I delete a bunch of blocks, I click cancel, and I go back into that. And it's still a bug. So let's just mark this down as a bug. Bug, choose edit a Blockly script in game, delete all blocks, click cancel, edit it again. Expect the script to be repaired, but it's gone. So Snake Eyes, what I was doing today was trying to get some of the in-game UI done. So now you can, I think this was there as of yesterday, or 2 days ago. What I did yesterday, so not on stream, was I made it so that you can remove stuff, and today I made it so you can add stuff. You just can't update this. So when I click away from this, everything that I just did is gone. So I haven't made it so you can actually persist those changes. And then what I started to work on is getting the script editing in the game. And I got caught up on a bug that lasted for like 2-3 hours. So now there's a bug that I'm working on, which is when you clear out this script and hit cancel and then try to edit it again, it should show you your script that you had. It just doesn't do that. Oh, wait a second. I know why this isn't working, because of this thing. Oh, this is so hacky. Okay, Kukuraku. That's very different from Kirby Block Ball. But that's fine. All right, I fixed it. Oh, whatever. So there we go. Okay, so we need to export this hack somewhere else. Refresh Blockly canvas. Yeah. So I'm going to have to export this to a higher level function. Props on workbench state. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I can do this. All right, let's do it then. We're going to need the comment here too. So if you're already showing the Blockly canvas and you want to continue to show it, then we need to perform a hack in order to update the canvas. This means, the means by which I refresh the canvas is super hacky, but it's the only way to update the canvas to represent what's stored in the XML state, blah, 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 use process and so, yeah. Okay, good. So, yeah. If you pass in false, then this essentially does nothing special or hacky. In fact, we could just make this a refresh. That way you don't have to pass in a parameter at all. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Is editing with Blockly. You just put if is editing with Blockly and you're already editing with Blockly. I guess that was the issue. Yeah. The reason why we even allow you to specify, it's not really worth it. Okay, so now let's convert this. So if, let's get the workbench state. There. So if is editing with Blockly and is editing with Blockly, okay, good. This upbound actions, we can't do that. We have to do redux store dot dispatch. All right, looks good. Okay, so now we pass this in to in-game end of the script UI. Good and good. Okay, and now we should be able to call this directly instead of what I was currently doing. This dot props dot route dot refresh. Huh, okay, Syntonic. Oh, wait a second. You're sure that wasn't a typo, right? React Code Mirror is what I'm using now. What I'm using looks good. React Code dash mirror is what I used to use. Was hard to figure out. So make sure you have the one with only one hyphen in the name, not with two hyphens in the name. But if you're happy with React Ace, you don't even need to go switch. So start new script. So we got this. That looks good. And then, wait, what did I even just modify? All right, so same thing here. All those next tick calls. And then is editing with Blockly, we shouldn't really even have to take, right? Yeah, I don't think this is going to be necessary because we can figure this out based on the script that you have selected. Yeah, I think we get rid of this. I think we just delete that, and then same thing with here. Well, if you don't pass it in at least. So we need to get the script that you have selected, particularly the Blockly part of it. let Blockly XML equals get workbench state dot editing script Blockly XML. There. Okay. Reason 3-act. Okay. Yeah, Syntonic then. It should be fine. How is the Ace code editor? Well, they even have a minimap version on there. Where's the minimap one? Whoa. I just wanted to see their minimap. They have that on here? I don't see it. Do they have it? Where did I read about minimap? What? Weird. Huh. Font size. Man. Full line selection? I don't know what full line selection is. Code folding though. It's crazy. Animate scrolling. Animate scrolling, what? Oh, if you're searching for something? Oh yeah, okay, I see. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Fade fold widgets? I find this pretty crazy. Scroll past end. Actually, that's kind of nice for some people who like that. Well, whatever. Okay, so refresh Blockly canvas. Here, I think it makes sense to pull it from the state so that we can maintain what we had. Here, I don't think it does make sense to pull it from there. So we can just delete that. So after setting the script details, we almost always want to refresh this. God, I could never build this. Yeah, oh yeah. I would never want to build that either. So I don't ever want to make an editor, really. I don't think there's any point at this period of time. And then I also don't want to make my own GUI language. I think those would be just endlessly frustrating. Okay, so this should be working. We cancel out of this. We go back into the code, and there it is. Yeah, cool. Okay, so bugs fixed. In fact, I don't know if we'll ever set script details without doing this other part. Set editing script to new script. I don't know. It's not worth worrying about. All right, so is that everything finally? It's everything except for onCreate or update, which we still don't have. I'll just say window.alert. Never coded this. OCOU. Yeah, so that's everything. So we can modify. Oh, it broke. It broke because this doesn't exist in the DOM. Finished CSS transition. This is get Blockly component. I think this just doesn't exist if util.exists. And I guess we can delete this too. Okay, so our Blockly component isn't necessarily in the DOM right now. But script content is, so at the very least we have that. Oh, that still broke. Oh, I typed it wrong. Blockly component. So this part's fine. Let's cancel this and go over to the other bot and hit JavaScript. If we close this, that works. I just want to make sure all of these things work. Canceling this. Yeah, this UI change is a little bit abrupt. The other thing that's a little bit strange about this is that if you were to click this gutter up here, it should close this UI. No, it doesn't. What about this? Oh, that's nice. Okay. It's kind of weird that it's transparent. Probably might want to fix that. But then clicking over here closes it all. All right, I think this is working then, and we can prettify the code if we want. Hit update. Yeah, never coded this. So you can't actually change anything in the game, but you can view it all, and this is much closer to working than it was before. What happens if you're looking at the script editor and you click another bot? Oh, that actually does work. Oh, thank God. Because I didn't do anything special to code that. Okay, good. So we're pretty much there for functionality. So now one of the things we have to imagine is, let's say you're in a game, you've actually got bots down. So is that what the final game will look like? It'll look more like this document than what you see in the game right now. I don't have the graphics yet for the game, so I can't make this look a little bit prettier. But also I haven't polished the UI. So things like this, landmines, laser mines that explode on enemy machines, that is eventually going to be replaced with something like this, like landmines, I don't know, 500 damage, lives for 20 turns, something like that. You know, real data. So it's close to what it'll look like. So anyway, let's do this. Imagine you're playing a game and you've got some bots down. Put the move command here. Okay, you got some bots down and you're like, oh man, these things need lasers instead of whatever they have. So what you're going to do in the real game is you're going to click one of your blueprints. You're going to edit it, I guess, really fast. And you're going to be like, okay, whoops, let's add in missiles, which is what they needed. Then I guess you'll hit the update button over here. And it'll pop you right back over to this screen. And you'll drag this onto your queue now. I think that'll be good. Helped out with clicking elements outside of divs to trigger closing. What's this? An on-click outside mix-in for React components. Oh, wow. Neat. That is really nice. Because the way I did it is I added an on-click to just one particular div that happened to be most of what I needed here. So I'll write this down. On-click. Where is it? There's an on-click handler that I added for this. It's called game area or something. Clicked game area. Here it is. If we ever need something more than this functionality, we can use this node module. Okay, so that's done. That's done. That's done. Okay, yeah, that's good. I think we're in good shape now. So I can check this in. Let's lint it. Give in to the Wii. Missing semicolon. Oh yeah. This is temporary code anyway. Okay, looks good. Space converts to JavaScript. Yep, looks good. Looks good. Yep, all that's fine. Except for maybe that Blockly state. Do we ever use that? We do in one place. Wow. Switch to JS view from Blockly. Okay, so this got refactored nicely. That's actually really good. So we removed 68 lines of code from there and basically added them into setup React. Hey, Mr. Atomic Bomb. No, I'm out of water. Okay, I gotta comment all of these functions. Let's see, updated Blockly workspace, cool. Code style, prettify code. It's pretty obvious. Prettifies and saves your code to Redux. Lint as I save. I haven't actually thought about doing that. That might be a good idea. Then again, I could have my text editor do it on edit, but I just never set up any of that stuff. I typically run linting though before I check in, so it could help me catch some bugs though. See, a lot of these things are, if I were working on a team of people and someone could just come over and do this on my machine, I'd be like, okay, great. But people give me so many suggestions online that I say, okay, I'll look into it later, and then maybe I'll get an hour or two a week to look into all of those things. So I slowly take off like this many items from my to-do list, and I add that many every week. Prettifies your code and saves it to Redux. All right. That's all fine, I guess. This block of 3 shows up in a lot of places. Oh well, add hardware to config. That's fine. Switch to JS view from Blockly. What does this do? This takes code from your Blockly. This takes code generated from Blockly and prettifies it. If the prettified code is still valid, it will set that as your JS code. Otherwise, this takes code generated from Blockly, prettifies it, and switches views to JavaScript. This is crucial for the convert Blockly to JS functionality. There we go. Why do you have lights around your neck? So I have lights around my neck because when people follow, they get control over them. And I just haven't found a better place to put them. I only moved a week or two ago. And in the old place where I lived, if you check all the VODs that I have, they were, comfortably on the wall behind me, not around my neck. So let me show you any of these VODs basically. Let's just click a random one. This 40. Wait for it. Also, I'm wearing a very similarly colored shirt. Possibly even the same shirt. Oh wait, where are they? Huh, the lights weren't on my door then. Did I even own them back then? Maybe I only got them. Yeah, okay, so here you go. See how the light strips were on that door behind me? Well, now there's no door behind me. So I don't know what to hang them from other than my neck. Here, let me demonstrate. Token Shafili. There. Alright, so set blueprint details, that's fine. Updates whatever script you will show in the UI to reflect the selected one. The reason this isn't automatically part of set blueprint details is because you sometimes want to revert just a script that you've modified without reverting the hardware. Yeah, so there you have it. That's Chifili changing the lights right now. To toxic green. Oh wait, toxic color loop. So pretty. Deadbringer wants a token too. Why do I feel like I'm going to regret this? But I didn't regret giving it to Chifili. Okay, there you go, Deadbringer. How do you do that? So I wrote up a little Pastebin snippet on how they work. Yeah, this talks about everything. So if you're already showing the Blockly canvas and you want to continue to show it, then we need to perform a hack in order to update the canvas. the means by which I refresh the canvas is the only easy way to update it. So by using process.nextTick, I can unmount / remount the component. All right, I'll say this. So this isn't even necessary. So if you don't pass in anything, then this will use the values stored in Redux. No, then this will selected Blockly, the Blockly XML that's stored in Redux, to see if you should be seeing Blockly or JavaScript. If you pass in false, then this essentially does nothing special or hacky. The reason why you'd pass in false is really just from here, is when the user wants a blank Blockly canvas, but the selected script doesn't actually have a Blockly script associated with it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so I fully commented that. I think the rest of this stuff is fine. Took a long time, and now we don't want to check in any of these things. So let's lint it again. I think this comment is really important. This function is super hacky to begin with. If it was as simple as just updating Blockly XML, then there'd be basically nothing to do here. But I'm going to forget why I had particulars of this function. So let's see. The in-game script. Oh no, Deadbringer, your script is probably not broken. It's probably that you just didn't turn off color loop. Yeah. Also, your script is set to work way longer than 45 seconds. But yeah, you were coloring the lights. You just never turned off color loop. If you want, fine, I can give you another script or another token and I'll turn off color loop. Lights, color loop off, there. Actually, let me just set this down to normal. There you go. So there, if you want to test out your Rave script now, you can. All right, so we're going to check this in. So the in-game script edit is now functional. The only thing that you can't do is create or save scripts. Well, that's not true. It's now mostly functional. I'll just say you can't create or save scripts, and there's no script library dropdown yet. All right. All right, so this is Deadbringer's Rave script apparently. Neat. I think it's not as obvious unless you set the brightness to max on them. But it does look pretty cool. Okay, so we can close these. So next up should be the script library dropdown, but I want to take care of the timer and the scores since that really should just be simple UI. Now I say simple UI, but obviously we all know that nothing is simple in this stream. So show the timer and scores for the game. Well, I used to do this in here. Oh, I actually had a timer component. Render timer. Oh, we changed how this is going to look. So it says 306. Before, what it used to say was time left in match. I think that's pretty obvious. But it also used to say there was like a minute remaining or something, or the match is about to start. That's helpful sometimes. Okay, yeah, we'll do this. I'm just gonna go get some water. I like take this off every single time. Looks like I'm trying to hang myself. Okay. I'll be right back with water. And I'm back. So getting the timer component to work, like I said, shouldn't be too bad. At the very least, I could just get a time display. I don't necessarily need those helper strings. Oh, man. There. All right. Yeah, so let's include the timer, and then let's theme it correctly. Guru. So when you're in the game, we want to show it at the upper right along with the scores. How are we showing scores right now? It's blue on the left, red on the right. Okay. GladiaBots? I have not heard of that. Android app. Tactical bot programming game. When was this made? Whoa. Wow. That's that's pretty crazy. Yeah, so they went for 3D. They have they have okay, yeah. It's pretty ridiculous. Also, I wonder how this works. How they're what is this? Time to pivot? No. I know it's all that. I'll have to check this out afterward, huh? Because I wonder how you play against other people. Is it a multiplayer game? Wish list. Is multiplayer on this? Do they have multiplayer? Hello? More information? Published 65 days ago. Wow. Oh, it is multiplayer. Okay. I wonder how they did their multiplayer. Because... yeah, I wonder how they did this. Huh. I'll have to take a look, though. Check out GladiaBots. I don't think Unity has a bad reputation, does it? I don't understand, though. Like, I guess you can download it directly from here? Yeah. Huh, interesting. So it looks like the difference here, it doesn't look like there's any hardware configuration. So Botland is more about the strategy element than the programming element. No, Deadbringer, I guess what I meant is it peer-to-peer? Like you connect to someone else's computer and then they're the authority there? Do they have an infrastructure for all of this? Like is there matchmaking and ranking and all that stuff? All right, show the timer. So we're going to go into the in-game UI and we're just going to show a timer component for right now. Now this is another absolutely positioned thing. It'll just always be there at the upper right and nothing will really show on top of it or around it or really anything. So yeah. So in-game footer, we'll say timer. Import timer from components timer. And we want to give it an absolute position, not necessarily in the center or anything. We will probably, we'll get styles the same way we get them everywhere else. Although we have to do this the right way. So I guess we go to components, script edit, and get the styles from here. Yeah. What is Pixie component? Pixie component is my wrapper around Pixie. Pixie is the renderer for Botland. Why did I even do this? Return this dot render timer? If not showing timer, return null. Style. Yeah, this makes no sense why I wrote a function like this. This is when I was just learning React and Redux, and I think some of this just doesn't make any sense. So not showing timer, return null. Otherwise, style it with a time string. This should work. This is going to look totally wrong, but let's try it. Webpack missing module. That must be coming from timer. Where is it stored? Redux, components, timer. Okay. What's missing then? This? Yeah, it's only up 3 for some reason. How is that possible? Oh, okay, never mind. I understand how all of that happened. Okay, so let's try now. So we connect and we should see the timer in the middle. Yeah, and the reason why this shows 893 minutes left is because I hard coded the times to be really, really long for games. So they're 1300 minutes that it starts at. That way I never had to try joining a game again. It would just automatically put me into the same one I was in. So this is correct. We just need to theme this better. Wow, that's pretty impressive. I wonder, hey, EJ, do you mind linking me that video? Because I want to see, is there any interest in this kind of game? I made this basically, like, we went into this blindly of just, oh yeah, we'll make this. And then as we started, we figured out, okay, yes, we need a target audience. So in my mind, that is strategy gamers. And like I said, not necessarily people who care about automation. And I also wanted it to be like somewhat casual in that if you only want to ever have to worry about what are these individual pieces on your bot, then that's all you should have to worry about. You don't need to worry about the automation component. And then when you finally go and you deploy things into the arena and you drag these things on, then awesome. It'll just work. And I think it'll be fun. Oh, it doesn't have it, at least not in the Linux version. Okay. Thanks, EJ. EJ, this. I'll have to contact that YouTuber at some point and be like, so, do you like automation games? Do you want to maybe talk about this one? Okay, so let's get the timer themed correctly. We're going to go make a timer less. So timer.less. Let's just call this timer. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of these. Go into all. Get timer there. This is an in-game thing, so I guess we'll put it here. Yeah, I'm thinking it's solo. There are fast forward options and stuff. Yeah, and I can't imagine that this kind of game would really hold your interest for very long. I don't know. I just automation games are very weird in general. As a solo game, there's a lot you can do with it, and there's certain things that I guess would be fun there. But as a multiplayer game, the only way to really get the scripting part of it to be scripted is for you to have the script running on the server, not on your client. So if it ran on your client, then you basically have to make it a very grindy game because it's something that you wouldn't want to do manually. But if you make it a strategy game, then it's something that has to run on the server because then players could just do the strategy manually. Or you make it some combination like an RTS where there's no way you can possibly control every single unit at once. So you manually take control of a few of them and then you automate the rest. I've thought about a lot of this stuff, and I'm not necessarily saying what my conclusions are the absolute truth here or anything, but automation games are a niche market right now, and I don't necessarily think they have to be. GFX 47. Yeah, there's no one who has GFX even in their name who's been through chat. Are you serious? But if you want to see who's come in chat with the word captain in the beginning of their name, there's 3 people. And CPT, there are 3 other people. That's a pretty common one. And I believe wooden, there are 2 people. But now I'm off topic again. So let's put all of this styling into the right place. So we're going to delete all of that. The style that we had on here, we're going to instead put it as class name. Styles.timer. And then we need to change the color dynamically, which we'll figure out how we're going to do that. Thanks, serious. Link this to from the devs. All right, so we need to get those into shape, but then we also need to get this like red when the game's about to end. I don't actually think we need to do that. And then we're not referring to style anymore, right? Nope. Okay, so let's just turn these into real properties here. Position, absolute, top, 5, I guess, sure, fine. Text align, center, pointer events, none. Text shadow. Is text shadow not a thing? Also, how do I do this? Do I just copy this entire thing up there? And then take out the quotes and the commas? Or no, not the commas. Let's try that out. I don't know if that's going to work. So there's text shadow, then there's width 100%. No idea. That was so I could center it. I don't need that any longer. Prevent selection. I can just do this by saying user select none. Botland seems very unique to me. Sure, there are automation games where you work on your machinery. Botland is that your hardware is used strategically in the way you're doing multiplayer. Yeah, and that was the entire goal of the game, by the way. So if that's how it seems to you so far, then goal theoretically accomplished. Text shadow is text shadow X offset, Y offset blur, then color. Oh man, that sounds like a way better way to do this. Double semicolon on line 3. Alright, I'll fix that too. Try X offset, Y offset blur. Let's try this out and just see if it's styled correctly. I guess so. It's not colored correctly. Wait, what gave it the color? Oh, right, that was part of this. We have to put this back. Color white. Oh, I think there are large enough differences. I think part of it is how long will people play for? Okay, this looks good. So let's try the way that Chifili said of doing this. So text shadow, X offset, Y offset blur. Is that all I need to do? Oh, I need a color. Text shadow CSS. Where's the X? I see what you were saying. Never mind. All right. X offset you were saying is like a variable. Yeah, so the reason I did this here is so that I keep offsetting it a bunch to get an outline around the text. I don't know if there's a better way to do this. And yeah, I guess I could specify the text shadow color like this. Yeah, Chifili, I just realized that. So what is less syntax? And why have I not just learned less at any point? I've basically just been coding CSS. Okay, here we go. So we can say this. So we can say text shadow color. And we want this to just be black. And then in here we can just use at and then the thing. So we can replace all of these with text shadow color. Is that gonna work? Yeah, okay, there we go. So we want this to be black. I don't want a red timer. I think that's weird. Although we will probably change the color of it at some point. And then as for positioning of it, we want it to be in the upper right and probably for it to exist in a div and other stuff. A lot of this doesn't really matter. All right, let's take a look. Where is the timer? Here it is. Okay, so top is there. We'll say right is 5px as well. So now it's always going to be at the right side of the screen. That looks pretty good for now. I want boat mode and soccer mode. So if Botland... Oh, what happened? Oh, I forgot a semicolon. If Botland got really popular and we had time to make new game modes, I talked about this months ago, but I think it'd be cool to just basically implement other games inside of Botland. So the more complex ones to write AI for would probably not be very fun. But imagine like a Pac-Man mode in Botland. Bomberman was another mode I was thinking of originally, but I think that's too hard for people to write AI for. And if it's not hard to write AI for it, then it's easy to write a perfect AI for it. So anyway, imagine something like Pac-Man mode where you have to go collect pellets and there are like power pellets on the board, and so it's a matter of should I go get the big one or the small ones or just fight enemies? What if there were ghosts there too? Or, I don't know. I think some stuff like that can be fun. Then again, it might be incredibly tedious and nobody likes it, so we'll find out. So there's the timer. Let's get the scores, and we'll do that after this. This should all be its own like display component at the upper right. So when doing scores, throw everything into a single component that the game can just use. Then absolutely position that component. The possibilities are limitless. Well, so the problem isn't necessarily design space when it comes to game modes. It's fun space. So we're missing semicolon. Are you saying I'm still missing one? Because I think I fixed all that. When I was talking about fun earlier, it's like, would Bomberman be fun to play as a human? Yes. Would Bomberman be fun to play as an AI? No, probably not. Imagine if you literally just had Bomberman. We're not talking about Botland at this point. It's very much like avoid a bomb, lay bombs in your path, and then go avoid those two and get some power-ups. Like, that's your general AI. And then I guess the more advanced AI would figure out how to cluster it in such a way that you're trapping other AIs without trapping yourself. But once you've done that and you literally copy paste somebody else's code, it's probably not fun anymore. So we've got to be careful with what we implement because it'll take time to do so and it might not necessarily pay off. Okay, so I'm going to probably just check in this timer because I think it's good enough. I don't know about this thing though. What's this do? Showing timer, num minutes, num seconds. Showing timer though. Timer ms is not equal to null. Oh, this isn't even necessary. The timer is always going to exist, right? Also, how is this just hooked up? Oh, it knows the game phase state. Yeah, that's not necessary. That's definitely not necessary. Timer ms. Let's just pass that in. Which means that we're going to put this into ingame.js. Timer ms equals No need for the timer to be a connected component. Oh yeah, cool. Okay, got it. Okay, so now this is no longer needed. Now we can just say it's this.props.timerms, which means we don't need connect, we don't need this. We can delete all of that. And this component becomes so much simpler as a result. So now it's just, you don't even need this showing timer. We're always going to be showing the timer. So this component changes every single millisecond, which is why we probably want it to be as fast as possible. I don't think it's bad at all right now. I don't know if it's great. Num minutes or second string is less than or equal to 0, then just say 0. Yeah, okay. Why do I feel like there was some extra logic there, though? Yeah, like that, and then... I don't know, we'd have to wait for this to be lower. There's no easy way to do that, I think. Actually, yes, there is. What am I talking about? Let's just do this. We'll do debug main dot store, debug store dot get state. Why did that not work? Debug main is not defined. Did I take that out? Okay, whatever. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Whoop. So we're going to go over here and do that same thing. Debug main.debug store. Get state. So can we just change things in here? I don't think that's going to work, but I do think there's a way to set the timer. I just don't remember what it is. Set timer. That's convenient. All right, so let's just set that. Set timer, and we just set excuse me, and we just pass in a timer ms. So timer ms we'll say is 10,000, so there'll be 10 seconds left. That did not seem to work. Maybe nothing's listening to this. Well, let's refresh the page and check it out. Okay, let's try now. Oh, it's changing to 10 and then it's changing right back. Yeah, right. How is that happening though? What changes the timer? I don't actually know. I see. So you have to update game state. So instead we do debug main dot game state. Time remaining equals 10,000. There we go. Okay, so now it's going to count down to 0. And then stop at 0. Yeah, okay. That's good. How did that even work though? I guess that makes sense. Okay, yeah, so let's check that in. I think the rest of this is fine. Time stir. We could say let down here for this. Second string pad. Yep. Yeah. So dead simple implementation now. All right, so let's lint everything. Now we'll check this in and we'll work on the scores. The scores unfortunately can't ever go beyond 0 right now because there's no way to accumulate points. So let's sort all of these, and then we'll just insertion sort these. So text shadow goes here, user select goes there. Yeah. Trailing white space, there shouldn't be any trailing white space. Where is there trailing white space? line 13. Oh, it's gone. Okay, done. And the regular linter is also done. Cool, let's check it in. Then let's work on scores. Totally changed this entire class. Looks much better. In fact, yeah. Okay, looks good. The timer now renders when you're in a game. Easy peasy. Check it in. Hey Melissa, how's it going? All right, next up is the scores. So this is where we're actually going to have some, decent looking components here. It should be pretty easy to do this with divs. I don't actually know how. It should be easy. I think we just do border radius on like the right and something sides. I don't know, we'll figure it out. So the scores used to be able to display. How did I do that? Let's go into Botland app and let's look at score. Team score state. Where was this used? Team scores. Team 1 score, team 2 score. Oh, we just returned it as a div. And the styling was set. Okay, yeah. So we'll make our own thing. I'm doing pretty well. I think today's been okay. Slowly making some progress here. Okay. So yeah, a lot of this is going to have to change. These should be pretty much the same as what the timer was. Oh, thanks, Goggles. Aw. And your name will forever remind me of the Banjo series. Okay. Let's go back into in-game. We should make a score and timer component, I think. But we probably shouldn't call it score and timer, because if we ever want to add anything else to it, it'd be really hard. Well, it wouldn't be hard. We'd have to rename it. So what should we call this? Like Game HUD, maybe? I think Game HUD makes sense. Does it? Are girls big in this industry? Unfortunately, no. I think it's just... I've been at several professional jobs now, and like the guy to girl ratio has been something like... I mean, I'm just going to make up a number here, but like 6 to 1, something like that. It all depends on where you go in software, though. So back when I worked in security, there were meetings where there were like 50 people and a few women. But I imagine there are other areas in the software industry where you'll find it's very different. And I don't think it has anything to do with ability or anything. I think it has to do with how like society treats nerdy things and science, and I think it'll change eventually. Oh wow. Glenn, he says, my wife is a front-end software engineer. There's 6 people and 5 are women. Yeah. Yeah, where I work, it's all guys too. 100% right here. Well, Melissa, don't let that dissuade you if you're thinking about getting into something like this, especially because you can start learning all of this just from the comfort of your own home. And I say that to everybody, regardless of why they're asking the question. But if you're interested in programming at all, like, go start learning in the next 5 minutes, really. Nothing preventing you from doing that. Okay, so we're going to call this Game HUD because I can't come up with a better name for it right now, and because I think that's good enough. So gamehud.js. And we'll just say that this is, so let's delete all of the render function right now. Game HUD. So this shows the timer and team scores. Do you have any advice to become a software engineer? I've got some. I really want to form this into a blog post or something because enough people ask about this. I think that if you haven't if you haven't even started learning programming, then that's the first step. Like within like this weekend, for example, go start learning something like Python or Java, or really it doesn't matter, and just see if you like it. Because there's a possibility that after a week or two you say, okay, this just definitely isn't for me. It's like what happens whenever you, I mean, maybe you try snowboarding and you say, okay, nope, definitely not for me, and you just rule it out from the rest of your life. If you do that before you end up investing in college, that's a really good idea. But assuming you like it, then yeah, I have a whole different set of advice after that, which is like form small projects and just continually try to learn things and have fun. Wait, Gluttony, does she like it now though? Because that's not a good way to live your life, I think. If you're like, I hate what I'm doing, but I sure showed them. That would be really bad. Okay, good, Gluttonies. It's because I've been told I'd be bad at things too sometimes. And while I do want to defy the person, I usually don't want to make that my living. Doesn't touch a computer after hours. That's actually a good thing. Even if you love programming, you need a break from it. And I feel like sometimes I don't get a long enough break. So, all right. So we had this span here for the timer. I think what we're going to do instead is we're going to just go include the timer directly. So let's put this here. And let's include it just from dot slash, of course. So now we have this timer. We have styles there too, actually. And this needs to pass in a couple of things. So let's get game HUD from game HUD. And instead of using timer, we're going to put game HUD there. So we need the timer, milliseconds, sure. Let's put that. And that means that this needs to pass in timer ms equals. Let's do it on a separate line. I like this syntax. Oh yeah, let me clarify. When I say go check out Code Academy, try learning Python, it's mostly just to see if you're interested. After that point, I don't know the best resources for fully learning a language because I had my own methods for doing things, of course, and it's not a very good way, I think. All right, so time string. So we got that. Cool. And we're also going to have the team scores in here. So let's just make sure that the timer still shows up. So we connect and we're good. And so now what we're going to do is we're going to style this a little bit differently and put the team scores in. The team scores that we used to have were just pulled directly from what? Team score state. So let's go get team score state. And this is in the in-game UI. So there we go. Now we get the actual team scores. I think they're going to be forced to exist, but if they don't, then yeah, maybe we avoid this particular part. So in game HUD, we'll just pass in the team scores to that. Team scores equals this dot props dot team scores state dot scores. Okay, and then we'll take this code over to here. Did you get qualified anywhere to a big business or some sort? So I've got this command in here. That kind of explains how things got started with me. But I think everybody's path for learning programming is slightly different. Some people start with high-level languages, some with low, some with college, some just as a 12-year-old, some with just tinkering around without even realizing you were programming with Scratch or something like that. Yeah, and I definitely think with just the popularity of the internet nowadays, if you are trying to learn, there is so many more resources out there. I remember for the longest time, because I wasn't talking to anybody about my code, I was typing in C, and so I had something like int e equals 5, int f equals 6, an array of whatever g equals something, and I just going back to my code years later, I'm like, what was I thinking? Like, what is E supposed to represent? Why did I do that? But if you follow any tutorial nowadays, they'll just show you something like int like my number equals 6, and you're like, oh, okay, I should probably just make this represent what it's supposed to be, right? Okay, so we've got the timer. I'm not sure where these team scores get set, and I should just look into it. Set team score. So this is done from here, and this is probably before you even get into the game, is it not? Started new game, store.dispatch. So at the player stat change, no, we don't care about that. We care about this one. Wipe leaderboard, reset, start a new game. Game finished. There must be some other way that we do this, right? Maybe we show in-game UI before getting this. I'm not positive. So I think what we'll do is we'll just write some generic code for this. Excuse me. Big dream is to work at a social networking company. Any suggestions on that, or is it saturated? I don't think it's saturated. I think Facebook around here is always hiring. I'm sure they're hiring in Menlo Park as well. So I think my suggestions for that are pretty much the same as anyone else, any other place you want to work at, which is just be diligent. All right, so let's take a look. We pass in the team scores. We go over to here. So this cops.team scores. And then what we want to do is show a div beforehand. Maybe I make like a, I'm not sure how I'll do this exactly. We'll just do this for right now. I'll just say div blue team score equals team scores. Actually, let's do this. Well, we don't know how many teams there are, so this is actually not a good idea. We should just use Lodash here. Is there, in Lodash, is there a function that lets you access an array safely, like an _.get, so that you could... I basically want to do something like, I have an array, and if I have something that might not even be an array, and I try some function a comma 0, and this would return null. And when I do the same thing over here, it would return 1. But what is that function? So for objects, it's _.get. For arrays, does that exist? I think I first learned how to when I was making scripts for custom maps in Warcraft 3. No, it's a terrible idea, Melissa. I think a social network is something that you need a ton of programming knowledge before you can make. Yeah, I think if you're doing it for fun, anything's a good idea. But if you're doing it to try to make money, it's a bad idea. Now, I know I can do isArray. I can do this with 2 functions. I could just say something like isArray a, then do the thing that I wanted to do. And Croport, I did fix it. Let me just look through this really fast. Is there any way to do this? Yeah, difference drop, fill, flatten, head, index of, join, nth. What does that do? Get the element at index n of array if n is negative. Okay, so what happens if we try this? Let's do this. So let's go over to here and let's get Lodash. And let's do Lodash.nth null 5. Nth is not a function. What? Yes, it is. Lodash.nth? What, am I typing something wrong? It's showing right here in the documentation. I guess I'm at a higher version of Lodash than this, but... What? Nth arg? They changed the name? Null 2? Okay, I have no idea what's going on right now. Okay, whatever. We're just gonna do this the slow way then. I don't care. So let's do this. There, done. All right, team scores 0, and red team score is team score 1. You could just, I shouldn't call it blue team and red team because the colors might change. So we can say like left team score and right team score. What version of Lodash am I on? It's 4.6 point something, but it doesn't really matter whether I have access to that function or not. I don't really need it. So we're gonna put blue team score here, and then red team score over here, and it should show 0 and 0. Yeah, except for they're showing way down here at the bottom of the page because I never fixed that. So we want this entire thing to be absolutely positioned. So let's do this, team score or 0. Okay, so this is going to be class name equals styles dot in-game HUD. So this is a component. I guess we could put everything in here if we want. Do you want destructure statements? I don't like them. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I had to go so long without using them. Okay, so score, yeah. Well, we got to get this from somewhere, so I guess we can put this in here. In-game HUD dot less. Oh no, it's just called game HUD. What am I doing? Why did I call it in-game HUD? Okay, so let's put this here. Game HUD. We delete all of this stuff. And there, that's good for now. So now let's open up all.less, and in timer we'll put game HUD. Think your light changing is broken? Someone is attempting to use a token that doesn't exist. So you can't save tokens from previous days. I can give you a token if you want it though. There you go. Alright, so game HUD. So this is where we'll say position is absolute. Actually, this is where we're going to take pretty much everything from timer. We should go get timer.less. So I'll get position absolute. We don't want pointer events. We want the right and top. So let's take those. Top. Text align center. Yeah, fine. What else? User select none. I don't know about pointer events none, actually. That's probably a little bit strange. But I don't know what point you have in clicking this stuff. Oh yeah, Melissa, just learn on your own. Start with Codecademy. Improving your self-taught to be good yet. So color white. Okay, so this stuff's fine as far as text size and everything else goes. We probably want them all to be the same text size actually, so I guess we can put this here. Font. Alright, and text shadow will change the color. Okay, so let's see. User select none. Game HUD. All right, so then we've got this. We just need these individual divs because these are going to be slightly different. So we'll say left team score. Eventually these colors would probably need to get pulled in from code. But for now, let's say background color is blue. No, background color is going to be blue. And then right team score, so right team score will have red. And we can put these classes over here. So div class name equals styles dot. There. And we can say left and right team score. I guess we don't need to do it this way. So timer MS, yeah, I think it's pretty good. All right. So let's try this. I'm pretty sure the positioning will be wrong. Yeah. All right, look at that. It's not terrible. There are no pointer events, so you can't select this stuff. The colors are a little bit wrong. So we just need to update the positioning, change positioning, change score text color. Okay. How did Adam make it big? I don't think Adam made it big. Now what am I doing here? I want these to be, I guess they can be a flex. Yeah, they can be flex. So let's try this. So we can say display flex over here. We can say flex direction row. And then over here we can put, the timer should probably go here. So Kukuruku, the title doesn't really matter for a small company because you can name yourself like Supreme President if you want to. So like I'm acting as a CEO and a CTO. I don't really, if someone asks like, hey, what do you do for a living? I'll just say I'm a game developer. If your game fails, you still have your awesome lights. Yeah, unfortunately, they only provide heat when they're turned on, and you need electricity for that. All right. Yeah, so most of this is fine. We just need flex auto for all of these things. Okay, let's try that out. Gluttonies, you could do that tomorrow if you wanted to. Okay, so this is better. Now we just need borders for this stuff. All right, nice. So let's see. I'll put a border around the timer. We have a background color there already. So we'll say, we'll just make this simple for now. 1px solid black. We want borders around these, but that's where we want them to be like semicircles. And we want the text color to be different too. So let's go change this stuff. So text shadow color will be up here. Text shadow color in this case is going to be black. Wait, what? Oh, the timer has black text. Oh, so we want no shadow, I guess, because it's got a... All right, I guess we don't need text shadow for any of this stuff. All right, color-wise. I don't know how close to this mock-up I want this, but let's just make it that way. That Friends is a thing now? Oh yeah. It was in beta. It might still be in beta, just with a larger audience. So text shadow. I guess we'll get rid of this because we don't really want it on either of these. All right, fine. I'll get rid of it. I didn't really want to. So now we say color is going to be black. And the border can be, yeah, that's black. And then the timer background color can be white. Okay, good. So now up here, we don't want a text shadow. We don't really want the color, I guess. So this is a background color of blue. It has a color of white. This also has a color of white. Actually, I guess I could have written it this way and then just transposed them. And that's it. So now we just need to figure out the semicircle thing. Yeah, not bad. Does it have a border around it and I'm just blind? What is going on there? Yeah, this does have a border. Oh, they also need... No, they don't need that. Okay, cool. Let's look this up. Really? So let's see, CSS half circle div or something like that. Circular div. I don't know. CSS half circle. Hey, that's pretty much what I want. Oh, interesting. So if I say that the width of this thing is 180 pixels, how do you rerun this? Oh, there we go. It's already rerunning. And then I want just the left side to have this. So if we got rid of this stuff, is this even necessary? No, it's not. So then we can just change this. So this must be left and this must be right. And then what, top and bottom or something? Let's set this to 90 pixels and see what that does. That's the right side. Oh man, how does this work? I don't know what I'm doing right now. So, yeah, I don't know what this is. Let's just look up border radius. Is it not radius on one side of the border? It probably is. I don't know what this actually represents. I'll just look this up. Oh, top left, top right, bottom left. Okay. So there's border left radius. Okay, let's just use that. Border left radius, 10px. Wait, what? How does that make sense though? Can I? Okay, let's just test this in here because I clearly don't know what's going on. Did border left radius even make it onto here? No. Border left radius. No, I don't think that's a thing. Adam, read chat. Top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. All right, fine. So border radius. So top left, top right. So if I said 10 pixels, 10 pixels, 0 pixels, 0 pixels. What am I modifying right now? Apparently the canvas for some reason. Let's go find the timer. Yeah, so it's top left, top right. He's trying his best. Cut him some slack. Okay, so I got it in the end. So it's the first and last arguments. Hooray! All right, so border radius 10px, 0px, 0px, 10px. Yeah, nice. Okay, so that looks good, and now we can just pretty much invert this over here. I don't know what sizes we want eventually, but we can figure out the sizes later. Whoops. Okay, so now they'll be rounded like they were in the image. I think that if we are zoomed out. Oh, this is just gigantic. Okay, let's make this a little bit smaller, right? Because in the screenshot, it's not taking up so much space, I think. So instead of 4 rem, let's set it to 3 rem. Clockwise from top left for pretty much all of CSS. Okay, so let's do make it rain 1. Okay, cool. So let's just do this. Score border radius is, how do you make variables again? Control G much time. It's just colon. 10. How do you specify how many pixels you want something to be? Is it pixels by default, or do I need to 10px? Okay, so now I can change this entire thing if I want. So this isn't, maybe I just want some padding in here. I think that's it actually. Let's try that out. So we just say padding of like 5 pixels. We should probably just leave this as is. What happens if I change the score to 100, by the way? Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. Let's leave it. But yes, I do think padding for all these elements would be a good idea. So we don't need to massively increase the size of these things. Why did I say let's leave it when I didn't want to leave it? Okay, so padding 1%. Same thing of padding on here. No, that's not what I want. Padding is inside of the border. So why did that happen? Because I meant to apply it to this. Nah, I don't know. I don't like lining things up over here. Also, I think 1% is based on the contents of this thing. Now it looks like a French flag. Padding left and right IMO, not top and bottom. Yeah, that's a good idea. Padding left. The percentage of padding on this thing, if I put a percent here, would be the percent of what, the size of this? So I probably just want a couple of pixels, right? But then EJ gets mad when I use pixels. Shouldn't you set the color of the teams in JS? Yes, I should, and I will eventually do that. Okay, well, this is fine for now, I suppose. And then we just need, whoops, and then we just need padding on the timer itself too. Let's set that. Div span. Why is this even, this makes no sense. This had no reason to ever be a span inside of this. There. And now timer.less can have the same padding set up. Don't know how much padding I'll need. 5 pixels will do, yeah. That's how I feel. Alright, that's not bad. I mean, it looks like the mock-up, more or less. There's a little bit more space here. Yeah, actually there's a lot more space there. But that might not have been intentional. Like if I say width 500 pixels, yeah, so I would just need to increase the width to what, 105%? You can't do that. We'll just set larger padding, I guess. That's all we need to do. So we just up these values a bunch, right? Yeah, let's do that. So we'll say 10 and 10 or 15 or something like that. Why is score not in the center? Because the score is going to be, there's one for the left team, the blue team, and then there's one for the right team. Anyway, we could change how this looks. I'm not going to probably worry about this too much. And it's okay if they're not semicircles. Like, this is fine. Needs more border radius. What happens if you apply a border radius bigger than the element that you have? So if I set this to 100, what happens? Oh, that's kind of cool. But now we definitely need more padding, right? Whoosh. Padding left 15. And then what does this look like when I have a larger score? Okay, yeah, fine. Let's do that. I don't know. It doesn't really matter, right? There. Done. 50% border radius to make a circle? Okay. Yeah, now I just feel like I made too much padding on those. Whatever. I don't think I'm going to work on this any longer. We're good. Yeah, we're good. Cool. So if I were to change the score, we already tested that. That looks good. And then these things are done. So done and done and done and done. Let's check it in. My mouse stopped working again. Oh, this is so frustrating. You need to make the blue team score text align to the right. Oh yeah, good call. Good call indeed. See, this is one of the big benefits of streaming what I'm doing. I generally know nothing about CSS and just let chat tell me, oh, Adam, you did everything wrong. Okay, so let's go do that then. GameHUD.less. So we say here, text align right. Oh, I had it set to text align center for these things and text align left. Let's try that. Okay, cool. It's pretty good. It does look... So actually, glasses really screw with the color red. It has to do with wavelength of light and refraction, and depending on your prescription that you're looking through. So if I look at, if I draw a really, let's do this. You guys will think I'm crazy. But anyway, if I draw a small image of something like it's all red, and then in the middle I draw a plus sign. Whoops. Yeah. So just an image like this, and then I zoom out. It'll not look centered based on what angle I'm looking at it from. It's a really trippy effect. So if you have glasses, try that out. Just make a small image with red and a plus sign or something in it. And then part of the reason I remember this, I've also told this story on stream, but there's the start button in Windows. And the one that was, I think for what, Windows 8? It wasn't any of these. It was something like this one. It was small enough where people said, hey, why is there no space between two of the colors, but there's space between the other ones? And someone responded saying, this is a result of having glasses on. Take your glasses off and look at it again. And a whole bunch of people responded like, whoa, what? And I was the same way. I had no idea that that was actually ever happening. And this happened to me the other day too. I was looking at a small icon and, oh, Esker says I don't see it. Oh man, okay, fine. Well, yeah, I was looking at a small icon and it looked off center. It's a neat effect. Okay, so I got alphabetical ordering correct that time. Yep, nice. Okay, cool. So let's check this in. Looks good. Looks good. Yep, all this looks good so far. What about this? Yep, also looks fine. 2020 Vision Master Race. It actually would be part of the Master Race if there was one. Yeah. We don't need that comment there. The timer has now been lumped into GameHUD, which also shows team scores. Hey, Kukuruku, do you usually watch on low quality? Or is it just be when I have transcode options that you do? Why is it 2020? What does it mean? It means that you see at 20 feet away from something what a normal human should see at 20 feet away from something. At least that's, I'm pretty sure what it is. But you could look it up, because then you'll get a better, more official explanation than me saying anything. Depends on my internet connection. I see. Okay, so chat. Chat is, I think, the last thing that might be easy enough to do where we can take care of that today. And because we already have everything stored correctly, I think. Now, there's one thing that we haven't done, which is if a chat message shows up, it's just going to appear here and then fade away. That I'm not going to do yet. So we won't have that. But I will write that down. Eventually, when a chat message is received and you don't have chat showing, we should still show the message on screen for a little bit, then fade it away. So for now, what we'll do is we'll put a chat button at the bottom right there. So let's go do that. Do we have a chat icon? Chat? Yes, we do. So which one of these looks best? Probably the chat one and not chat bubble, right? What looks like the, yeah, he used this one, chat bubble outline. I'll just use chat. So show chat. We have a chat component. We have chat box. What is this? Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use the bathroom. Then I'll finish up chat. It'll probably take like half an hour or 45 minutes. Not the bathroom, the chat part of that. I'll be in the bathroom for about an hour, guys. Catch you later. All right, yeah, I'll go use the bathroom really fast. Then when I come back, we can work on chat. So, bathroom. All right, yeah, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Hey, Ricardo. Okay, so I had chat box here before. There was a button that had show or hide chat, excuse me. There was the chat input itself, and then there was the chat log. So how did this used to look? Oh, it's right over here. Okay, so we can just close out of that stuff. So how chat used to look was right here. So the show and hide button was always to the side of it. And then the input was on the top. So we want to move that to the bottom. Anyway, so let's take a picture of this. That way I don't need to have Botland open. So there we go. And we can close out of this. And that. Okay, so we're going to add a chat button. That's going to be this thing, the button here. I wonder if we should make this all one component, just like it was before. I don't know. Having a button just to show it might be better. That way it's not part of this component. Chat input and chat width. How does it even work? Do I put whether or not it's showing based on? Yeah, okay. I think this is super weird. And I think that I have a chat box that has a hide button, and then I happen to show... Yeah, this is not a good way of doing things. They're two separate components completely. Alright. It's a little bit strange. I think so that the button can always be in the same position, we just make that a button with an icon there. And we put that into ingame.js. Yeah, so let's go do that. So class name. So we'll go make a chat button here. Class name equals chat. That's going to be in its own div. And on click, So in-game chat button. Toggle chat button? In-game toggle chat. Yeah. No. No. Never mind. I take that back. This is going to be like this. And then this one's going to have class name equals styles dot in-game toggle chat. Okay. There we go. In a lot of games, you just press the chat button, usually enter to show the chat box. Yeah, but that won't work on a tablet. So you could probably end up just pressing enter in the future, and it'll open that up. Part of the issue with that, too, I think, is that Botland is one of the few games where you'll probably have at least some of the users, maybe 10 or 15, 20%, something like that, will have some amount of typing expected from them. So when you're here and you see a chat message, like you're typing code, and now someone says a chat message and you're like, oh, I want to go chat with them. We could put in a global hotkey for something like Control-Shift-Enter or who knows what to go to chat. But enter should always just make a new line here. So I think those two things combined mean that, yeah, there should be a chat button even on desktop. But yeah, in most games, like if you were playing StarCraft or something, I think just having an enter button is fine. Okay, when you click this dot toggle show chat dot bind this. Let's put these on their own line, I guess. Okay, so toggle show chat. We already have a way to do this. What's going on? Set chat is showing. Set chat visible. Oh, what an inconsistent name. So we want to do this dot bound actions dot set chat visible, whether or not it's visible currently. We don't have the chat state though, so I guess we go to reducer temp and we get the chat. Where is this? Chat message state. Okay. And then toggle show chat can be based off of whether it's currently visible. So currently showing equals this dot props dot chat message state dot chat showing, and we just set it to not currently showing. Now that'll unfortunately do nothing for us right now because this is just a button. So let's work on some other part of this too. So we'll get the whole box to show up. Oh, but then that button goes away. Man. Yeah, so this would be something totally separate. Also, the theming of that is going to be wrong because we don't have this in-game, this thing. Position, absolute, right, 0 pixels, bottom 0 pixels. This won't work unless the parent was given a relative position, I think. So I'll show you guys. Yeah, so the chat button is now showing up down here. And clicking this might be working for all I know, but it doesn't do anything yet. So what I need to do is, I believe, give the parent of this position relative. No, that's not right. Because this is the entire page. All right, fine. All right, I guess what we can do is this then. So we have game area height. We can put this there. Bottom, this dot state dot game area height. Let's try that out. No, this didn't work. Oh, whoops, wrong style. I meant to put this here. Okay, let's try that now. Yeah, so that looks totally correct, right? The chat button just floating in the middle of nowhere. What is going on? I put the bottom to that. What is... Oh, because... No, what? What is going on? Yeah, I'm aware, EJ. I'm going to try to get chat done today. I can't even put this button in the correct location. Bottom is 798 pixels. Oh, right. Bottom. Oh, whoops. It's top that should be set to that. Ugh. I know CSS, guys. Yeah, check it out. So there we go. So what it should have been is that minus a little bit. So I guess there's a better way to do this. We get the window height. So we set the bottom to window height minus game area height. And then that should work. Let's try that out. Blammo. We did it. Okay, and it is currently black, which is hard to see. So what we could do is we could theme it like this, which was a white icon and a purple background. That is, to be honest, a little bit strange of a color choice, but let's do it anyway. So background color purple and color white. All right, that looks kind of strange. Okay, I know this is really bad, but I'm going to do this anyway. We're going to go color pick this. I'm sorry, I'm wasting everyone's time. 4731 105. 4731 105. Yeah, so that's a deeper color than what we had there before. So it won't look so weird. All right, it still looks weird. We want some padding around it, I guess. Neat. I like CSS when it works for me. I don't like it when it doesn't work for me. Okay, so we've got that now. Next up, when you press this, it's got to show chat. So that means we need chat here somewhere. And chat box is also responsible for being able to close itself. So let's go get this and let's take whatever props it might need. I also find it ridiculous that it needs window size state. So let's probably get rid of that. But let's go find chat box for now. So in game, we're gonna get chat box from chat box. We're gonna show this here only in the case that you want chat to show. So chat message state dot is showing, right? Is that what this is called? Apparently not. It's chat showing. So we put a chat box here, and what props do we need to pass into it? A width, an on chat, and a height. So we pass it its width and height. I don't think we should need to do that, but maybe we do. So fine, let's just pass it some fake values for now. Width equals 300, height equals 500. Okay, and that broke pretty readily. Okay, so where does chat box exist? Oh, it's in containers. Okay. I don't think that's a good idea. Okay, cool. So chat can show and hide this thing. We also don't want that thing showing up unless it's not, unless you're not chatting. You'll have no way to close it now. So we want that. So, all right, there we go. Now you can close chat here and you can open it here. So we just need to style this to get it into the right position. We also need to make sure that it works. Hello. No, that breaks because I never gave it on chat message. So on chat, this .props.on chat, there's probably a client main on chat that we had. Send chat message maybe? Yeah. So we pass that in through setup react to the in-game component. On chat equals main instance dot this dot bind main instance. And then in in-game.js, when you send a chat message, we pass that in. Neat. And yeah, guys, I have heard of that, but that is 100% a game for programmers, I feel. Whereas Botland is supposed to be a game for people who like strategy games that just so happens to deal with automation. And there is a very key difference there. Okay, so now you should be able to chat. Let's try it. Test. Cool. Hey, Adam. So we can't really test this out that well without having 2 players in the same game. So let's go get 2 players in the same game. We'll go over to matchmaking queue. We'll make it so that you need 2 players, and then we'll go close out of really all of this stuff. So yeah, let's just close out of all of it. We don't need to close out of all of it, but I just feel as though it's way easier to do it this way. So there we go. Now when we run them all, it's there. Okay, so it'll kick me out of this game. That's totally fine. We expected that. So now when I rejoin and I connect with another tab entirely, so I want to connect as Adam 1 and 2. We're going to enter the matchmaking queue with both of them. And now we should be able to chat with each other. Hello there. Hi. It's like day 2 in here. Okay. Yeah, so chat is working. Adam's already multi-account cheating. Okay, so now it's just a matter of theming this because chat is working. And this is why I wanted to get chat done today, because there's really no back end to do. I already plumbed everything entirely through the code, through the game server. It's all good. So as for theming it, let's just get that to work. So I can close out of that now. Yeah, player Adam2 just disconnected. And if I tried connecting again as Adam1, it should now alert me that I've been disconnected, right? Yeah, you just connected from another device, closing this session. Now that needs to be a very obvious message to you in the future. Okay. Yeah, so let's close out of that. All right, so theming. Let's get chat to be on the right side between the scores up there and we need to position this correctly. And giving it a height is going to be kind of tough. I guess we could say, we could figure out like game area height. So this is the footer height. What servers are you going to have? I'm going to be running everything on AWS, but I already spent about 4 months working on the infrastructure for this. So I can show you the YouTube video for that. This right here. It's only 2.5 minutes long. So that talks about the old infrastructure, the new infrastructure. I think it's a decent video for showing that stuff off. And that's why whenever you see me run Botland, I'm running 5 different processes, because there's a diagram for this, believe it or not. So there's one for the overseer, there's one for a game server cluster, there's one for the client, there's one for the account server, and there's one for the matchmaker. And so on Amazon, oh, and then my OS is running the database. So on Amazon, this is going to be a whole bunch of different VMs. And yeah. Okay, so getting that to be over there, we need to set the width and the height. The width can be a percentage of the entire window height. We don't want that. We want... Oh, by the way, I don't remember who it was in chat who said that they like to use the reverser plugin that I have, but this is the big reason why I made it work the way that it does with casing. If you have this line and you want to make it say width on both of these, you can select them both, run reverser, and you don't need to worry about casing. And that was the whole reason why I did it that way. So that way you can change lines like width and height and left and right like really fast, not worry about it too much. All right, so we're going to say here window width divided by, or I don't know what, like 20% of the window width. let's just see what he used in here. I like to try to copy this as much as possible because this is the mock-up. This is 252 pixels out of, yeah, so it's about 25% actually. I wouldn't say I know infrastructure. I had a lot of help from EJ actually on just design, and then coding it was like, it got really bad at some point. And by really bad, I mean like I was just perpetually adding code to the code base without testing it yet because it wasn't a complete system yet, and I don't think unit tests would have necessarily helped me in some of those cases. So there are a lot of weird bugs and a lot of things you can account for, and in the end, is it great? I don't know. We'll find out once people are playing. If servers crash all the time, then guess it's not great. So this dot game area height, we'll say times 0.8. I don't really like doing things this way. I feel like CSS is the better way of doing this. And now chat just disappeared. Okay. Well. Oh, this is this dot state dot game area height. That's why. Because it was undefined, so it had no height. Makes sense. Yeah, so there it is. So now, is this the correct size to fit here? So let's try this out. Yes, it is. Okay, pretty good. Now the chat box itself is a terrible component right now. We want the chat input beneath the chat log. And then what else do we need to do? We need the close button next to the chat input. So this is going to go there. So this will be in its own div, I guess. So we'll do this and this and this. And let's get this to look okay. Okay, there we go. You can put this here. So these two things are going to be probably in a flex box. I'm going to need to change the styles on all of this stuff. So we'll say display flex, and that's it actually. And then here we'll put style equals flex auto. So button style will also have flex auto. All right, and then instead of hide chat, we're going to turn this into, what did he have in the, yeah, it's just an X button. So what is the X over here? Close, yep. Okay, there we go. So let's go use close. Okay, toggle show chat. So on click, this is going to be hide chat dot bind to this. Sounds good. Could actually be the entire button that you click, or this doesn't have to be a button at all. I don't really know what I want to do there. You could just say style button style. This is UI polish in my mind. I don't really care about it. Although this should be in a div. There. Okay, let's take a look at that. Yeah, so there's the close button now. And now we want to position it correctly on the screen and then color it and do a little bit more theming on it. So as far as positioning goes, it's going to be roughly where the chat button was showing. So we specify a bottom. Yeah, this is. I guess we need to pass that in. Bottom window height minus this. Okay. And now it's just a matter of theming this thing. So we put this entire div, we have a style here. I guess we put bottom, this dot props dot bottom. And a right. And I think we're good, right? Button style. Button style, we shouldn't have to position this absolutely, right? Okay, let's try that. I just cut out a bunch of those. Let's see if it works. Not quite. Yeah, not quite. Boofoof says, what program do you use? So I'm using Sublime right now, if that's what you're asking about. Also, I like your name, Boofoof. So window height minus this. It should have been the same thing that I had over there. Now I wonder what's going wrong. Position absolute. Oh, I have a top set. Let's get rid of that. This whole thing's probably going to change. Okay, let's try that. Yeah, there we go. So now chat is positioned pretty much how it was in the mock-up. And we've got the X button there too, but that's off to the side. Yeah, so that's something that's going to need to change here. Button style width 72. What is any of this here for? No problem, Boofoo. This whole component is just slightly too far to the side, I think. The right, yeah, see, the X button is not in view. How long do you think it'll be before the game's finished? Well, so I announced some news today that originally I would have said there will be a beta in a couple of months and there will be the initial launch in, I think it was 8 months. So it was going to be March. Well, that is probably going to be changing by a little bit, but I'm not positive yet. Use containers instead of VMs. Yeah, that would be nice, but there's some overhead with that too. And whoops, wrong direction. Maybe someday that's what the infrastructure will look like, Kukuruku. Giveaway. Alright, I'll run a giveaway. I'll run a few, whoever's here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so this isn't right. I want the button to be on here, and I want this thing to be positioned such that it takes into account where the button is. How do I do that? Because button style just has flex on it. Oh, wait a second. That's supposed to go here. Oh, that's probably why this wasn't working. Let's try that out. And yes, Yaki. No, that didn't work. Darn it. What overhead with containers? Well, for one is, where do you download the containers from? Like, I'd have that stored on, I guess, my Overseer. But they're typically like 100 megabytes, whereas just downloading code is not so bad. But yeah, it probably would have been very different, Kukuruku, had I used containers. Some things would have been made easier. Hey, Walshy. Yeah, light control. Boofoof, you'll actually get a link since you just followed. So these lights are on my neck. New followers and winners of the giveaway get to control them. Alright, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to do this. This has display flex, but it doesn't... Oh, the width of this was controlled by the parent. Oh, raw. Yeah, so the chat input needs to be sized such that it's not that full width. Got it. So actually what we want is for the chat input to just take up 100% of whatever it has, and for this width to be set here. Width. Yeah, and then chat input, instead of worrying about its own width, we can just say nothing, actually. This should work. Hey, take a look. That did work. Now we probably want to make the flex grow on that a little bit bigger. So this has flex auto. This should really have a flex grow of much higher, I think. Flex grow 5. So that'll push this button over to the right side, I hope. I really should have just tested that. Yeah, I'll test it now. So we have this display flex. This doesn't have flex auto on it. Oh, right, because you can't do what I just did. flex grow 5. And even that doesn't work, does it? Almost. Almost. Oh man. Yeah, so you can't put styles on things like this. I've learned that enough. You'd think I just wouldn't do it, and yet I still do it. So here we'll put flex auto, flex grow 5. And then what does it have inside of it? There's the style on this thing too. Why do these both have that style? Let's get rid of that one. Okay, like almost. It's almost there. I don't know why. If you put background color red on this, you'll see this, for some reason, the input's not taking up the full size of this thing. Oh, it's not taking up the full size of the div. Oh, we can just say width 100%? Oh, that's sort of good, except for the inputs have this weird padding around it afterwards. So we can say padding right is 5 pixels. No, we can't. What, margin right? 5 pixels? 10 pixels? How is this working? Oh, because it's in a flex box, this is always going to be a little weird. Okay, so on this input, we'll put style equals width 100%. You can't do things that way. Yeah, Kukuruku, it kind of does. Usually you have to pay extra for some of that stuff. But either way, I'm not going to go back to the infrastructure and change anything massive unless Botland is super popular and it warrants changing it for some reason. Okay, this X is actually working. That's pretty good. And you can type chat messages. And this resizes based on the window. So as you make this smaller, you'll see less and less. Next Minecraft IMO? I don't think so. Minecraft appeals to a very large variety of gamers, especially because you can mod it. And part of the reason for that is Minecraft is run on player servers. Originally, we were planning on having Botland run on player servers. That way I wouldn't have to write any of the infrastructure code. In fact, the game would probably already be like much closer to finished if I didn't do any of that stuff. But there are a lot of issues with that. One of them is if there are any flaws in how I handle coding over here. So JS code, if for some reason, let's say you could just do something like this, like, you know, rm rf slash whatever. And yes, this is not how this would work anyway. But let's say you could find a way to do this. If it's on my servers, then I might lose a ton of money. Accounts might get deleted, etc., etc. But if this is running on your own machine and somehow I have a code flaw in here, then all it takes is one person to go onto the central server list, go hit user A, delete their entire hard drive, user B, delete their entire hard drive, user C, delete their entire hard drive. That would be a lot worse than if I were the one to have all that happen. Granted, I hope none of that happens to begin with. Also, funny story. Yesterday, I went and I looked at my AWS bill, and it was like 4,000% higher than it normally is. And I looked into it. I was gonna call support because you know me. If the bill goes above $1, I'm like, oh god. So I was gonna call support, and they had a banner right on that page saying, "Users of the free tier, we're having a problem with our billing estimates. Like, just don't worry about it." Basically, so I said, okay. Our chat message is supposed to read new, old. Most chat goes old, new from top. Oh, how that ends up working, I can just change it. Yeah, you probably would want the chat messages to be at the bottom, right? Anyway, that's something we could just change in the future. It shouldn't be too bad. Okay, so the last thing to do here is some theming and then getting rid of these styles. So get rid of inline styles and change styles a bit. So let's do the first thing, get rid of inline styles. Let's go take a look at in-game. Passing the width, height, and on chat. That's good. This has a style of just setting the bottom. That part's fine. So chat box, let's start here. We're going to need, let's make chat dot less. Change the cursor for that X, it annoys me. Yeah, I can do that eventually. Those are polished things in my mind. I don't mind changing them, but I don't see them as incredibly important right now. So let's save this as chat less, just delete all of it, and then in all.less we will include chat. Why did you call him Nick before? Who? So we're going to need styles in all of these things. This is a container and this is a container, so we can include it like this. All right. So this particular style is used for the outer div. So we'll say styles.chatbox. And that's where we want this stuff. What's that? That's class name. Never mind. But we also actually need the style of bottom, this.props.bottom. There. Adam's real name exposed. Wait, well, where was this? Oh, Nick changed the cursor. Oh. I was wondering what that was for. So you must be watching Hardly Difficult then. Hey, BioAim. Okay, so this .props.bottom, that part's fine. So we're getting rid of this. Width, I guess we also have to say here. Yeah, so no, maybe we do keep this in its own style thing. We'll just call this something like chat box dynamic style. Okay, so position absolute. This stuff doesn't need to be here. Right doesn't need to be here. Top isn't needed no matter what. Height is also going to be needed. Okay, so we can put this into here. Chat box. Position absolute and right 5. All right, and then the button style itself, this is for the chat close button. Chat close button. We'll say flex auto. And then there's this. What is this? Chat footer almost. Chat input and close. Chat controls. Let's call it chat controls. And that's just going to be from this. Display flex. So now we just need the width on there. And that's the const chat controls dynamic style. And we also need to get rid of reducers where unnecessary. Okay, so now this goes here. Chat close button. This should be class name. All right, not bad. So what about this? Hide chat height, that's not needed. Input height, chat log height. Chat log height. What is this? This shouldn't be here. It's input height. It should just be this.props.height, I think. Yeah, this.props.height. And chat log height shouldn't be needed. Oh man, this probably is needed. Chatlog.js. Yeah, it includes it here. I can make this a flex box to avoid that. That's probably what we're gonna do. Yeah, because now this got totally screwed up. You guys can't see it, but there it is. Man, just when you think you're close to finishing this. So this entire thing, styles chat box, I guess what we're going to do here is we'll put display flex, flex direction column, and then all of these things need display flex on them. So chat log, for example, we'll put chat log in here. This is coming from a container as well. Styles dot chat log. Flex auto, flex grow 10. Okay, so there's that. Now what else? I just want to finish these things up. We can close out of all of those things. Okay. Oops. So that part's fine. Chat control dynamic style. This is also going to need a display flex on here. So we'll say chat controls. I already have that though. Where did this go? Oh, I don't have that. I guess I need it. Okay, so we can say class name equals styles dot chat controls. And that has display flex. Yeah. And it also needs flex auto. Okay, let's try that out. Let's see what we got. Okay, much better. Definitely much better. And now we just got to figure out the rest of these. So chat input, for example, this has its own style on it. We can just cut this out. So chat input's going to go in here. And we're going to put flex auto and flex grow. Good. So get rid of this entire thing, get rid of this entire thing. And then we just need to go find chat input. So let's go take any of these other ones and styles this, put that there. Okay, nice. So chat box doesn't even use this any longer. We can get rid of that. We really should put this into a component and not into, so refactor chat box and any other containers that no longer have connect in them to be in the components folder. Move the equals in CSS. Did I really do that? Thanks, Kukuiku. Oh, see you, Gluttonies. Have fun. That sounds good. All right. What's next? What other styles do I have here? With 100%, this shouldn't be needed. So chat input, we can just do this in there. Dot chat input with 100%. So now we can get rid of it from this. Cool. Yeah, cool. Okay, what else do we have? So chat box, we've now removed that. Chat input, that's done. And then chat log, which had the chat message state. That's actually not technically needed. We could pass that in. I don't think it needs to be a connected component. I'll actually write down that I think that's the case. Chat log shouldn't be a connected component. Just pass in this state. Okay. So this thing, this is wrong. Div style, this dot props dot height dot plus px. What is this? Do I even use the height here? Does it get passed in? Chat log? It shouldn't be. Yeah, chat log shouldn't need a height anymore. Let's take a look at whether this is needed. Okay, let's try that out. It should look exactly the same. And it doesn't exactly. That's not good. Something's positioning this in a weird way now. What is this bottom set to? Oh, this is quite large for some reason. This has a flex scroll of 5. What? Why is the chat input so big? Chat input. What is going on there? Is it because of this? Flex scroll 0. Oh, we have to set it to 0. On what exactly? Chat controls. He just ignores it at this point. No, it's like any other advice that I put in my to-do list. I'll eventually try it out again. Oh, great. Now this thing broke. Drat. Because I got rid of this. Oh, man. Come on. Bound action set chat visible false. So I should just pass in an on hide chat. Chat box. On chat. On hide chat equals. So let's get rid of this. Type action, find action creator. Hide chat is just going to be removed. Stop on hide chat. Get rid of this. Okay, so this dot hide chat. It could just be toggle show chat. Yeah. Dot bind this. Okay, cool. All right, I think that's everything, and now we just need to change the theming. No, that's not everything. We have a background color here and overflow auto. And this is coming from chat log, which we do have this. Okay, good. So let's just put this in here. So background color, we don't actually want it to be that. And then overflow auto. I guess we can leave that as is. So now we can get rid of the div style. There we go. And then there's chat message, which is another thing that I left out. Oh, man. All right, chat message I'm not even going to touch for right now, I think. Yeah, let's just not worry about that. They should be white, though. Does chat message actually use anything else? No. So chat message should be refactored so that it doesn't have inline styles. I don't even know if that's true, because author and... yeah, this stuff I think is fine. We can just add in a class name later. Semicolon in the CSS. Did I miss something again? Oh yeah, thanks. Good catch. All right, so other than theming this, I think chat is totally... nope, I just totally broke it. Okay, what did I do? Oh yeah, this shouldn't have quotes. And this shouldn't have quotes. That's why you shouldn't copy paste things from JavaScript. All right, yeah, so now we just need to theme this correctly. So let's go start that process. So this was supposed to be a purplish color. I'm gonna use the same purple color for really all of this. Let's go find that purple color. Where is that? What? In-game less. In-game toggle chat. We're gonna put this over here. I don't like it existing there. Okay, so let's get the chat background color. We'll set it to this. So that's for the in-game toggle chat. Now we're also going to have this for the chat log itself. And that should be slightly transparent. So let's set an opacity here of like 0.8. I don't know what's going to be good, but we'll try that out. And then the chat log text color is set by the code. So we can't do anything about that. The input should eventually, like all chat controls should be inside something that has a background color. Okay, that looks slightly better, right? We probably need to make that opaque as well. So everything inside a chat box, I guess, should be slightly opaque. So you can talk about chat. Where's the opacity that I had? Here. So let's put that here. Okay. Now I don't know how I feel about that, but that should be white anyway, I think. Yeah. Color white. So we have that, we just don't have it for this. Chat close button. Did I put this in? Oh, I did. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, cool. And then chat here, this should eventually just have a border around it. That's mostly good. I think that's fine. So now let's test this out. Yeah, it's unreadable. So we need to fix that. And that's coming from chat message itself. Yeah, so author style. Let's just use white for this, I guess. And then message style, message color. We'll also just say that it's white no matter what, maybe. No, that's probably a bad idea. Won't text be opaque as well? Yeah, it will be. I could change that. We could say here opacity is 1. I don't think that's gonna work though, because I think it's multiplicative and that's not. Wait, did that work? No, that can't have worked. Can you see through this text or no? Font size 5em. And now let's make, yeah, it has to be somewhat see-through because that's how opacity works, right? So if I set this to 0.5, yeah, now you can see through the text. All right, well, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about that yet. So we can get rid of this opacity here. But you're correct, Ricardo. So there are certain system messages that are going to try to print out here, and they're going to be totally wrong. Like, I get a message color, and that message color is going to be red or blue based on what team you're on. I think that's a bad idea to do here. Is there any showing this? Like, what if I set the timer to 1? Yeah. So now there's gray text for server messages. I don't like that at all. We're gonna have to change these. Message color equals green. Oh God, what is this? Why not just make the background color transparent? I'd like having a, well, okay, so 1, I think it's just polish at that point. And 2, I like having some background for it. So add chat message has a message color built in. Where does this get picked? Here it's take the team color. Okay, here it's server message color. We're gonna have to make server messages not be such a light color. What color should it be? What's very obvious that it's coming from the server? I guess we could just lighten this up a bit. Yeah, that's better. 173, 173, 173, which is AC, AC, AC. There we go. Okay, so now if we set this back down to time remaining 0, that's a server message, and this is a person message, which doesn't go through because the server disconnected me. Test, 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 and now we have a server message. Yeah, okay. I think that's fine. Okay, so when you pick a buff, which there's no way to do that right now, but when you do pick a buff, it's going to show up in like red or blue text, and it'll probably be unreadable. In fact, we could go verify that, because I think there's message color, yeah, here. So there's green for your own messages. Let's see what that looks like. Is it even readable? No, it's not. No, that's terrible. Let's pick something like that. That's probably better. Otherwise, it's convert the team color. So teaminfo.color. I don't think we should do this. I think we need to lighten it after this. Because this is just going to be red or blue. I'm pretty sure. Let's go take a look. Constants, team info. Yeah, it's like solid blue or it's solid red. Or I should say full blue or full red. So that's OOOOFF. That is unreadable, like 100% unreadable. And then there's FFOOOO, which is, that's pretty readable. It's not so bad. But yeah, the rest of this is, you can't read blue. It's just too hard. So I need to change that. I guess what I could do is I could put like a chat message color. And same thing down here. So the chat message color when you're the red team can probably just be red. I think that looks readable enough, right? Or we could do that maybe? I don't know. So there's that, and then let's lighten this up in the same way. In fact, let's maybe just use that exact same 5959. Is that gonna work? No, it won't. You can't lighten blue and have it show up on a purple background. Ever thought of adding timestamps? Yeah, I want to do that at some point. So the blue team can't really have any blue show here because it's on a dark blue background. So I don't know what I'm supposed to show for that. Maybe like a lighter blue color. Yeah, that's not bad. Let's just use that. Okay, so now we can take their chat message color. There. And we should be good. I personally think the text box being purple is a bad idea. Yeah, and we might change that. That's the kind of thing that I'm totally fine changing at some point. Okay, but there's no way to really test it. Hey, Lloyd. There's no way to really test this out now unless I fake adding chat messages. So let's do this. Successfully chose buff. We get a serialized buff. I have no idea what that looks like. Let's go look at the serialize function. Object.assign this. So we delete the description and we end up with an ID. And that's it. Oh man, no, this is like super obnoxious. Oh man, I don't like this. All right, how are we gonna do this? We gotta make a buff and then serialize it, or we've got to rewrite this function. Let's rewrite the function. So let's just cut out anything to do with buffs in here. In fact, no, what am I even doing? Let's just do this. So debug main.debug store.dispatch add chat message. This is obnoxious. This is really obnoxious. I'm gonna just write a test function here. Debug test. So we'll take in a team ID, which is what? 0 or 1. So team ID. And then we'll just copy paste all this code and delete all the stuff that doesn't work. Easy peasy, right? Okay, so team ID, we don't care about the player, we don't care about this, we don't care about the player name, we don't care about, well, we kind of care about this stuff. But we'll delete it for now. So we'll say if team ID equals 3, let's set the message color there. Otherwise, we'll get this. Get rid of that, and then here we'll just say this is a test. And the message color. Nice. Okay, not bad. Let's try that out. So the way we can test this now is debug main.debug test, and we just say 1. So that's going to be the red team. That's going to be the blue team, and these are going to be your messages. Wait, what? How do you team ID equals 3? Oh, right, that's undefined. Okay, there. Okay, so we have blue team looks fine, red team slightly hard to read. This is still failing somehow. I don't know how I'm getting it to fail. Team ID equals 2. Message color equals that. Yeah, how is that failing? Maybe it didn't finish building. Yeah, it took 2.6 seconds, so that's very likely. Yeah, now it's good. Okay, so it's just the red color that I think is slightly not readable. Maybe we'll just lighten it up a bit. And that doesn't really look red anymore, does it? Well, that's fine, let's use that. How do you change this into hex over here? Oh, that's how. Nice sprite kit. Are you asking about triple equals? Because that's type and value comparison. So now let's go over to constants, and we'll set this to be this, and we'll make these uppercase and actually be hex values. I didn't even know you could capitalize the X in 0x numbers. I think red is fine personally. I don't think any of these colors are probably going to stay, so I don't know why I spent so much time working on this. But yeah, let's test this out now. Debug test 1, debug test 2, debug test 0. Yeah, they're all pretty readable, and even your own messages now. And you can kind of tell that they're like red, blue, and green. So, EJ. Every time you say that, what you're really saying is Botland's going to be so popular that Adam's going to hire a CS 101 student. With all the oodles of money that he has to only afford CS 101 students. Anyway, this is good. It's good that this works. And now if we connect with 2 different accounts, we should be able to chat between them. And I don't think player colors come into effect here, do they? No. But hey, you got chat, you got a variety of colors. When you select this code, it actually seems to select basically everything on the page. You can't select the timer text. Set Blockly is showing, yeah, swipe up and swipe down. All right, so let's check in that code. I really think this will work out in the end as long as it's marketed correctly. Yeah. I don't know. Part of me wonders if I release a really fun but very incomplete game and it's marketed very well, you're on the clock at that point, right? So you got a bunch of people play your game. Let's say you got, I don't know, 50,000, 100,000 people, and there's one game mode. Like, how quickly do people just drop off and then never play again? Whereas if I spent an extra, let's say 6 months before releasing it and I had 2 game modes, how much would people play that? Yes, Twitch. I don't have nearly the viewership on Twitch I would need to market a successful game. I kind of want to keep this function here because I think this is pretty nice. Debug add chat message. Just a simple function to test chat message colors. Yeah. Don't advertise until you have the fun factor unlocked. Well, okay, so the issue is not necessarily do I think the game is fun. I guess it's also will it last with that amount of fun. So I think the way that the game is set up now, there's enough progression for you to feel like you have a reason to still play. So you've got, well, it's actually pretty nice to have a usable UI. Like this looks so different from it did a month ago. Oh man, okay, but anyway, excitement aside. So you've got a whole bunch of different choices for your bot. And at first you're gonna start with maybe your inventory is this big. This doesn't look like a whole lot, right? you've got a lot of choices you can make. So you can come up with like a melee bot and have artillery on it and try that out and maybe realize this is a crazy combination. But there's still, at launch, there might be like 40 items that you're missing. And so every time you get a new item, it can change all of the blueprints that you have over here. So when you get teleport, you might be like, this is the best. I need to use this in all of my bots. And so you put it on all of your bots. So I think that's going to be fun for a while, but then you're probably going to be like, okay, wait, games are boiling down to the same thing. I don't like that. You tell them all when you're out of game mode? Yeah, that's true. Okay, so let's check this in, because I stayed for like an extra hour today. Need to make sure people are actually okay with that. Yeah, and that's what beta will be about, is not just like, hey, I need to test this on you guys, but also getting feedback and making sure everything is fun. Oh, make sure. Okay, I see what you're saying. Walshy, never mind. I thought you were asking if people are okay with the progression system. Okay, chat message color. Yeah, that's fine. This can't be checked in. So I'm going to break iPad by doing this. Oh well. All right, style. So a lot of chat stuff changed. Chat message color white. All right, fine. Yeah, Kadoku. Yeah, I feel kind of the same way about Botland. I think it would be a shame if it would have been successful if I'd only waited a few months. Actually, I don't know if that's possible. If you have like a lukewarm reaction from, a couple hundred people, I think you can try again. I think it's when you have a lukewarm reaction from a few thousand people that it's like, well, you probably ruined your shot. Then again, what do I know? Don't advertise till you have a rock solid game. Yeah, and then once you advertise, it's like you need a rock solid trailer, because a lot of what's gonna pull people in are trailers. There was a Since the Steam sale is going on, I watched a trailer for, I forgot what this game is called. Anyway, the trailer was really well done. Then I switched over to something else and I started watching a trailer and I'm like, what? Where's the gameplay? Like, what am I supposed to? What am I looking at right now? I don't really care about cinematics if I'm looking to buy a game at the moment. That's the kind of thing that would be hyped up for something in the future. And I couldn't find a gameplay trailer on their Steam page. So I didn't look any further. That was it. Didn't buy the game. Okay, so chat box is good. I mean, this stuff I'm not really going to carefully pick over this code because a lot of it's pretty straightforward. And if something would have broken, I would have just seen it because chat has open, close, send chat message. That's it. Oh, we got to revert this now. Okay, pretty good. Trailer might be difficult for Botland since the gameplay is more mundane at face value. Yeah, I think it would be difficult. And I think the other thing that's hard is that you could show off all the parts of making a bot. So you could show someone like, oh man, check this out. Like configure a bot with the coolest stuff that you've got in your inventory. Cool, cool, cool. People understand that. Then you're like, then go into this UI and then people's brains shut off. So you gotta be like, but wait, there's a just figure it out for me button. You don't actually need to do this. It's a game about automation, but it doesn't. So anyway, yeah, we gotta have our messaging consistent in the trailer. All right, so I am going to check this in. I linted everything like multiple times at this point. So chat is now completely functional in the game. I also changed minor amounts of code to get theming to be easier. To get theming easier for chat. Like, yeah, minor stuff, like I said. That's it. We got the trailer. Let's just take a clip of that. Okay, so I want to do something really quickly here. You guys will bear with me for a sec, I hope. So if I connect with these two different browser windows. So here is what the game used to look like. This is as of just 3 weeks ago that it looked like this. You connected and every one of the UIs you used before a game was on the same screen. And this was terrible, and just how this worked was also different. So using items would actually consume them from your inventory. You opened salvage packs on this UI, you bought salvage packs. that was all this UI. And then when you joined a game, like buffs are just displaying over everything right now. There's chat that's obnoxiously in the way. Blockly was up here, JavaScript. So that's old way. That's all the old stuff. The new stuff, there's now this nice ugly page. But then you get into the store page and it's its own UI that's specially crafted just for this. You can purchase things, you can sell things, you can look at the description eventually. On any given page, you have this play button over here that's very large. You can go to your blueprints and edit them now with a visual interface. It's much nicer than what it used to be. You've got the script library drop down where you can pick scripts, make new ones. You can change all your code. You can eventually go modify your cosmetic loadout over on this UI. We don't have that yet. You can buy items from here too if you want. Then finally, when you join the game, this is what we just basically worked on today. Oh, chat is showing up a little bit strangely in how it gets sized. I should fix that really fast. Hang on a sec. Let's see. So it's going to be a matter of changing the flex on this. Flex grow 0. Yeah. So we need flex grow 0 on chat close button. The UI is far from done, though what I see. Yeah, I totally agree. I think there's another week to get this stuff functional. And that's where I'm going to work on, like, you need to be able to drag from here into your queue. You need to be able to actually update and save things. That'll probably take another solid week. And then everything after that is polished stuff. Now, this is like an 80-20 kind of thing. If you spend some work covering just 80% of the polish you can put into the game, it won't take you very long, and it'll start to look just a lot better. So things like maybe an animation here for sliding out this page. If that wasn't in, once you add it in, it's like, oh, now I can understand how the UI just transitioned. It's not something that gets in the way. It doesn't take very long, but it's a way that can help your mental model as you're playing through the game. And same thing, chat. There's a whole bunch of stuff there too. I'm going to have to change a lot of this stuff around. So if you'll join me next week, we will be continuing with this UI, and then in July we'll be starting on the artwork, which will be changing all of these bot icons that you see into the real icons that we're going to be making. So thank you all for watching. Really appreciate it. I will bid you a good weekend and possibly find someone to host here, but I'll stop talking now. So take care. Thanks for watching. Bye.